without them.
Welcome in. It is 6.5 minutes past the hour, and we thank you for hanging out with us on this edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Good time gang settling in for another day. And it's a special day today because it's a Buffalo Wild Wings check presentation from last month's charity charge, and then we'll announce this month's charity charge, which is coming up Monday, the 18th, at participating Buffalo Wild Wings. So stand by for that. That means the staff is alerted that we will have Buffalo Wild Wings and Tim Spencer in here with some nice wings. This place will smell just like a restaurant in here. Come on with it. Over to my left, it's Mr. Greg Burgess. To my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Hey.
What's up? What's up? Hope all is well.
Pretty good.
Good.
Yeah, to get the printer fixed, I'll be happy. I got some things I got to print off this morning.
Okay.
So, yeah. Greg Wayne standing.
I had to get my chair fixed. It was too low.
So y'all ready to tackle the day, huh?
Yeah.
Well, ready or not, here
Laced them up, and here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Toothpick, early toothpick.
Yep, had something in my teeth. Of course, toothpicks don't work. They just break off in
They
your
do.
teeth.
Do you know that I've had more people these days tell me I've got something in my teeth than ever before?
What, you eating
And I
wrong?
don't know if it's
Wait a
they're
minute.
just I'm around more people that are willing to tell me, which I think that's probably
Well,
it,
I won't tell you.
or I'm just getting more things stuck in my teeth.
You're just eating whatever you're in your diet is something
Yeah.
that gets in your teeth
Yeah.
a lot. I guess.
I had a call this past Saturday on alerting someone that they had something in their goatee, and I had just met them, and I was like, I don't know this man extremely
You're staring
well.
at it the entire time.
but
no, I couldn't have said a word.
Well, I had met one of the UAH baseball parents for the first time. You know, there's a lot of kids from a lot of different cities and states on these on different college teams, and you don't get to meet everybody. But a lot of times during the double headers, if they have one in a 3-game series, the parents, they'll tailgate. It's like a potluck dinner, man. Everybody brings something,
He brought it in his goatee.
and so a lot, we were all standing around eating and hanging out and fellowshipping, and one of the dads that I had never met was there, and we bumped into each other and started interacting and talking, and he was tearing up some of the tailgating food, and he had what I thought was a pretty big piece of chunk right above his lip, and every time he talked, it would just wiggle and play around, and I finally, I did. I had to.
No.
I thought, hey, by the way, you got your little something right here. And when he hit it, he said, hey, thank you. But it was one of those things like, well, I just met him. It's going well. Do I tell him he's got something?
Well, you had to, because all it was doing was going around in your brain.
That's all I was doing. I think he caught me staring at it one time.
Yeah.
I almost named it. It was so big.
That's like this guy we used to know. I'm not going to call him names. And he had like a mole on the end of his nose. And the whole time he talked to me, I'd just stare at it.
Right.
Greg.
Yeah. Staring, mole. There it is,
There's
staring.
a mole staring. Yeah.
Staring.
Do you have a name for it?
I didn't, but I thought about it.
But that is one thing that I've really gone to, and Helmsy, I appreciate you being the only staff member that would alert me when I had pieces of headphones on my head, because everybody else would just let me go along.
Yeah, well,
there'd be times I'm on the day trying to do better, at lunch at a gym or somewhere late in the day, and somebody's like, hey, man, you got something right here.
Well,
And that means he had been with me all day long. And
maybe we just got so used to it we didn't notice.
but that is a dilemma that a lot of people find themselves in. Of do you tell somebody when they got one hanging and
a lot of
how about the
times-
one in the nostril?
and
that stands
you're
in
right.
the breeze?
I can't tell nobody that.
You're right about this.
I can't
place.
tell nobody they got
Yeah.
a booger in their nose.
No.
There's people that won't say anything here because I will get to Jacksonville and I'll be hour and a half, 2 hours into my day there, and somebody will tell me, and I'll think, well, I hadn't eaten anything since
Right.
6:30
That may
this
just be
morning,
what you
7
did.
o'clock. You've been hanging out up there the whole time, and nobody here said anything. So,
Oh my goodness.
I guess I'm around more people now that are willing to look
It
out
just makes
for me on that
uncomfortable
front.
to have to tell people.
Well, I'll pay attention after the Buffalo Wild Wings gets here today. And
What do you think is one of the worst things to be in your teeth that people eat? Turnip greens, stuff, anything
Yeah,
that's
salad.
anything that's really
because
dark.
you can see that across the room.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You got some things you can't tell until
Yeah.
you're up close, but
Yeah, like
those are legit across. I mean, it's like, my goodness, I can't even look.
Yeah, like some pepper off in the corner. Yeah.
Yeah.
But hey, you get you something
Get you a little leafy.
Yeah,
green.
yes, a little leafy thing, dark. When they smile, it's like, good night.
You're like, oh, no, please stop.
If it could scream, it's like, here I am.
And y'all leave it in here. Y'all won't tell anybody. It'll turn colors by the time somebody else,
It'll evolve.
It will. It will. All right, so we'll talk about last month. Operation Healing Forces it raised around $5,000 last month, so we cannot wait to talk to you about them. And it's kind of cool. These elite special forces, this community. Rangers, Green Beret, Night Stalkers, Delta Force,
Warriors.
SEALs, Air Force Special Tactics, the Marine Raiders, all those, they go off and they serve our country and they come back. It's a very small group. About 5% of our total military force are these professionals that are these elite forces. And this organization, Operation Healing Forces, comes behind them and goes, you know what? We're going to build a community for y'all and be there for y'all. They host and fully cover expenses in different avenues of this program, and we're going to talk to them about that. Chris Brown's going to be here and discuss that more. And this next one is a special organization that I was able to be introduced to. This coming Monday, we'll have a charity charge to benefit them, and it's the Find You Foundation, and we'll talk to you more about them, but it's a nonprofit organization that comes alongside the special needs community. And so a lot happening, and it's a blessing we get to do this every month because there's a lot of great nonprofits that are beneficiaries to the charity charge, and it's a win for everybody. Y'all go enjoy food, and at participating Buffalo Wild Wings, 10% of those food sales goes towards the charity each month, and we got two more good ones to talk to you about this month. So that's happening today, and so we look forward to that. Some big news in the NFL. Everybody continues to move around, and it's just this one's going to be weird. This one's going to be weird to me. Derrick Henry in a Ravens uniform.
Yeah.
That's just, to me, that's just, but he's, I don't know, it's just going to be weird. But he signed.
Titans said, moving on.
Yep. When Pollard came in with that 3-year deal, that was kind of writing on the wall. But it looks like that the Baltimore Ravens have reached a 2-year deal with Derrick Henry. $16 million is the agreement, of course. The deal is could be worth about $20 million, including $9 million guaranteed in the first year, according to the ESPN sources. But it looks like that he is going to be settling in Baltimore. And then the other one is Jameis Winston is going to be a Cleveland Brown. He signs a 1-year deal.
That makes about as much sense as Cleveland can make.
Did they bring Flacco back?
I don't know.
I don't know. That's
he had
a great
this
question.
run at the end of the year, and then the playoff game they got beat. He threw like 3 picks, but
Jameis has been signed to be the backup for Deshaun Watson, and CBS confirmed that. I should say it did say this, that Winston will replace Joe Flacco as the number 2 quarterback.
Okay.
Yes, Flacco signed with the Cleveland Browns midway through last season, but it does. I guess maybe they're not going to continue with him. But
so Deshaun Watson's going to be the starter.
Stay healthy or don't get a massage.
As much as Deshaun Watson doesn't play, good night.
Yeah.
Of course,
you love that
made
deal.
Everybody eat that W again.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right.
That made no sense.
We'll take it. And then this news.
Everybody was just staring at it.
We'll discuss it more. The most New York Jets story of all time came out yesterday that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has Aaron Rodgers on his VP shortlist. That is so bizarre. We'll break that down more in the main show today, but I had to double take that headline. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
If you owe back taxes, fair warning, the IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's up to the new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Tax Network USA has war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. Tax Network USA learned of a limited-time offer, an IRS offer. Schedule your free, confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000 or visit tnusa.com HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Winter weather has a way of making you crave comfort food, so HelloFresh is here to help you do the chili season right. Check out their largest menu yet that has something for everyone, including meals that are quicker than restaurant delivery and 25% cheaper than takeout. Join today and get free breakfast for the life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box with active subscription with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Something's up. You can't quite pinpoint it, but you can't deny it either. All you have to do is trust your gut. Now listen to it and prepare with My Patriot Supply at preparewithbubba.com. Since 2008, My Patriot Supply has helped millions of American families prepare for the uncertain future. Many of them choose 3-month emergency food kits sealed inside ultra-durable 4-layer packaging. These ready-hour meals last up to 25 years in storage. Stock up on all the food kits your family needs at preparewithbubba.com. Each kit, $200 off, and they'll ship fast and free. Find the link at rickandbubba.com. Resolving to eat healthier this year was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. Well, Field of Greens is our healthy superfruit and vegetable habit in my house. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you resolve to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA or go to rickandbubba.com. There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth. And folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. The best thing to bring with me wherever I go, my Raycon everyday earbuds. Raycons offer amazing audio quality at half the price of other premium audio brands with noise isolation, 3 customizable sound profiles, and a 32-hour battery life. They're perfect for listening to anything, anytime. That explains the tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Get 20% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com.
According to FBI crime data, most home break-ins happen in broad daylight. As the days get longer this spring, protect your home with Simply Safe at simplysafebubba.com. It's the award-winning home security we recommend. Simply Safe's advanced technology protects every room, window, and door of your home. Get 20% off now any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
When was the last time you checked your home's title? Is it still in your name? Fox News reported on a growing, devastating crime called house stealing. The titles to all our homes are easily found online. A criminal, a renter, or even a family member simply forges your signature on a home sale form and refiles as the new owner. Bam! Your home is not in your name. Has some criminal taken over your title? Find out with a free comprehensive scan of your home's title and 30 days of legendary home title lock protection when you go to HomeTitleLock.com and use the promo code BUBBA. You know how you go into stores and the towels can feel super soft, but then when you get home, they don't dry you? Not my towels from MyPillow. They're really soft, but they really work too. What a concept. They're made with a special ring-spun cotton, making them softer and more absorbent than other towels that are out there. Get a 6-piece set for an introductory sale price of $29.98, and you get the designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% right now on all my towels. So head to mypillow.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without.
Hi, right, 20 minutes past the hour. It is the kickoff hour. We have set the table for the day and ready to go. We thank you for being with us. Buffalo Wild Wings, speaking of setting the table, they'll be here with some delicious wings as we celebrate another charity charge and some great organizations that are beneficiaries of that. And can't wait to talk about that today and introduce you to some fine folks with Operation Healing Forces, last month's charity charge, and then talk to you about this coming Monday. We got also some updates just personally. We'll have stories of the day, all kinds of stuff. One concerning thing is that Greg and I always park in the same parking spots every single day, and Rick came in asking why we were parking there today.
Yeah,
that was a little
why
concerning.
We've changed our part. And
It's like he's first time he's ever noticed it or something. Yeah. We'll break that down, and then we'll have to interview Rick on that one, as we were both concerned about that.
Wow.
He said, I guess I've never really paid attention to it. I guess not. That's an understatement. You were big on Jelly Roll this morning. We were talking about Jelly Roll.
The singer or the food?
Both. Yeah. Well, I love the food. But Jelly Roll, the singer, he's in the news today for a couple of stories. Apparently, he has undergone a complete mouth reconstruction, Greg. But that's kind of the backstory.
What does a mouth reconstruction mean?
Let's see here. He has got. It looks like did
they fix Jelly Roll's mouth?
If you're a singer, I don't know that you want to mess with your mouth.
Is it just teeth? Are they talking about teeth?
I don't know.
He said that he wants to have a pretty smile and a fresh set of teeth. This I don't know, but he was sitting in the dentist chair, hooked up to tubes, and
seemed like he had a bunch of silver teeth.
He did.
Yeah. Let's see here. He said that. He said, I'm finally getting some things replaced, and I'm getting some implants and getting some cavities and wisdom teeth pulled out.
Oh, he got a junky mouth, basically.
He said this is way overdue, and it made him cough and choke up, actually. But he's finally getting that done. But that's kind of taking the back seat to the story you were telling us about, Greg, about apparently he's regretting all the tattoos that he's had.
98% of them, he said, that he wishes he hadn't got. So
98.
That's tough there, Jelly. I mean, that's a bunch. Considering you got them on your face. And he said, he regrets 90. He said, what the blank was I thinking? The one that he really doesn't like is he's got the Gerber baby smoking pot.
Okay.
Smoking a joint.
Interesting.
Yeah. Have they come a long way with tattoo removal? Is that? I know that's a process that I think you can have done. But is that a thing now where people can go in if somebody regrets it, like he used to have the Gerber baby smoking?
He said he got one to cover up. He had the statement "surviving the struggle" because they forgot to put the T in it. And it was spelled wrong. It was surviving the struggle. He said they didn't spell it right.
If I was a tattoo artist, I'd be nervous about that. Because you are. Hey, look, I was that big blow up check right there for charity charge. Yesterday, I had to halfway through it, I had to kind of spray and erase the dry erasable ink that I was using, the Sharpie. Well, not Sharpie, but the marker. And I can't imagine if that was a tattoo. If you mess up, what do you do?
I know.
I mean, it's
you
like,
can't just go, oops.
I'm off in it now. I can't erase this.
The lesson here, and I don't have a problem with tattoos.
Oh, no, I left out a T.
Like, I may get one between now and death. You don't know. But here's the thing. No one has I've never heard anybody say they regretted not getting one. But you always hear people saying they regret getting tattoos.
Yeah.
But it's never the other way.
Usually
Nobody's ever going, I tell you what,
I missed the boat.
Back when I was in my 20s, I should have got that tattoo.
Right. Yeah.
Nobody's ever said that.
Should have done it.
I should have got that Superman emblem right in the middle of my back. I really wanted it.
I'd love.
I really
to know,
wanted Cat in the Hat.
I'd love to know from the audience if you because I don't think none of us have them, right?
No, I don't have one.
Do you, Greg? I know you have one on your butt.
I've made a couple of promises.
I haven't seen it.
I've made a couple of promises could get me into a tattoo, but that's it.
Like, I'm not anti. I'm just not my thing.
Yeah.
I've just never seen nothing. I said, you know what? I like to have that on my body permanently. I just hadn't found that.
Yeah. But I'd love to know from somebody out there that I'm in that boat. I regret it.
Yeah.
I regret it. But can't ask y'all because we don't have them.
Nah, I don't.
The only thing is you see some that are really well done,
Mm-hmm.
and then you see some that are not. And then you see some you can go, oh, when you got that, you were not as flabby as you are now. And then it takes a whole new look.
Well,
and then you got the ones that are colored and they're fading.
Right.
I mean, there's
Yeah.
a lot to deal with.
Last year I told the guys at UAB that if they, and I've made the same promise with the girls, but if they won the conference tournament, I would get a conference logo, our school logo, and all their names. Okay?
Good night.
And
That's
listen,
big.
What in the world?
I was 2 wins. We were 2 wins from that happening.
That's crazy.
I think
It got real for a minute,
All
too.
their names?
It got
I think
real.
I'd have just went with the school logo.
It got real for a minute.
Right.
And so I promised the girls the same thing.
Renegotiate that.
Yeah.
Right.
Get their names out of it.
Oh, look, I'm all about motivation,
Yeah.
but I mean, getting every name on you.
Oh, that's
What are you
special.
doing?
It's a special deal. It wouldn't be big. It wouldn't be big. It'd be a
Putting
smaller
people's
thing.
names is
Yeah,
going to be
just
big.
little bitty names.
Yeah, it
Why
is.
don't you put a
bitty writing.
flaming tennis ball or something?
No, Greg, that's not special.
Flaming tennis ball.
That's not
flames
special.
coming off of it.
Yeah. Helmsy, that's
But I think about that. 2 wins away from that happening.
yeah.
I'd have done it too. That would have been big.
Where would you have put it?
I don't know. Probably my
Butt?
arm. No, Greg, I would not have put it on my butt.
Well, I mean, you want that on your arm?
Yeah, you're gonna be. That's a long list.
Y'all have never.
Bunch of names and stuff.
Yeah.
Not your names. It's
I
not
get
Well,
I
Greg,
get the
that-
emblem. Don't put the name.
Well, Helmsy, that's like 10 names.
Yeah.
Yeah, that-
10 to 12 names, however many's
I
on the
put the
roster.
year.
Well, it's 8 this year.
Put the year.
Oh, okay. Well, then you got 8 names
I
on
don't
your
remember.
arm.
Hey, conference championships don't come along. We'll remember it.
Like I say, put,
You are owning me right now.
I would
put
do
the
it.
school emblem, maybe
gonna
the
do it.
date that
Yeah.
you won it.
Little Conference USA logo,
Mm-hmm.
Jack State logo, and then all their little names around it. It'd be a good
all their
little
little
logo.
names.
Yeah,
I hope y'all win it.
I do too. Now
Yeah.
I'm pulling for it
Yeah.
even more.
I'll
than
do
I
it right
was.
here. I'll do it right here, sitting in a chair.
Now
Now they got to spell the names right.
Yeah, unscreened phone calls. Maybe this is someone that's had a tattoo and regrets
Oh,
it.
you talking about tattoo regret?
205 checking in. What's up?
Yes, I've got a couple that I wished I'd never gotten.
Okay.
It's spur of the moment deal. Just thought that, hey, that's what I want, and now look back at it and go, no, that's not
All right.
what I really needed.
What can you tell us what it is?
I've got FTW tattooed down the back of my arm.
And what does that mean?
Yeah,
Stand
yeah.
for?
Well, something to the world.
That's what I figured.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's
then-
what you went with?
Can I ask a question? Was there alcohol involved when this decision was made?
No, there was motorcycles involved.
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
got
I got
it.
you. I got you.
Okay.
Understood.
Little peer pressure.
Completely understand.
Mm-hmm.
And you settled on
And also,
FTW.
Speedy, Speedy, I want to tell you thank you for raising such a fine young man in Reese. I work with him, and he's a great young man.
Oh, thank you so much. He's so you're up there in Tony?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Wow, that's quite the facility.
Tell Reese you regretted that tattoo.
Yeah.
Yes. I will.
Well, I appreciate it. Yeah, he's having to go back and forth to school in Birmingham, so you might have to motivate him today. I think he rolled back in around 11 p.m. last night.
We can motivate him.
I
We
know
can.
I know you can. I appreciate you saying that, buddy. I really do. Thank you for checking in
Okay.
with us. Be safe out there.
All right.
Uh-huh.
Now Reese
Okay.
going to get
Yeah,
FTW on his
how
arm.
about that Facebook data center that's going in up there is almost 1 million square feet.
That's a big building.
Hey, Reese said you don't just walk around; you have to take like side by side and buggies to get around that place
Yeah.
to go to different.
Yeah, it's
He
like
got
you.
he got lost one day and
That's a big building.
he lost his journeyman one day and he said he wandered around for an hour and a half trying to find
Hour and a
him.
half. Wow.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Like everyone else, I'm always on the go. And you know what's the best thing to bring with me wherever I go? My Raycon Everyday Earbuds. Raycons offer amazing audio quality at half the price of other premium audio brands. Their optimized gel tips are designed to fit comfortably in your ears and to actually stay there, whether you're working out at the gym or just doing chores around the house. My Raycons come with me everywhere so I can listen at any time. With 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery life, I don't have to worry about whether they're up for the task. Raycons also come with 3 customizable sound profiles, noise isolation, and awareness mode, so they're perfect for listening to anything. That explains the tens of thousands of 5-star reviews right now. Get 20% off your Raycon order plus free shipping when you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. You can also find that link by just simply going to rickandbubba.com and looking under the sponsors. But if you owe back taxes, fair warning, you're not going to like this. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's over to the 20,000 new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Why the IRS targets you and not millionaires? Because millionaires have tax lawyers. You don't. You'll pay up plus interest and penalties. You need Tax Network USA, and you need them now. Tax Network USA has brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to deal with and who to avoid. It's not all bad news, folks, because Tax Network USA learned of a special limited-time IRS offer. They're willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000. Or visit tnusa.com/Bubba today. tnusa.com/Bubba. You also can find the number and website at rickandbubba.com. Just look under the sponsors. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Resolving to eat healthier this year? That was easy. Actually doing it? Not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off. Or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. Cold winter mornings are perfect for staying under the cover and having breakfast in bed. HelloFresh supports that dream because they're giving away one free breakfast item with every single HelloFresh delivery for life. That means while you are a HelloFresh subscriber, not only will you enjoy the pick of the tasty dinner recipes they're known for, you'll also enjoy breakfast for free. HelloFresh actually has you covered for every mealtime occasion with a delicious array of quick lunches, sides, snacks, apps, dessert, and more. And not only does HelloFresh help you cut back on extra trips to the grocery store, but their pre-portioned ingredients help eliminate excess food waste. This new year, make eating better and saving money a priority and make it easy with America's #1 meal kit. Join HelloFresh today and get free breakfast for life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box while subscription is active with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
All right, we got 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here on the kickoff hour. We are getting a lot of emails in the break about people that are regretting tattoos and what they have on them, and I get it. And look, I understand. We've had tattoo talk before, so this isn't new. But anytime you have, or you get a tattoo, the biggest thing is I've got just one, because the likelihood is it's a kind of an addictive thing, and now you're going to go get 2, and you're going to get 3, and then before you know it, you got your sleeve on your left arm full of tattoos. You just don't know when to stop, and so that's one thing the guy says. He goes, my regret is it's not what I have; it's the fact I didn't stop.
Yeah,
I should have just stopped. Less is more.
Yeah,
but that's it. This isn't tattoos. Don't have the corner market on this. This is just life in general. We don't know when to stop. But that's some of the regret emails we're getting. Is that it's not what I got; it's how many I got.
That's the multitude.
And then in those of you that get it below what I call below the elbow, where a shirt can't hide it, and now that's really with you.
Yeah,
So it's going all the way down to my wrist.
Sure.
So now I got to wear long sleeves if I want to cover it up or whatever. All right, we're continuing on here. Got all kinds of conversations that are taking place here on the show today. Don't forget, we have a charity charge presentation a little bit later in the show. I saw where Donald Trump officially has become the Republican nominee, setting up a 2020 rematch with Joe Biden. Primaries in a number of states were last night, and that got both of them over the line. And I think I saw some crazy thing where this is the first rematch like this since like the 1950s or something.
Don't happen a lot.
This is going to be quite the bizarre presidential election, isn't it?
There's your two good. Hey, there's your 2 fine candidates. Good job.
Good
job, U.S.
You know what the deal is? It'll happen without a debate too.
See,
I guarantee
I want a debate.
You know it, and I know it, and we've discussed it. There ain't no way they're letting Joe Biden debate. And they're going to claim it's because, the last time Trump was mean. And
that hurt Trump, by the way. He should have handled it better.
Right. He did come out pretty aggressive because he was so blasted mad, and I get that.
And
but
just Trump.
And Biden has even said, well, it depends, because they was asked, are you going to debate Trump? Well, it depends on how, if he's nice or the way he acts.
I'm not going to stoop to. You're going to hear that, and I'm not stupid.
Look,
if you're running for president,
that's going to be their excuse. When really it is, they don't want to put Biden out because there ain't no way he could get through a debate now.
I think if you are going to run for president, no matter who you are, you should be required to debate your opponent.
Of course.
I mean, give the people a chance to look and maybe help with their decision and all that, but we're going to duck and hide and all that mess? No.
But speaking of that, so anyway, that's official, and we'll break that down more in the main show, just skimming some of the stories. But Aaron Rodgers, that came out yesterday, is vice president on the vice president short list for Robert F. Kennedy Jr., as he was eyeing Aaron Rodgers as a running mate.
That makes about as much sense as...
Also on the list is ex-WWE star Jesse Ventura.
At least he has been a
list.
Governor. What's Aaron Rodgers done politically?
I don't know.
I mean,
I don't know if this has to do with Aaron being a COVID vaccine and public health skeptic.
That makes you qualify to be vice president, definitely. Well, of course, it ain't no worse than one we got now.
I was going to say, Greg, you're being very harsh
they have dumbed
right
down.
now.
Well, they've dumbed down that position.
Yeah, because I'd rather have Aaron Rodgers as the VP right now as Kamala.
I'll say that. They've dumbed it down. I'm going by what it used to stand for.
Yeah.
So
you shouldn't get
we left that a long time ago.
Who just came off of Achilles injury that's trying to get back in the NFL to be your vice president. That's a stretch. But
right.
But then again, look who's got it now.
The line says, in an astonishing report revealed Tuesday, Kennedy, 70, told New York Times that Rodgers, 40, a former Minnesota governor, and WWE star Jesse Ventura, 72, are both on the top of his VP list. And then his campaign spokesperson came out and confirmed the Times report and said that other names are on the Kennedy short list as well. But yes, those two are.
Okay.
That's just.
Well, go ahead and put Jello Roll on there. Might as well while I'm talking about him.
A New York radio host claimed this is the most New York Jets story of all time. And that's just funny. But wasn't ready for that headline to jump out at me yesterday. Aaron Rodgers, VP.
About that.
Hmm?
Makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Of course, it
I
doesn't
know.
matter. Kennedy ain't going to win.
Right.
Oh, my goodness.
Right.
No.
It's
No.
just one of those.
2-horse race, boys.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah.
Them old horses are beaten down. Yeah, they are. They're heading down the back
They're out in the
stretch. They're
pasture,
trying.
not sure how to get back to the barn, but they're in it.
That's right. They're wandering around aimlessly.
Yeah. Also,
Good
we have another story that starts with a Florida man. You know, that's a joke.
Oh, yeah.
A Florida man, he had him a migraine. He had a headache. He
Yeah.
complained about it.
Well,
Went and got it looked at. Finds out he's got a tapeworm in his brain
I don't like these tapeworm stories.
from eating undercooked bacon.
Oh, no.
Hey, I had to put mine in
I
the
know.
microwave every morning.
I know.
Oh, no.
He.
I don't like tapeworm stories. I just don't like them.
So now he's battling some bizarre tapeworm infestation in his brain caused by eating undercooked bacon. For those of you getting breakfast ready,
Dang.
it says he has he's gone through a lot of issues here, and he complained for about a week about just having kind of an aggressive headache that just wouldn't go away, and this was kind of over a couple of months, but he I guess ate some undercooked bacon. They're kind of putting everything back on that. And some people, their preference is to have kind of some soft bacon or whatever, and that's what he had, I guess, undercooked. And so it's just a weird story, but apparently it was a perfect storm situation that led to this. The scientific term for a parasite laying eggs
That's just hush.
that infest numerous regions of the body has been that's what he's got going on.
Well,
And there's
that's-
look at that picture right there.
I'm not looking at that.
Mm.
I don't like
Golly.
the thought of it.
So how long are you supposed to cook bacon?
I
mean, I like mine crispy.
I do too,
Yeah.
but a lot of times, like Saturday night at the Waffle House, I went. It wasn't crispy. Well, Friday night,
I don't think it's
it wasn't
that.
crispy.
I mean, they get it done. Those places get it done. Greg,
Do they?
don't. Yeah, they do. They do. That's good enough. This y'all see sometimes what?
I would rather mine be crispy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I go crispy,
Yeah.
big time. Amanda doesn't like it as crispy, but I like
Oh,
it.
I do.
Golly, I'm reading more of the story. I'm not going to read
quit.
it.
I don't know
I'm
there's
done
anything
with it.
better tasting than bacon.
Oh, I love it.
Like
I wish I had a
every
plate
time
of
I
it.
put a piece of bacon, and I'll do this probably about 7:15 today. I'll put a piece of bacon in my mouth and think, is there anything better?
I know.
That crosses my mind,
Boy, nothing
and I
says
never
about-
get tired of it. Like
You
bacon's
can
something.
add it to stuff.
Like I could have bacon every day, and I'd never get sick of it.
I love it on a burger.
There's never a day where you put bacon in front of me. I said, nah, I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not into that
in the
today.
mood. Yeah, I'm not in the
Not
mood,
in the mood
for
for
bacon.
that.
I'm always in the mood for
I am
bacon.
too.
Always.
Never have I looked at a
That's a good
stack of
point.
bacon and said, you know what? I'm not into you today.
I'm kind of baconed out.
Yeah,
Never
you're
had
never
that.
gonna hear that from me.
Nope. I agree.
You okay, Speedy?
Go
Well,
get out of that
they
story.
say this can be contagious. Which is weird.
I'm not
and
listening to that.
they go off into this. Those of you who don't wash your hands after using the bathroom. That's one of the they claim that it can jump around. The CDC says that, and I've seen in there people don't wash their hands after using the bathroom.
Well, it depends on which one you do. Fastball, I don't wash my hands. Curveball, I certainly do.
I try to wash
And it
my hands.
depends.
Wash
It
my hands.
depends on the fastball, how that goes, whether I wash my hands or not.
How that goes.
Yeah.
If you lose
I'm
control.
gonna remember
of
that next time I shake your hand.
something. Yeah. Or when I grab that door handle right behind you.
Yeah. Good night.
Well, or you grab that door handle with a lot of other things that go
Oh
on
right.
in there.
Yeah, but I'm just saying if I'm
Yeah, but
behind
that-
you.
but I
You
know
go in our
that's in there.
bathroom or any
Yeah.
bathroom. Well, look down there's cleaner than some of the stuff touching that door. I can promise you that.
I don't know about that.
I at least know where it's been.
That still don't make it good.
No, it does not. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. Sorry to bring that up, but that is a bizarre
thank you,
story from
Speedy.
undercooked bacon.
Yeah, but
undercooked
couldn't get out
bacon.
of
Is
it.
what
Everybody
got it.
will look at breakfast different this morning because of you bringing
Well,
this story.
just make sure it's not undercooked. For those of you that like it soft, just maybe a little bit more crispy.
Yeah.
Anything smell better than no bacon being made? And you can smell it.
I love it.
Ooh.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Sorry, but we actually have a wait list for our Monstera.
Shaw's greenhouse is really bringing in the green.
We can't keep snake plants in stock.
She needs a construction manager to build on her roots and grow.
We could add a whole section for ferns, and here we'd have dahlias, dahlias, and more dahlias.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Do you hear that? Asthma triggers are everywhere, from dust mites, pet dander, and pollen, to smog and smoke. An asthma attack can strike anywhere, anytime. Be prepared with quick-acting Primatene Mist. Clinically proven to open airways quickly. It's the #1 FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again. Use as directed.
Sponsored by Armstrong Pharmaceuticals.
Dog parents are loving Dr. Marty's Nature's Blend Premium Dog Food.
The way she acts and the way she moves, it's just so much better. And she's like a puppy again. It's unbelievable.
Dr. Marty's Nature's Blend is a freeze-dried raw food made with 0 artificial preservatives, so it's naturally shelf-stable with no mess, freezer, or fridge required. Plus, it's full of premium turkey, beef, salmon, and meat your dog will love.
We started with Nature's Blend. She's happy, she sleeps well, she's energetic. I am just delighted with this product.
When given the choice, Nature's Blend and Amazon's #1 bestseller in dry dog food, 29 out of 30 dogs chose Nature's Blend first.
I'm so confident your dog will love it. Your order is back with a 90-day guarantee.
Save up to 54% off Nature's Blend and get a free bag of delicious beef liver treats. Go to drmartypets.com/treat or text TREAT to 511-511. Text TREAT to 511-511.
All pets are unique. Your pet's results can and will vary. Message and data rates may apply. Studies available upon request.
Paid for by Dr. Marty's Pets.
There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. Some of you may be living with everyday pain. Now, this can affect so many parts of your daily life. I mean, it can affect the mood, your sleep. What about missing out on activities? Our friends at Relief Factor offer a natural way to relieve that pain. It's 100% drug-free. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients to help reduce or eliminate everyday aches and pains. Now, unlike pills that just mask the pain for a short time, Relief Factor helps support your body's natural response to inflammation, so you feel better all day, every day. Over 1 million people have tried Relief Factor, and here on our team, several of us have tried it. So let's get you a special deal, and let's see if we can help you too. Go right now and see if Relief Factor can work with you with their 3-week quick start kit that's only $19.95. Now, this is a great price to try it out for 3 weeks. You'll know in 3 weeks. You will feel the difference and know it works. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Debt, keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it, but the truth is the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
Rick and Bubba.
It is 10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. This portion of the Kickoff Hour brought to you by CBDistillery.com. Is your medicine cabinet maybe crammed with stuff that doesn't work? Are you still not sleeping? Are you hurting and stressed out and you just don't know what to do? Check out CBDistillery.com. Use promo code Bubba. Their targeted formulas are made from the highest quality clean ingredients, no fluff, no fillers, just pure effective CBD solutions designed to help support your health. If that is something that you want to look into, CBDistillery.com is where to go before you make any decisions. Go there. With over 2 million customers and a solid 100% money-back guarantee, it is a source that you can trust. And as a listener and viewer of this show, they're offering 20% discount to get you started. They even offer pet products, too, for those of you that might have some high anxiety, stressed out pets. CBDistillery.com. Save 20% with promo code Bubba, or you can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Speaking of stressed out animals, I've talked to y'all about Jack, one of our dogs, and anytime a storm comes around, my gracious, I honestly think that, I know there's, drug dogs out there. I think he could be a weather dog and help Span, because he can sense them 50 miles away, it seems like.
So he gets to go.
Oh, he starts looking off in the air like, It's like he's looking at the clouds.
Then he wants to be out in it.
Yes, like if he could talk, he'd say, "You see that cloud formation? It's coming through, Dad."
Yeah.
If he could talk.
Is that how you talk?
But
I do think it's more about the barometric pressure. I do think they relate to all that for sure. I think they have a sense and keen sense for all that.
It is really weird, because we have gone so far to, and a lot of you, because this has been an ongoing story, have sent me, "Hey man, get him this vest," or
pretty big handle for you.
Yeah, or "Oh hey, you got these over the counter stuff." Well, we just went to the vet, had them check him out and prescribe him something to help with that anxiety or whatever he's feeling, just to kind of calm him a little bit.
Yeah, well.
But it's like he's a super dog, and nothing affects him. We'll give him one of those, and
he's tolerant.
He just laughs at it. Goes, "You think that's gonna,
That's nothing."
But
Watch this.
But you got to be out in front of it too. I mean, you got to be an hour or so.
Like I
out.
schedule practice, you have to schedule this.
Yeah, you have to look at the radar and go, "Ooh." Now, if it's just green, if I just see green in the radar, I'm like, "Okay, we're good." But if I see like dark red and yellow, that'll kill a fella.
Give him a preemptive strike.
Yeah. Oh, you got to get ahead of it. But he'll walk around the yard and kind of look up and look around. And I don't know why. It's this bizarre thing. We have a covered patio area, a little outdoor sectional couch where we can go out, maybe watch some TV during the summer and all that. So it's not like he's out in the elements, even though he is outside. He wants to go out. It could be thundering, lightning, cutting up, wind blowing, raining, and he goes to the door. He wants to go out.
That's the weird part. Most run hide.
Yeah.
The ones that don't like it.
Get under a chair.
Be in the floor.
Yeah, be by the bed or something.
Yeah. Snuggle.
Yeah.
In fact, he wants to go out in it.
He wants to go out in it, and then he's fine. He goes and lays down in the sectional, and he'll even go to sleep.
Well, just open the door and let him out.
That's what we do.
Let's hope a tornado
let him out, honey. But that's always the discussion, Helmsy. Hey, Terry, do you think we need to give him some medicine? You see that storm coming?
Heck, just let him out of the house.
Well, we do, but also
if that's what he wants.
He starts panting and looking around, but we've gone to the vet for it. But anyway, just doing that spot made me think of it. They offer pet solutions. I get it. I guarantee it for that. All right, so we're back and ready to go for the day, and we thank you for being with us. So this story here, a staff, speaking of pets, at a Virginia Wildlife Center pretend to be a red fox as they feed orphaned baby kit that was less than 24 hours old when they found him.
I think the dressing up part was probably unnecessary.
All right, so you know how Henry
Am
the
I
horse,
wrong?
Henry the horse puts on a
Yes.
horse mask. It looks to me like they've got one of those little
Fox.
Yeah, one of those little
Did they
fox
go,
heads. What's the fox say?
What's the fox?
But I just wanted to let them know that the little kid probably
They
doesn't
don't
know.
care. He's
They
so
don't know.
Again, I think that step was unnecessary to go
Mhm.
get. So they got a fox little costume they put
Mhm,
on to
mhm.
feed the fox.
Yep.
Because they wanted to think it's a gigantic, huge fox.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, I got it. Good thought.
How about that? Huh?
That's some good planning there. I'm sure it made it all work out. I mean, thank goodness they did that, or that poor Kit wouldn't have made it.
I found myself at the vet the other day with one of the dogs, JC's dog, Cuddy. Hey, thanks, JC.
It's your dog now.
And
sounds like.
and we told him about this, son. You play college baseball. Y'all leave on a Wednesday and come back on Sundays.
Exactly.
What are we doing with the dog? What about the dog?
Not a good situation for a dog.
And so they've had some really long trips, Mississippi, Florida. They go back. They go to Georgia this
Do you
weekend.
dress up like a dog when you're taking care of it?
I don't, but a lot of times if we're not going to go or whatever, we'll have the dog or whatever. Well, we had to board Cuddy not too long ago, and we thought JC uses a vet there in Huntsville, loves the vet and all that kind of stuff, but we had Cuddy in Birmingham. And the decision was, all right, that's it. We're going to have to board Cuddy. We look around, got some opinions from some friends, found a very nice, reputable place, and so we call them, and they want to verify, okay, we need all his papers and all this kind of stuff. Is he up on everything?
Kennel cough.
And so we send it to him, and they go, it looks like he's got everything. He's got all his stuff. The only thing is this Bordetella shot. He just needs that. That's all he needs. Well, we're in Birmingham, and so I start calling around, and I call the vet that we use in Birmingham. Hey, here's the situation. I've got a dog, and I go through all this stuff. Can we just come do that? Does he have to do a full exam or whatever? Well, if you can verify that he's up, and we can talk to the other vet, and they send us papers, and we can see that he's up on all his vaccines, then you can come in and get just the Bordetella shot.
Bordetella. That's something they came up with. They even named it after the Bordetella.
And so we find ourselves. It's raining too. Please don't forget this.
Yeah.
It's raining like crazy. So I called Terry, and she was working from home that day. She said, "Well, I'll tell you what, we'll meet you there." So she throws Cuddy in the car, and then we meet, and we find ourselves walking in to the vet on a dog that JC got from an adoption center.
Sure.
He claimed he rescued it. Which, hey, son, that's great.
That's great until you have to make a long week trip. I got to keep up with it.
And it's the sweetest little thing. It's not little anymore. But it's a great dog. But here we are. We're walking in. I'm like, so JC's hopping on a bus down to Florida right now. He has no idea we got his dog in the rain trying to get a daggone Bordetella shot. So we go in there and we sit, and our vet was really kind. They came out. Of course, had to do all the paperwork, and we had to put Cuddy Wilburn on there, like he's my last.
Yeah, good night.
And we met some kind
Put him
folks
in the
who were sitting in
bathroom. Get
there.
somebody go by and feed him every now and then.
I thought I loved dogs, but we met a lady in there that was so obsessed with dogs. She would go around and see all the little dogs, and she just talked to them like they were just little children in there. And I thought, I didn't know I ever loved a dog the way you love dogs.
So
but
she really loved
she
the
was
dog.
very kind, and we finally get the Bordetella shot, get him to the boarding place, and all was good. But that one day we found ourselves, I had no idea when I started the day I'd be sitting in a vet.
No.
In a lobby with dogs running everywhere with the dang JC's dog.
You know,
where were you going? Why'd you have to board it?
Because we were going to the road trip too. We were going down to watch him play. So
that kind of cancels you out as keeping his dog.
Exactly.
You know, one of the things that I've learned over my 15 years here is the emphasis on what about the dog?
What about the dog?
So I was able to help our graduate assistant yesterday, 2 days ago, reached out, videos. Coach Helms, are you?
Don't do
it. I want to adopt this dog so bad. I feel.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Guide, and then if you want to Zoom during the week and talk about the video and the teachings and talk about the study guide, you can. And he and I were having that conversation. So then I got in another conversation, and I said, let's talk about this a little bit. I said, how's it going with, let's say that you're a person and you are the facilitator of the leader of given group gathering. And, say you had a Bible study that you used to have at your home and now you can't. Or let's say that you were the person who taught at church, but now you got to get everybody up like y'all were doing, Bubba. And I want to ask you if you saw the same experience. So he said, can I tell you what's kind of interesting? And I said, yeah. He goes, people seem to be more open to talk freely in this format than they do if you're in the room together. He said, I got people that have never said a word in a group Bible study that are now, man, they're talking. And he said, I think they've lost the discomfort of people being, he goes, maybe they don't understand that everybody still hears them. But it's almost loosened them up. He said, maybe it's because they're in the comfort of their home. They're hanging out in some shorts and a T-shirt or sweatpants. He said, I've noticed that the conversations of people in these conference calls and group things in this technology has actually caused people to open up more than they did when we were in the same room. And look, we all want to get back to being face-to-face, and this should never replace that. But I just thought that was an interesting social commentary, that this has actually got people talking more and being more open than they were when they were sitting in the same room.
Yeah, that is strange. Never really thought about it.
Yeah.
If you think about it, it makes perfect sense. And I'll tell you a personal story from my experience. I still, to this day, I do it and I enjoy it, but I still hate getting in front of big crowds or a big audience and standing on a stage and talking. But I can come in that studio or sit right here and be in front of hundreds of thousands of people, and it never even crossed my mind. So I think they're taking that same mentality to these Zoom meetings.
That's a good point. Yeah, because you remember how many times we've said when people get nervous that don't do this every day. Mm-hmm. And we've actually had people even say things they didn't mean to say, because what did they say? I lost all concept that there's people hearing this. We're all, I thought we were just all, if you got in here and realized that every time you spoke in this mic, how many people saw it or heard it, it would feel different. I guess that's a good point.
Yeah, because you to hit back to him, people do get uncomfortable in front of other people and might just shy down maybe and not speak up. But at home, it kind of gives them that, hey, I'm here, I'm at home, I'm comfortable, and I'm going to speak more freely.
I got my shoes off. I can talk like I want to.
Yeah. Of course, then I brought up, I said, could it also be that maybe right now they actually care about this more than they ever did because they're not sure what's going to happen?
Well, there's that too. Yeah. Let's put that in there.
It could be a focusing factor.
That's right. Yeah, that's a good point.
Speaking of that, we have one of our friends of the show and one of the country's phenomenal pastors, Ted Traylor of Olive in Pensacola. This is something the entire country can do. And, of course, it involves what we should do every time, and that is for the country to pray together. We'll tell you how they're using technology to do just that right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. You're looking for something to binge this weekend. Another episode comes your way. We interview Chris Tomlin. All right, so speaking of Chris's out there, and these are two different ends of the spectrum. Oh, Chris Cuomo. Chris Cuomo has announced that he tested positive for COVID-19. We certainly take him at his word on that. But now CNN has got what has to be, Bubba, just a dream come true for them. They actually have somebody that can go live every day that has COVID-19. And so Chris Cuomo now will tell us how he has just tried to persevere and push through this, and none of us understand how bad it really is. Well, Chris, it is really, really bad for some people, we know, because it's killing them. So we got that. And we also know that there's a wide range of how it affects individual people. And there seems to be some general things, assumptions we can make, but then there's always those things that don't seem to fit the stereotype. But Cuomo, I know we're not supposed to doubt that he's struggling as much as he says, but his latest thing is he claims that he's lost 13 pounds in 3 days.
Well, Rick, too, look, I want to be careful here.
I know.
I'm trying
I felt
not
the
to
same
be
way.
insensitive.
I know. Well, you're just talking about Chris Cuomo. You're not being insensitive about people who are who have passed away.
He keeps telling us all these tragic things of how bad it is. He's hallucinating. He said he spoke with his dad. He spoke with people from college. He had the chills so bad he chipped a tooth. But magically, when it's time to go live on CNN, he's ready.
Yeah.
And then the next night, he has problems again. He's lost weight. He's done this. But boy, when the cameras come on, he's ready. Look, I understand the show must go on, and there's a component to that we all have to deal with. But if you're as sick as you're saying that you're sick, I don't think that it magically stops.
Minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. As we start a brand new hour on a brand new day on a brand new show, here's the national anthem. Seven and a half minutes past the hour from the Big Boy Studio, out on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. We thank you for being with us today. Much to cover on the program today, so let that begin as soon as we get started today. Also, we'll have a Buffalo Wild Wings Charity Charge update today. We'll tell you about another charity that you have helped out. And we'll give you another opportunity coming up on Monday at participating Buffalo Wild Wings locations. So Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy have knocked out the kickoff hour. If you missed it, look for it in the Rick and Bubba archives today, either on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel. Eddie Van Adler is driving the YouTube channel. Hello, Tubers. Whether you're watching live or on the archive, he's got that handled for you. As we go forward today. Also, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming out this weekend. We do have another one coming up. This one will be the next installment on the ongoing series, Letters from the Audience. So if you would like for your letter to be considered to be part of Rick and Bubba University this weekend, as Bubba and I do our best to answer those, you can send those to Speedy at rickandbubba.com, and he'll take those out, put them in categories. Bubba and I'll kind of peruse through them, and then we'll grab some for this weekend's Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. So speaking of Bubba, there sits the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master out of King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubby.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
I just
another day of life. I put my hand on the dollar bill. So, Bubba, welcome
away.
back. So, you're back, progressing, I assume?
Progressing,
I assume.
Tired but progressing.
Tired but progressing as we continue to recover.
I'm mad at myself because I cut my finger on a cardboard box.
Oh,
you know,
I've had paper cut.
I've had paper cuts, but I've never had a cardboard cut.
Too.
Yes,
and it's
stuff
just
like that hurts more.
It's like a razor
I
cut.
hate
it's horrible.
Hate it.
And you
You're
know,
like,
and it's right in the crease of my finger, so
Hate it.
I keep tearing it apart.
Sure.
And it's aggravating.
I just want to celebrate.
I just want to
had
celebrate.
Had to tape it up and celebrate.
That's
yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Another day of living. Yeah.
Box got
Put
him.
my hand on the dollar bill, but it cut my finger bad.
So I taped it up. I carried on anyhow. So today I mentioned it's a charity charge day. That hypes the guys a little bit. So that means food's coming in. Adler says he has a story out of the life of parenting. We'll get that Adler story today. A lot of you, Nick Saban, sat down and talked to the government yesterday about the NIL and seemed to reveal that did play a big role in him retiring and walking away, as we all talked about, that folks like him, I think that probably would. So we'll grab some of those clips today. I know everybody keeps emailing us, and every single day I see your emails, and I get on the air, and then I forget about this bizarro situation with Space Camp in Huntsville, causing parents to grab their kids and say, you know what, don't think we'll come. And it seems to be, once again, a violation of something that just seems so logical. So we get
that's a shame too, because that's
several
such a
emails
good
about
program.
Oh, it's a great program, and really, it could be everybody in it could be okay if you just use some walking around logic.
Right.
You don't have to go to that next step, even if the person wants to live their life the way they want to live it. That one step, you just say, well, that's denied.
Right.
But anyway, and then explain why it's denied, and everybody ought to go, well, that makes sense. But in the times we're living in now, things just don't. But so we'll hit that story today, because you've been asking us about it all week, and honestly, I just keep forgetting to talk about it. But and it's not a pleasant topic anyway. But we got emails again yesterday, so we'll look at that a little bit today. On the program, Wednesday Bible study is back, so we'll jump into chapter 11 of 2 Corinthians today, live at noon on the YouTube channel. The archive will be available on our YouTube channel and podcast channel not long after. So that's kind of setting the table for the day. We're going. I took a little flack when I got to work today, Bubba, because days vary on how the sleep goes. Last night was one of those nights where the day it was a long day. It was a hey, let's do a little better day. So we were tired from that, and I think I was completely asleep at like 8 o'clock Central Time. So got plenty of sleep. Got up at 4, so that put me here a little bit earlier than sometimes I get early, sometimes I don't now. And when I got here, I noticed that nobody parks near the door. And in my mind, people park near the door a lot. And I noticed that yesterday and today. And I said, is there some reason I shouldn't be parking near the door? Is something wrong over there? And then the guy says, Rick, we never park by the door. Mm-hmm.
Seriously, I don't know where you're coming from.
Except on rainy days.
Well, maybe that was it.
Yeah.
Maybe,
but Bubba, that's not much.
No, I got you.
Mm-hmm.
But I think what happened
Friday it happened. They parked by the door Friday.
Yeah, I think Friday was in my mind, and maybe that's the first time I ever noticed where y'all park ever. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's me. I really am that unaware sometimes of my surroundings.
Rick, we've been here 2 years.
I got you.
And I bet I've parked on the curb you're talking about less than 5 times.
Yeah. By the way, thank you for getting my text I sent you. Hey, let's be baby brothers and wear teal tomorrow.
Yeah. And this is not one of those colors that you actually can usually just happen upon. And we both have it
I
on.
think I wear teal about as much as you park by the door.
Exactly. But Rick, you went on and on about it, and I'll be honest with you, it concerned me.
Well, I didn't know. I just remember Friday.
You didn't know.
I think Friday burned in my mind that everybody was near the door. And then when I came in Monday, nobody was by the door. And I thought, is something wrong with the door?
I never.
Something wrong with the door.
Never. And I thought, well, they've moved all. And you said, y'all, why do y'all park over there?
I just pull in, back up against there, and I like it.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Why don't y'all park by the door?
I don't know. I just always like
just
kind of.
I feel like I got more room on
Is
that
that it?
side. I don't
Yeah,
know
it's
why,
less congested over, like when you're leaving. It's just easier.
I don't know.
I've
some
noticed
reason
you,
I like
kind
to
of
back
and
that way.
forth. You'll go door sometimes and over there whether it rains or not. Yeah.
I don't really think about it. I just pull in and park.
Right. Well, I just, my first thought was something's wrong with the door.
Right.
I thought I
What's
shouldn't
wrong
park
with the
there.
door?
There's poison on the asphalt.
Concerned.
Your tire
Rick,
will pop.
again, I go back to what I'm
just
saying.
didn't know. Well, I know. I mean, I got y'all made it clear. I was just explaining myself. I understand that I haven't noticed where y'all normally park. That's on me. I'm taking full responsibility for it.
He came in. What y'all parking there for? I said, because I park there every day.
Okay.
That's why.
Okay, y'all clarified it. I didn't. I was mistaken.
Sorry that I'm not close as you want me to be. I'm sorry.
No, now I feel safe. I thought I shouldn't park by the door. There's something wrong with it.
Well, you didn't see.
Rick,
that's called peer pressure.
What we look like when you asked? Did we kind of give you that look like what?
Oh no, you look the same way that my wife looks when I start talking about something that I've already told her.
Yeah,
but as if it's breaking news.
Right.
But anyway, what I know, I even Monday went as far as to think they got here, and that guy who tries to do all his work early not to disturb us, he was in their way. I went that far with it.
Really?
I've been thinking about it for days.
It would have made more sense. Rick. It would have made more sense if you came in Friday and go, "Why are y'all all parked up here on the curb?"
That would make more sense.
That would have been. I would have said, "Okay."
I completely get it.
Saying
now.
that's 1%.
You got it somehow flipped.
I was a 180 in the wrong direction. I got it.
You were right.
Huh?
You just had it backwards.
Right.
Reminds me of that time I thought I was going to Birmingham, ended up in South Carolina.
That
I got
happens. I've done that.
I got it.
Welcome to South Carolina.
Yeah.
What? I thought, wow, that's
bad.
Where are all these Georgia and Alabama people so fired up about the Gamecocks?
East.
Why do they keep having that weird leaf on all the signs?
Right. Where am I at?
We'll be back. Let's unpack another one, fellas, when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
1 hour for you to do your TV show during prime time and then picks up again. Maybe it's me. Maybe this is a part of the coronavirus that I have missed in the briefings. I don't know.
And look, I openly admit, I'm having to work through a lot of bias because I know that Cuomo has lied to me and exaggerated before. And so, to me, he's little Chris who cried wolf, and many times when I knew there wasn't any wolf. And so I'm not saying that that's the case this time, but I will admit I'm having to look through that bias filter. If it was somebody that I trusted more, I'd be going, hey, man, we got to take him at his word. And so anyway, so I want you to listen to this. And we're not medical doctors, and some of you, I know we play them on the show, but maybe some of you can help. He's claiming that it's not about him not eating. He's claiming that the disease. What's that?
That's not going to work.
But that's. All right. We're getting an echo there. He's claiming. Well,
I'm coming out. I'm leaving.
All right. A little something there on a little shoot from the hip there. He's claiming that the disease, the actual disease, is taking the weight away from him because he's eating and drinking the way he's supposed to. But he says he's sweating it out, and the disease is taking weight off of him to the tune of 13 pounds in 3 days, even though he's eating and drinking.
I don't think you can sweat out 13 pounds.
Well, that's what I was thinking. I mean,
well, again, if he's having symptoms that bad, that's understandable. But would you be on the air? I mean, just don't be on the air. Get better, and then get on the air and tell everybody how bad it was. But it certainly seems that there's a window every night during prime time that this disease lets up.
Well,
yeah.
It's so true.
Right on schedule.
It's so true.
Look, if I had those symptoms, this is what y'all would say. That's it.
Greg showed us what we would see. It's nothing but his name and a dark.
Yeah. Because you know why? I wouldn't be available. They go, guess what? Greg ain't gonna be on today. Why? He was shaking so bad he chipped a tooth. Oh, I understand. We may not hear from him for a week.
Right. And too, Rick, you make a good point. I've checked out his show before,
right?
And you go over there, and they're just so ridiculous the way that they take things out of context, and I know the way Trump speaks. You know the way he speaks. Yes. He speaks like a New York cab driver. So he doesn't speak in exacts. He speaks in general terms about things. If something is unbelievable or it's giant,
tremendous,
or whatever,
tremendous. He loves tremendous.
Yeah, yeah, and Cuomo and them just pick him apart because everything is not exact. But the way his type of speech does not dictate direct things like a lot like I speak, as a matter of fact.
Well,
so, but you see them do that night in, night out. It's kind of hard to really buy into some of this you see now that looks just a little odd.
Well, I go to this. It goes back to this again. Every night that I've ever watched Chris Cuomo on CNN, or every time his show was on, it was the end of the world. And so, I mean, I've never watched a show during the Trump administration that it wasn't the end of the world. And then when Obama was president, every time I watched it, it's the greatest country and the greatest presidency we've ever seen. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, look, to Greg's point, and Greg, you hit it dead on. If I am so sick that my relatives who have passed on are coming into my room to visit with me, and for some reason my friends from college, which I hadn't figured out without yet, what did my friends from college doing in here? Mm-hmm. Are they dead, or did they just come like our college years pick back up? COVID-19 took me back to Sigma Chi. I mean, what are we talking about? I mean, it's like, so if I'm hallucinating I'm seeing people that aren't there, and my teeth are chipping from the shakes I have. It's almost, though, and look, we're going to use a little inside industry comments, but you already touched on it, Bubba. It's almost as if COVID-19, it has a hard break at the top of the hour. It's like no matter what you do, it stops in time for Chris Cuomo to get on the air.
So if you're having these symptoms during the night, you probably are having them at that time of the day too. I mean, like I say, I don't know. I'm not an expert on it, and I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, although he doesn't do that to anybody else. But
sure.
It just seems a little odd to me. I've had chills before. I think everybody has.
Yeah.
I know when you get in the cryotherapy machine, it'll make your teeth chatter. I have never, ever heard of anybody chipping a tooth from their teeth chattering, ever.
No, and I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I'm with you.
No, I'm not either. I'm just saying that's the first one I've ever heard of.
I'm not. How about this? I'm not saying it didn't happen, but it sounds like I'm insinuating I don't think it happened. but the 22 minutes now past the hour. An update. Look, the Rick and Bubba Show, your Iditarod resource. We stay on top of the Iditarod, as you all know, and we cover it wall to wall and treetop tall. So, Bubba, you can't stop Seavey. You cannot stop Seavey. You can kill his dogs. You can kill his dogs and not stop him.
A moose tried to stop him. He couldn't do it.
A
penalty tried to stop him.
The death of 3 dogs could not stop him.
So, Rick, he overcame being attacked by a moose, losing dogs, having a time penalty of 2 hours, and numerous other things to win his 6th Iditarod race.
You cannot stop Seavey. Seavey is the Tom Brady. He's the GOAT of the Iditarod. Do we agree?
Oh, he is. Right now, he's the walking dog.
Do you think like, I don't know how the Iditarod works. Do you have, like, if you're a Seavey fan, do you have Seavey hats and Seavey shirts, Seavey banners?
I don't know that anybody would ever see it because you got so many coats on.
Right. Well, it's 1,000 miles. Do you have like a Seavey flag outside your cabin, your igloo?
Think about how far they went and just using dog power. Well, I mean, you see how they could navigate up there even before it was, ultra modern.
I hate to get PETA started, but
yeah,
I'll tell you how far it is. So far, it kills dogs.
Rick,
well, a moose.
They're already on him.
Well,
he lost a couple of dogs that outside the moose attack.
That's what I'm talking about. Some of them just died from the trip.
Yeah, and it looks like it was. He had 3 sled dogs that died, including 2 on Sunday.
Dang.
1 seriously injured, and the deaths have prompted PETA.
I knew it.
To renew its call for the end of the Iditarod.
I knew that was coming. I couldn't believe they were letting this go.
Mm-hmm.
I think the dogs love it.
Oh, yeah.
I think they like it.
Have they got
little
like the
footies
challenge on? Have they got little shoes?
Who knows what they have?
Did you see the dog?
I want to see the great Seavey come in.
Like that on.
I wanted to see the great Seavey come in. Look at the crowd welcoming Seavey.
Man, that's a
long trip, y'all.
1,000 miles, Greg? Yeah, that's a long
1,000. 1,000.
You talking about 1,000 miles
I was
with
surprised
dogs?
only 3 dogs died.
How many people live in Nome, Alaska? That's a pretty big crowd there.
No,
everybody's there.
They got the town square ready to go.
Oh, it's like Gobbler's Knob. Everybody comes out.
It looks kind of like Gobbler's Knob, doesn't it? I love those little old downtown
Look,
areas.
those dogs are thinking, thank goodness we're here.
His winning time was 9 days, 2 hours, and 16 minutes
Good
to
night.
travel
Look at
1,000 miles.
You could not stop Seavey. Did y'all hear everything that was thrown in front of Seavey? He
I
couldn't
would
be
not.
stopped.
I would not want to drive in a car that far.
No.
Okay, much less
No.
ride a sled with dogs.
No. I mean, that's.
I bet they are ready to run every morning.
Here's what I don't get.
Except the ones
He
that
only wins $55,000. You go through all that.
How much?
It seems $55,000.
That doesn't seem.
It doesn't seem like a lot.
I'll take it, but that was a lot for $55,000.
He's 37 and
Stupid
has
government.
now become the winningest musher in the 51-year history of the Iditarod.
What about you go 1,000 miles with dogs? Somebody gives you
Golly.
$55,000. The government says, "Now we'd like to have ours, please."
Yeah.
Can I ask you this? How?
About that?
I don't know. I know they have layovers, obviously, and they have these checkpoints, right? Or do they camp out in the snow too?
They camp out.
Yeah, I think
They
they're-
camp the whole way.
I think they're in the middle of it.
Now, it's somewhere along the way
how do you
when they
camp
take that
without-
overnight break. Is that a camp or do I get a hotel?
I don't know. I don't know. These
Where are
places.
hotels out there? But they ain't many of
They
them.
may have a
Not even
bunk-
Hamilton.
Since you're part of the route, they may have like a bunkhouse or something.
Yeah.
How do they?
Doing bunkhouse.
How do
I
they
went with
carry the
bunkhouse.
food to feed the dogs? I mean, that would be
You
you'd
gotta
need a
have your
truck.
packing.
You'd need a truck
You
to carry
would.
all that
On the You would.
sled.
So how about
they
he
can't
won
carry all
the
that
he
on
won the
the
championship
3 of them starved.
in 2014, 15, 16, 21, and now 24, and he was tied with Rick Swenson with 5 titles. Swenson won in 77, 79, 81, 82, and 91. That's unbelievable.
We haven't
But
seen
now-
anything like this since Swenson.
But
Let me ask
now he's the winningest.
What do you think? I mean, I know nothing about it. What makes him so good? Better
Well,
than they
yeah.
all got dogs pulling a sled. I mean,
that's what we got to look
it's
into.
like
Is it
when
the
you've had-
dogs?
It's like when you've had racers dominate NASCAR. Jimmy Johnson had that run, and different ones. You go, what are they doing different?
There is obviously
And of
something.
course-
Yes,
that
he found a
he's
certain
doing.
breed of dogs that are really fast, and because how does he?
No, I don't think that's it. He may train them different, or
That's what I'm saying.
be
He
more
must-
efficient with them.
I know it may not
all he's doing
garner.
riding on the thing.
It may not garner a huge audience. I acknowledge that. It will
Right.
garner. It would bring me in. I want to see a documentary like we would see on all the greats at their sport or their hobby or their challenge. I want to see a documentary on why Seavey's so great. I want to know what makes him great. I want to know how he wins all the time. What does he do, as Bubba pointed out, that the others can't seem to master? I got to know. Would you watch it?
Yes, absolutely.
And it
I'm
was just called
curious.
Seavey?
I'm curious now. I mean, if I get to sit down today, I'm probably going to start looking for videos on what makes him better than everybody.
Somebody surely looked into it.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
do they have restrictor plate? Iditarod? I mean, do they
Yeah,
say
they-
the dogs
that's
can
funny.
only be so big or so strong?
Well, he obviously trains the dogs,
And
so
he-
that's a big part of it. I mean, he may have some kind of secret on how he trains
They're probably
dogs.
on steroids.
I had no idea, but
Craig.
he
Could be.
I think they
he
test
he
all
didn't
that.
he didn't just kind of start off with, hey, I'm gonna be a musher and all this kind of stuff. He was a wrestler at first. I didn't even know this, and he won a USA National Wrestling Championship in the 125-pound Greco-Roman division in
So he's a little
2003.
fella. That helps.
But after 5 years without a dog dying during the race, 2 on separate teams collapsed and died Sunday. The other died Tuesday, and efforts to resuscitate them were unsuccessful on the 3 dogs.
Do you have to gut them too?
No,
Rick.
no, Rick.
No, Rick, I think you leave them. They're not
Rick
being
Burgess.
concerned.
That was a legitimate
Rick
question.
Burgess.
That was a legitimate
So
question.
the headline is a little
You get out
misleading.
there,
It
yeah,
makes it
sorry.
look like that Seavey's dogs had 3 dogs that died.
Yeah.
But after reading this, it says
3 overall.
3 overall. It says
So Seavey's dogs didn't die?
2 on separate teams collapsed and died Sunday, and another died Tuesday.
Any of Seavey's dogs die?
Let's see.
Well, yeah,
here.
he had the one kill, or
No,
he
he
was
just
hurt
injured.
by the
He
moose.
just injured.
Just
But
injured.
didn't he lose another one?
Yeah, he lost the one for the moose, but I don't know about
Yeah.
him.
No, yeah, they took it to the hospital. It
was
survived.
injured when he shot and killed the moose. But anyway, the headline made it look like all his dogs died, but it looks like it was from a couple of
Well,
different.
Bubba
teams.
noticed that he was down to fewer dogs, though. Maybe he just
Yeah.
takes some of them out at some point. Like,
What happened with that?
yeah,
Man, this guy.
I got to know more about Seavey.
Yeah.
The monster.
the king of the Iditarod. We haven't seen anything like this since Swenson. We'll be back. Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I am saying it is odd that the symptoms appear to take a break right at top of the hour during prime time for his show.
Rick, I'm not saying it didn't happen, but it didn't.
Right. I got to tell you, I got a real issue with it. But hey, baby.
I don't believe that if one of y'all had those symptoms that we would go, okay, well, ask him if he can come on about 8.
No,
You would go, okay, he's out. He's done.
Look, I'll continue to do the show if I get COVID-19 and my symptoms are mild and I don't even really know I have it and I would have gone to work anyway.
Right.
Then I'll be away from y'all and I'll get on the air. But if I'm seeing people from the dead and my college friends for some reason, and I'm chipping teeth because I'm rattling so hard, y'all can't count on me when the show starts.
13 pounds in 3 days, too.
Yeah, if I'm losing 13 pounds, if I'm sweating to the point, even though I'm eating, don't miss that. He says I'm eating like I'm supposed to, and the COVID is knocking 13 pounds off of me because it just devours my body. I'm sorry, y'all can't count on me for a cut-in.
Yeah, Rick, when you pranked us and said you had a 101, we weren't thinking you were on.
No,
y'all knew, you were like, hey, he's gone.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, of course, we didn't ask about how you felt, but we thought
y'all immediately worried about how it was going to affect y'all. But look, that's fine. You got to know the guy. You got to know the guys you run with. But
and I don't have a fever. I do not have a fever. My pregnant wife just has the thermostat on 60 degrees. Just that's why I'm wearing a hoodie.
Right.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, you're living in like Antarctica.
Yeah.
Inside that
for
house
her right now, baby.
That's right. And also Adler has not joined the Druids.
No. Or Antifa.
Or Antifa. Yes, he's not headed to Stonehenge. He doesn't care about the spring equinox. All right, top of the hour. Thanks for being on the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past. Rick and Bubba, we're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG's our number from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. You got Speedy. You got yours truly. Number one here, and then you got Stretch Armstrong handling duties here in our intern program, earning his degree in common sense. That now has become a superpower. All across our home state of Sweet Home, Alabama, we've got Helmsy, we got Greg, we got Adler. They're coming to us via Zoom from their homes. And also we welcome back for a brand new hour, also via Zoom, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you. We're broadcasting and getting through the pandemic in a broadcasting closet.
Hey, answer me this. We call your original setup Radio Free Bubba.
Right.
Do you have a name for our secondary location that none of us like as much, including you, I don't think? But I
like, I just like calling it the broadcasting closet.
The broadcasting closet. But I mean,
matter of fact, it's getting a little hot in here. I'm gonna have to get somebody.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's better light right there.
Yeah. When I was there at y'all's lake place, it looked like you had a big old area down there at the bottom of that too, like you have at home. So why are you in a closet?
Well, I don't know exactly what room you're talking about. It's we're
I call it your piddling room, a big old piddling room down there, like a little shop.
Well, yeah, the workshop area.
Yeah.
It's it's concrete, so it's got a real echo to it, and lighting's not real good, and don't have a lot of connection. So we're over here, making use of the ham closet, making it the broadcast closet.
All right, well, that explains why those jeans are hanging there behind you. So
and Bubba, with you wearing the glasses on the end of your nose like you do, you can see what you're looking at through your lens.
Yeah, there it is. Well, and we were talking about I'm
gonna hip them up. I'm gonna give me something like Chris had.
How about it was so funny. I couldn't believe the question that Bubba asked Chris Tomlin yesterday, but it's funny. But I was we were in the break, and and you're talking about what we're going to discuss when we get back and everything. And it's hard enough to get everybody's attention when everybody's here,
right?
And I've noticed, like I say, once the bed music starts in here, nobody listens to me going to the break. Nobody,
right?
And because I'll be asked, hey, what we doing? Come back. And I said, well, I'll tell you what I said. We were going to the break, but anyway, and I'll just check it, make sure we're still going to do that. So it's hard to get everybody to pay attention. Period. But now that you have over half the show on location. You talk about not listening to you.
Oh.
And so Speedy was just carrying on about something in the break. I look up, most of the crew had signed completely off. It was just blank up there. Greg claimed he was laying on the couch. Bubba tried to pretend that he was interested in it, and that the reason why he wouldn't respond is because he was just trying to picture what you were saying, like he was really
I
into
heard
it.
what he said, but I was like, how big of a roll of toilet paper are we talking about?
Right. It was about some person having a roll of toilet paper in the yard. And then I admitted that I just wasn't listening, and I'm sitting right across from him.
That's good.
Yeah, I was tuned out and kind of looking at things in front of me. So I apologize for what just happened. It was a... All right, so we work our way back. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. These everyday earbuds are all the rage in Rick and Bubba land. We love them. The audience loves them. If you are on the outside looking in, you could love them. About half the price of the other premium audio brands. That's got your attention. Well, we're gonna go further. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba get you free shipping and another 20% off. Look, no matter what you're doing, whether you're working out, trying to do a little better, just doing chores around the house, they're comfortable in your ears. They stay there. Their optimized gel tips make them so much more comfortable than the competition. They don't look ridiculous like some of the competing earbuds do. 8 hours of playtime, 32-hour battery life. You don't have to worry about whether they're up for the task. They are. They come with 3 customizable sound profiles, noise isolation, and awareness mode. Perfect for listening to anything, anywhere. Tens of thousands of 5-star reviews out there, so we're not alone. So get that extra 20% off and free shipping by getting your everyday earbuds from BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. That's BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. Also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So Nick Saban, the NIL, when we were getting into the playoffs this year, we began to predict. It didn't take a lot of knowledge to just know enough about Nick Saban to think and say, it's possible that the environment in which he now coaches, with unlimited transfer portals and now NIL deals and these athletes, they don't have to stay. They can leave anytime. They're looking for millions of dollars. That this may not be the environment that coaches like Nick Saban desire to stay in. I think we're going to find out that was an accurate prediction. He's talking to some sort of subcommittee with the government. He's got the athletic director with him from University of Alabama, Greg Byrne.
Yes, correct. There's also some other members there associated from different there is collective associations there. There's commissioners of conferences there. There's actually people that have made a ton of money in the Cavender sisters who play basketball, big NIL deals.
Okay.
Their agent, they're all there. So this is just a discussion that's been going on. They're just trying to put some legislation together to regulate these college sports. And this is the start to all that.
Yeah, because I see Cruz there too, so there's definitely senators.
Correct.
There.
Yes. Yes.
All right. So here's about a minute and 50 of what Saban had to say.
You just retired from a amazingly and historically significant coaching career. How much did the current chaos and state of the law contribute to your decision to retire now?
Well, all the things that I believed in for all these years, 50 years of coaching, no longer exist in college athletics. So it's always was about developing players. It was always about helping people be more successful in life. My wife even said to me, we'd have all the recruits over on Sunday with their parents for breakfast, and she would always meet with the mothers and talk about how she was going to help and impact their sons and how they would be well taken care of. And she came to me, like right before I retired and said, why are we doing this? And I said, what do you mean? She said, all they care about is how much you're going to pay them. They don't care about how you're going to develop them, which is all what we've always done. So why are we doing this? So, to me, that was sort of a red alert that we really are creating a circumstance here that is not beneficial to the development of young people, which is why I always did what I did. My dad did it. I did it. So, and that's the reason that I always like college athletics more than the NFL, is because you had the opportunity to develop young people. So, and I want their quality of life to be good. I think, as I said before, name, image, and likeness is a great opportunity for them to create a brand for themselves. I'm not against that at all. But to come up with some kind of a system that still can help the development of young people, I think, is paramount to the future of college athletics.
Yeah, he went on. Yeah, it was that whole thing was fascinating, and he went on to say too that he obviously speaks to NFL coaches every day, and he said there's two things that are showing up over the last 2 years in the NFL that they have never seen before, and it's entitlement. They're coming there with thinking they need more than they actually, and not just from a money standpoint. And then the other thing is they're not developed,
right?
Because they are not they're bouncing around, and they're not allowing their self to go through this process.
Getting the money has short circuited the growth process of them as a player and probably as an individual.
That's correct.
Which is a shame. You can't have both. But and maybe you could, but you're going to have some regulation of this that the courts are going to allow, and they have been unwilling to do that so far.
Well, here's the big concern, and we know this analogy. It's been around a long time. I'm looking over here, and I see Pandora's box, and the top's off of it.
Yep.
And
there she went.
And now how you get this back in the box, now that it's out? So you needed to kind of get there before it got out. Now you got to go and take things that people have experienced and pull it away from them, and now try to get all this back in a box, and then say, let's start over. Ooh, that's going to be.
You may be surprised. I think the only way they're going to do this, and this is going to sound strange, but I mentioned it the other day, is let the players unionize. Then they're going to have to live by their bargaining agreement.
Yeah.
So that's the only way you can reel this in.
Of course, if I'm an Arch Manning, you can't give me that union. You know,
you really don't, because you're doing pretty well on your own.
I don't need a union, but
it'll have to balance out.
No,
look, the
right.
free market will eventually get it right, but there's a sloshing process before the water settles, and we're seeing it sloshed one way. It was too far the other way. It's too far the other way.
Isn't
now.
that human nature?
We got to get back to a system that really works for everybody.
We as human beings, we'll take that pendulum and we just get behind it and we just sling it as hard as we can in the other direction. We need to sometimes just make a slight adjustments, not just swing completely the other way.
And you have to have the free market will work, but you have to have rules that you live within.
Yeah.
And right now, those rules have been disbarred, and it's just all over the place.
And Saban spoke about that yesterday in regards to the collectives. He said we've turned this into whoever can raise more money and pay more to the players is going to be successful.
And
that's what it is right now.
Yeah. And we as fans, even with the 12-team playoff, we're going to sit around and watch the same 4 teams play every year.
Yeah.
Because they're going to be so far ahead of everybody else on what and because I'm going to think.
They've always it would have been the same 4 probably without NIL, but the rich getting richer, or will some of the smaller teams be able to pull some talent away that's sitting on the bench?
When you see a starter for a team that is a perennial playoff team leave, that's when you're like, well, good gracious! I mean, what else did he need? And you know what it is? More money.
That's it.
Yeah, and so. That's when you realize, okay, they're going to just jump around everywhere, jumping from one deal to another deal, and there'll be no development, like y'all both said, of their character or their skills. And when you take males at this age, and I know some of you don't like when I say this, but keep in mind this is a male actually talking who is the father of lots of sons as well. Is there really is nothing dumber than that awkward stage between teenager and grown man. Right in there is a lot of stupidity, okay, and brain not fully developed, and males mature slower than females. They just do.
Oh, there have been plenty of studies that 25 to 29 is when you're fully matured in your brain, and so and by the way, it's the decision making process that is late to come.
So we're going to.
Some of us never develop.
You're right. Yeah. But we're going to when a male is likely his dumbest. Now that doesn't mean that he's not intelligent. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about wisdom.
I got you.
I'm talking about wisdom. And just like the woman who got mad at me one year, I want you to know my son's an Eagle Scout. Well, that just means he's good at scouts.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean he has any wisdom.
Yeah.
My son makes straight A's. That means he's just good at school. That doesn't mean he have wisdom. And so that wisdom has to be developed. And for males, it takes a little longer. And we're taking the time when males are trying to be independent, but they're not quite ready for it. And we're throwing at them millions of dollars. The ability to decide to leave somewhere if they don't like anything at any time, and we're throwing all that at them, and we expect them to become fully developed athletes and with their character intact. That's got to be as dumb an idea as you could ever throw out there, and something, as you guys say, I don't pretend to have the answers, but this system we have right now, like Saban said, the coaches are becoming almost irrelevant. I mean, they can't do their job because I can't develop people that won't stay here.
Yeah.
And I can't. Now I've got to recruit them. Then I got to get them to stay with their commitment. Then I got to get them to stay here when they get here. And then I got to always hear from them that they can get a better. And then I got to get a deal better than what somebody else is offering. And
I think, and it's caused a whole paradigm shift. I think, and you're already seeing this in the money, and we talked about that earlier.
Yeah.
Money in college athletics was going to coach and facilities. Okay, that's where all that force was going. There was built up money that needed to go, couldn't go to the players, went to that. You're seeing it move into the NILs. It's moving away. That's why the universities want control of that.
And what did you say about that guy that was a donor? You need to tell that. We didn't say that on there. The guy said he's not giving anymore because he was given, for the development of the program, and now he feels like he's given so somebody can have a Corvette.
Yeah, there's all kind of stories about that, but but you're going to see, I think, a move from these facilities and the $9 and $10 million a year coaches. You're going to see some of that fall off to the NIL, and if they would just reinstate some rules and let the NCAA, who by the way is the organization that all the schools put together to run everything. I mean, they're not like some dictatorship. The schools can change the way the NCAA does it at any time. So, but you got to have some rules out there. If they would have rules, let somebody transfer once, put some ties to it. You can't talk about NIL until you're actually an athlete on a team, and that be the icing on the cake.
Yeah.
I think things like that would help it, but it's wide open.
They
There's
say
no
it
rules
is
now.
a 50-50 chance, and they had it at 60-40, that there will not be anything done by the time the election. And they thought that they would be able to get some kind of legislation put in front of somebody to vote on, but now it's probably not going to happen. They're running out of time.
Yep. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It was a tough moment on you, and when you started just trying to end it and talking to yourself, this was something we might want to think about if you want to. And he started doing that trail off.
Listen, I was kicked back, resting my eyes.
Yeah.
And I even had my screen off and everything, but I could hear y'all. And I heard him. He went through and he goes to nothing. I mean, he got zipped. I think that's pretty good. I mean, he got zipped.
All right. So, Greg, wait a minute. You've accumulated over the last 5 days or 4 days. You've accumulated another 8 hours of sleep. What are you doing laying in there on the couch?
Late night last night.
Yeah, he fed the show here and had to drive back pretty late. And
I got
of course,
about 1 o'clock.
I felt like I. Go ahead, Greg. I'm sorry.
Say it again.
I said I'm still ahead on sleep though, but even though.
Yeah.
I wasted my thumbs because I texted yesterday to the Good Time Gang. We have a little separate group text, and I said the following, and I knew I shouldn't have even hit send. Hey, bud, you're getting back in the middle of the night. We got the kickoff hour if you just want to join the main hour. I get nothing for hours. And I'm like, okay, that means he's coming in. And then he finally comes with this weird reply that comes to just me because he's got a droid.
Sure, yeah.
And he said, I'm working tomorrow. And that was it. So that told me that I wasted my time saying it, but I just offered it up.
And I'll tell you one thing I noticed when I got up today and fired my phone up, and I said, wonder Bubba's still with us. Apparently, in the middle of the night last night, Bubba had put out anybody want to test Zoom. Mm-hmm. And I was like, what time was he throwing that out there? I was like,
well, I mean, when I got here, I had waited as long as I could to try to take care of some other things that had to be done. And,
yes.
And when I finally got here, I thought, well, I don't need to wait to hook this up to the morning because what if it's screwed up? You know, I need to try to do it tonight. So I was up. I mean, I was like Greg. I was up in the middle of the night. I think it was about 9:30.
It was 9:30.
I texted Bubba back and told him I was, but see, my messages messed everything up. I'm done with the group text because
what have you done?
I'm getting stuff from y'all and it's confusing because it comes. I'm done with it.
He's done, Speedy. Don't even say anything else. Just say okay.
He's right.
Okay, bud.
Okay, man.
Sounds good.
So individually, we'll reach out to you one-on-one.
I guess we're gonna have to because it's confusing.
Now look, listen, everybody. Everybody, listen. When he gets this tone, just simply say that sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
That's good, Greg.
Give him what he wants.
I tried to help Bubba last night, but I guarantee you the confusion from the group text thing messed it up.
Bubba,
that's good, Greg.
I got up when I saw it, Bubba. When I fired my phone up this morning, I said, "I'll tell you what Bubba got on that was crickets."
Yeah.
And I thought, what's he doing out in the middle of the night? That looks like 9:20 something.
No,
Rick,
couldn't believe it.
Rick, I actually got a chance to see Bubba yesterday. He came by the house and dropped off some things, but he would not come within 25 feet of me. And
well, isn't that what they said to do? I mean, isn't that what the president asked us to do? That's all I'm doing.
I told him, I said, why don't you pull down the driveway and hang out a minute? And he said, nope. I'll drop them at the top. And but what I thought was funny is he was driving around Birmingham yesterday with his blue gloves on.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Bill Bussey.
Yeah, I got called.
Well, I was getting in and out. I had to pick up packages. I had to get gas. I mean, I had a lot of things going on. I wasn't going to go shake hands with danger.
I saw yesterday when we talked about getting gas, and they said if you have a shortage on the gloves, everybody says these freezer bags are perfect. Okay. Just take a freezer bag, close them on each hand, grab the deal, fill it up, take the freezer bag. You just hold your hand over the trash can, pull your hand out of it, and it's gone.
Yeah.
We're being told, and there's all kind of stories today that the president and his counsel is going to start advising us all to wear masks anyway. So we're going to look like they used to in China all the time. And I can't wait to see Greg and his, honestly.
Come on.
But I got to go back to this again, and I know they said they changed their mind. We were told if you didn't have Xbox 95, if you didn't have that or whatever it's called, all you're doing is keeping touching your face anyway because it's not sealed on the side or on the top and the bottom. So now we've changed our mind on that. We take it back.
Here's the thing: anything is better than nothing. Trump even said if you don't have that, put a scarf on. Mm-hmm. So I think anything's better than nothing. That's the bottom line. And we really don't know everything about this virus. If we did, we'd already have a cure for it, and it wouldn't have happened. And look, part of it, as the good, who was the guy we had on from FEMA the other day from Louisiana?
No way I'll come up with that name. Fuswa?
Yeah. Rick.
Was that close?
What was that name, Rick?
It was a Cajun name, Fuswa.
Oh, my God.
My headphones cut out.
It's 8 minutes now to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba. Thank you for being with us today. Our number 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we'll get some of your phone calls before the day is done. We'll get an update from Buffalo Wild Wings on the latest charity charge and give you another opportunity coming up next segment. Adler, we have a story from him today out of Life of Adler. We'll have that today, and then, of course, there's other stories to cover. So, Bubba, they're saying it's official now, based on all the different primaries out there, I guess. They tabulate all this. Donald Trump officially becomes the Republican nominee. And he will now head into a rematch with the very impressive Joe Biden. So they now have both got what they need to be the nominee.
We got a rematch on our hands.
The nominee until Biden goes to Chicago and they replace him with Michelle Obama.
Right up to that point.
Right up to that. That's what we have now.
I do think it's going to make prosecuting Trump harder.
Mm-hmm.
Because his claim of election interference now as the given nominee will raise the stakes on that a little bit. So any judge that goes with that is going to risk heavy scrutiny.
Right. I can't believe it. I know we mentioned it, that we have over 330 million people in this country, and we have come to the conclusion that we want these two again. I just
77 and 81.
It just
best we got, Rick.
it just seems to boggle the mind a little bit.
I really did think we might see a generational shift in this a little bit.
Right, right.
We kind of had this set up in the 50s when Eisenhower had been in.
Right.
And, they made a big shift to a younger JFK.
Yeah.
And I kind of thought that the electric may look that way, but apparently we said we want some more of what we've had.
Vote Trump. Yeah, baby, vote Trump.
It's hard to wrap your mind around, and if you're ready for me to boggle the mind even more, it's going to be difficult for Trump to win.
Yeah.
I know that y'all don't believe that, and I know you don't think that. This country, if you can believe it or not, teeters. I mean, literally teeters on the Republicans losing the Senate, losing the majority. Okay,
only a 2-seat majority
Right.
now in the House because we've had a representative step down.
I know y'all can't believe it.
Yeah.
With all that's going on. But it is. I'm talking about. We are. It is a fragment of the Democrats even taking more power, and that including Biden and Harris and the Senate,
and the crazy things we report on every day.
And
seem very odd.
I know that boggles everyone's mind. It does mine as well. And I don't know whether
for Trump to win, everything will have to line up perfect.
Perfect. And I'm not even talking about, I mean, and I don't know what to do about it, because I know some of you are saying, what can we do about it? I don't really know. And I'm sorry to say that. I hate to be a person who points to a problem, but I don't have the solution yet. I don't know whether there is, listen, I'm just going to throw them all out there. I'm not saying any of these things are going on, emailers and chat room people, okay? But I'm just saying that one of the options is we may not have fair elections anymore. That's one option. I'm not saying that's the problem. I'm just saying that is one option. I will say another option, which nobody wants to hear, not even me. Okay, I include myself in that group, that we grossly underestimate the hate of Trump. That we think it's not that big a deal, and if people
it's real.
and if people can see how bad things are, why can't they get over it?
Yeah.
I agree with that, but I'm also talking about the real world, and in the real world, he is not a slam dunk to be president. I'm just telling you. And you need to prepare yourself for that, and you don't need to be apathetic about this, thinking, well, it's so bad, and Trump's economy and other things were so good, surely people can see we can't stay on the track we're on. I agree with you on that. But don't you dare think that that's a foregone conclusion.
No.
Because it's not.
Rick,
this is going to be much harder than you think it is.
Let me tell you what we need.
Yeah.
We need about 7 million Bible-believing, conservative, hardworking entrepreneurs to move to California and take that state out. Because I think you're seeing that game plan now in Texas on the other side, so we're going to have to flip it around.
Well, I told you, I talked to...
But most people that would fit that mold are too busy doing what they do, loving what they love, spending time with their family. They don't want to do that.
Well, a pastor friend of this show that left Birmingham to be called to California to try to make change, I just met with him about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
And,
how'd that go?
He said, if you think you have seen the wackadoodle, you ain't seen nothing yet. Come to California. He said that is the most bizarre place on the planet.
And to have such good weather.
I know.
I know.
Yeah.
So
well, you have a few mudslides and earthquakes. I got that.
And it rains for a week and
a
good.
fire.
But how about this, Burge? Unless Chicago does something different at the when the Democrats have their convention and they replace Biden, or he has some health issue that keeps him from being able to run, which I don't know.
Watch the movie Dave.
What's the standard there? He hasn't.
Dave.
So Joe Biden hasn't made it to that criteria yet that he cannot be president. Apparently not. So I don't know what that standard is, but barring something happening to Biden or Trump, this is our choices again.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost unbelievable to think that. I'm telling you, all this speaks more to the people than it does to these candidates. Yeah, it really does. Top of the hour, we'll be back. We're going to talk about, we're going to celebrate what you, the audience, have already done for a great organization and give you another opportunity coming up on Monday, right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All that.
Yeah.
But
Foo.
I think I'm having a connection
Swat.
problem.
Foo. Swat.
What are we talking about?
I don't even know. What are we talking about?
I tell you what, that'll get.
Here it is.
That'll wake,
Airborne.
that'll wake the
There's
sleepy folks up. On everybody up now?
There's airborne and there's airborne. You know, we knew we had airborne viruses. Now this one, they said, well, it's just, you know, when you sneeze, it can go 26 foot and it can hang in there for a minute and blah, blah, blah. But I really think that this thing is airborne. There's a component.
Bubba, don't say that on the air. You come on. You. What are you doing?
Tell me this. How is it spreading like it is?
Well,
I mean, this is not your normal run of the mill, run of the main flu type thing.
He said, sure, it's airborne as far as a distance, but it's not like out there rolling around.
Well, he said there's airborne and there's airborne. There's two different ones.
We'd have more people sick than we have now. Everybody be sick.
Well.
Well said.
Have you seen these numbers?
Break it down, kid.
Yeah.
prove me wrong. That's what I'd love.
Thanks, buddy. You're gonna you're gonna be in the paper today. So I ain't taking any calls on that.
I'm just telling you, I'm not a doctor. I just look how it spread.
Contact the closet. You'll find him there.
That's right. He's down at the closet. If I want to talk to him. We'll be back 15 minutes past.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Everybody good this morning?
Well, there's a lot to celebrate as we kicked off yesterday, the most important week in the history of the world.
It is, and there's a lot of irony tied into this week in our country and our current events, and we'll talk about that today. Hope everybody's doing good. No fevers in the group yet, huh?
No, it's we've had so far so good with the staff, unless there's something that no one has emailed and texted about. It's really bizarre because I was telling you guys and updating you on some of the things that were just going on with people that we knew. You know, we had Charles Billingsley. Somebody let me know that he has COVID-19. I texted with him a little bit. Obviously, he's not feeling great, so it's not like it was rapid fire back and forth. But his bottom line was he was about, I guess today would be day 9 for him because I talked to him via text on day 7. And he just said it was very, very difficult. It was a very harsh flu. And then on the other end of the spectrum, friends of ours and friends of all of you, we had a family where the dad was exposed momentarily at work. They were convinced they all had it. They've been sick. The son hasn't been that sick, but mom and dad have all what you would think would be the symptoms of COVID-19. They get their test back. First of all, the son came back negative. Then mom and dad came back negative, and they say that none of them have COVID-19, that all they have is something that is just a normal seasonal thing. So
well, good news there.
Yeah, it is good news, but it makes it. It's just bizarre. You just. It's when you take just the normal stuff and mix it in with this, it plays for a bizarre environment right now.
Well, and the fact that you can be asymptomatic or not showing any symptoms and you're passing it along to everybody. Then when you get a test, it may be 3 days, it may be 3 weeks when you get it back. It's tough out there. You just don't know. It's just hard to get a handle on what's going on and move forward with it with any logic,
Yeah, well, and we'll talk about some of those decisions today, and then some of the, some of the original ideas that percolated about where it originated, and then that was kind of put down. Now it's percolating back to the top again. That maybe that is a possibility. It shouldn't have been ruled out so quickly. And that's that goes back to its origination, which I know origination probably. We certainly need to know that, but right now we're into how can we get it under control. Even if we figure out origination, we still got the same problem we got, but maybe it can help us in the future. So we'll continue to work through that and kind of give you the update and the very difficult decisions that lie ahead for our country. Because one thing that has to be stopped and I heard was it Limbaugh say this word, and I've heard others say it too. I guess it was last week. We got to stop saying that the decisions that lie ahead are lives versus money. No, it's lives versus lives.
Yeah.
Welcome back. A brand new hour. Thank you for being with us as we all move forward on another Rick and Bubba show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba
experience. And it is an experience. The Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge, release the buffalo. Here we go. Let's talk about, first of all, Bubba, what the Rick and Bubba audience has already done. Tim Spencer is here, and Tim runs all the participating Buffalo Wild Wings locations in Alabama. 10% of food sales, when it is a charity charge opportunity, go to the given charity of the month. These include Alabaster, Alabama, Birmingham on Highway 280, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover on John Hawkins Parkway, downtown Birmingham, 4th Avenue South, Trussville, Pell City, Oxford, Chelsea, and then a couple of Buffalo Wild Wings Go, one in Vestavia Hills, another in now Northport, Alabama. So, Tim Spencer, welcome back.
Thank you for having me. Guys, man, I'm glad to be here again.
Well, the audience has done it again. Let's say hello to Chris Brown and David Howard. Chris's husband's also here, Carl. Hey, Carl. And they are here with the benefiting charity, Operation Healing Forces. So, Chris, David, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Thank you.
So tell the audience when they went out and sacrificially ate delicious food.
I did all I could.
Thank you, Bubba. And matter of fact, Bubba, they've actually named a wing after you.
Right.
So let's hear, Chris, or why don't you let the audience know when they hear that today a check is going to Operation Healing Forces, what does that mean? What do you guys do?
Well, Operation Healing Forces, we specifically target 5% of the elite forces of all the military.
Mm-hmm.
That would be Rangers, Green Berets, Night Stalkers, Delta Force, Air Force Special Tactics, and Marine Raiders. Even though they comprise only 5% of the fighting forces, they do most of the work. They are always at war. When we pulled out of Afghanistan, the war was not over for them.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, my son right now is deployed for 6 months in an undisclosed location.
Mm.
He's probably listening right now. He better be.
Yeah. Well, thank you for his service.
Well, thank you. I actually have 2 sons that serve. But,
Wow, thank you.
But anyway, we are targeting them because they have most of the divorce rates. They have most of the suicide rates because they're constantly under pressure because their nature of their elite service. They're constantly under pressure. My son last year was deployed 10 out of 12 months, and his wife and children were left in their overseas location for that time. So it's always that pressure. Not only are you concerned about the mission, but you're thinking about your spouse and children at home. So what we do is we try to reconnect. Our motto is creating bonds that cure. And we are trying to prevent these suicides, divorces, feeling of isolation, and things like that. And how we do this is a peer-to-peer program. We started back in 2011 with one man's vision. And when they say one person cannot make a difference, that is so wrong, as everybody knows. Sure. He was watching a documentary, and he was a very wealthy individual, Gary Markell, and he was watching a documentary about a Navy SEAL who had no arms and legs, and he watched this guy kind of inch his way to the ocean, and he said, if he can do that, what can I do? So he started this, and what he started was he had a yacht, so he invited, veterans and Green Berets or whatever to go on a cruise. It was called Operation Cruise. And he would go around to his friends, go around from boat to boat at the dock and knock on their door and say, hey, donate your yacht. Let's do something for these guys. Look what they do for us. So this has evolved into what it is now, which we have people donate their luxury homes, and we have week-long retreats for these guys when they come home from a deployment, when they recover from illness, injury, so many injuries. And it's 4 couples at a time. We pay all the expenses. We pay airfare. We pay food. I got involved in this because my son said, Mom, that vacation home you built in Pensacola is perfect. We had a wedding venue that we built down in Pensacola Beach. And that's how I got involved, because I asked my son, give me the name of a charity who really does a good job. And he said, there's only one thing I've heard, and that's Operation Healing Forces. And so we invite these kids, because anyone younger than me is a kid.
Right.
We invited them to come down to our place, and it's just grown from there. But we have 50 retreats a year, all at no cost to these veterans and their families. And it's not a formal counseling session. It's more of a peer-to-peer connection. Because with these guys, with what they do, nobody understands except another guy who's done it.
That's right.
And so what they do is talking happens. It just happens, and it's more of a self-cure kind of thing, if you will.
No, understood.
And we just, we're about a $5 million charity. We're not very big. And but we've got a 99% rating from Charity Navigator. We're an A+ Platinum from Charity Star, and that's because our founders, Gary Markell and his brother Tony, pay 100% of all our overhead, salaries, rent, any kind of costs like that. They do that. So 83% of every dollar given goes directly to the charity. I mean, all of it goes to the guys, but the normal rating for most charities is 70, 73.
That's right.
We're 83. But every single dollar goes right to these guys. But we have branched off into doing other things. We have an immediate needs program. If we have, and this was really prevalent during the war, we had servicemen injured on the job, and we would fly their moms, their spouses to their bedside in Germany. Sometimes they were, dying, unfortunately, but we were able to get the family members, which is something the military does not usually cover. So we handle things like that, rent, medical expenses, wheelchairs, ramps going into their houses, things like that. So that's where we are today.
That's incredible. So David, you were telling me you're the former assistant principal for one of my sons, and usually when someone's in a role like that, to dealing with any of our children, they retire soon after.
Yes, we do. Retire very quickly.
Yeah, so
25 and out.
Yeah, right. So how are you involved in this?
So Chris's son, he was one of my students that I made a bond with. I consider him and his parents family to me. But I guess this goes all the way back to middle school. He is still the only student that rolled my house. And he did that with his mom.
See there, already doing special forces.
Exactly. That was his first military op, was my house.
Operation Toilet Paper.
Exactly. Exactly. So we built that bond, and as he was deciding what he wanted to do with his life, he and I were having several discussions about the military, and ultimately we landed with special forces. I always said to them, Special Forces is the teachers of the military. They go in and they help oppressed people fight for themselves.
That's right.
So it was a great conversation that we had, and he is just a phenomenal young man. But that's how we created that bond.
Understood.
And then they invited me to a retreat to
Well,
Fort Bragg.
we had an immersion experience at Fort
Yeah.
Bragg where we shot guns and we
Oh, yeah.
planned missions and we cleared houses, and it was awesome. And the winner of the shooting contest, and that's what I wanted, was going to get a Glock engraved by a third group out of Fort Bragg. He stole it from me.
Oh.
He won.
How do
Was
I
the
go?
victor.
So what
Not
was
trying
the
to brag, that's just what
competition?
happened.
How did it work?
So it was a speed competition. It was pistol and rifle, shoot the carbine on target, and then shoot the plate. It was a metal plate set up with.
Was
the
it like
pistol.
the competitions you see where they
Yep.
do the
Yes,
horn and you shoot
exactly.
and do
Yep.
the stations? Okay,
Yep.
cool.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So-
I know there's a lot of interest in that now.
Yes, yeah. I've been a long time shooter, so it was great for me. I had a great time on the retreat, but also I got to know the guys from third group. And y'all, I know a lot of people play Call of Duty and think that these are like 40-year-old gruff men, but they are young men that are trying to help their families. And this is a great organization to reintegrate them back into regular life. And they're constantly on these deployments, so it is stressful on their families. I know
Sure,
you guys hunt. When you go away for too many weekends, your wives are probably a little bit upset. These guys are gone 6 months
know.
over and over and over again.
It's incredible to me. What they give. Well,
Well,
anybody would sacrifice that much.
And I think
I'm
this
glad they do.
Yeah, I think this offers, to your point, Bubba, another opportunity, because I think a lot of times people, there's some people that don't have an appreciation, but that's a different group. Then there's the group that have the proper appreciation. They just don't know what to do. What am I supposed to do to say thank you? And this is an opportunity right here that you can say thank you by coming alongside a great organization like Operation Healing Forces. So we'll come back and we'll let you guys know what happened on the charity charge, and we'll let Tim Spencer with Buffalo Wild Wings give you some good news here in a minute. And then we'll also tell you out there in Rick and Bubba land the next opportunity you have coming up on Monday. So we'll hit both of those when we come back, when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, I mean, it's not lives versus money. It is lives versus lives.
And that will become even more evident about what is today, the 6th, about 20 days from now.
Yeah, we can stay on the plan now. We're all going to April 30th, but I tell you what, come May 1, there are decisions that'll be different in nature. And if I'm not trying to blow it out of proportion, that may be more difficult than decisions have been made so far.
If somebody told you that you had to stay at home and work from home or whatever for a month, you would think, man, this is great. It's like a vacation, but none of this feels like a vacation, does it?
Well, yeah, it can in moments, like you said. I haven't done the deal where I went to bed or I took a nap and forgot that, we were under a pandemic, but I have, sat on the bank of a pond with beautiful, wildflowers and green grass and be laughing and cutting up, with my wife. And have that moment hit me where you forget, because or laying out in the sun. I'm sure for you down at the lake, there's those moments that hit where you do forget. And then
there's some normal moments in there, but then the reality of, gosh, we're in a pandemic. This is it's tough out there. Charles Billingsley having it, Rick, was kind of an eye opener too, because he's a young, healthy guy. His lungs are in good shape. Obviously with all the singing he does, and for him to be dealing with it that way, that I think that shows you how tough it is.
Yeah, and it varies from person to person. I mean, no two people are the same, regardless of their health. So you have to just get down to the numbers. Like I say, he's let's hope and pray he doesn't seem to be in a life or death situation, but he just said it's difficult. And I think the thing that maybe on for him that. The one text I got back that probably, and like I say, you do also get to the point where you go, I can only do what I can do, and and you certainly can't live your life in terror every day, and certainly I don't. But when he sent back, he said, I have no idea how I got it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He,
Well,
said, he said,
listen,
I can't point to something that says, oh, that's what happened.
It is so contagious, and apparently it stays on surfaces a lot longer than we originally thought. And, you know, they're batting around some aerosol issues that it may actually have a little more airborne component than they originally thought. I don't see how it couldn't. The fact that it has spread as far and as fast as it has.
Yep.
And the fact now they're telling everybody to wear a mask if you go out.
Yep. So we'll see. We will be talking today with Dr. Jody Dion Odom. She'll be visiting with us again. We'll ask her some questions. You know, there are some areas of the country, including where we live, that are warming up substantially. Do they think that's going to help at all? You know, they keep kind of kicking that can around a little bit too. And we'll kind of see where we are and get the latest from her as she continues to work like so many as an assistant professor of medicine in the Division of Infectious Diseases there at UAB in Birmingham, Alabama. And she's right on the front lines of this, and we'll chat with her coming up next hour on today's program. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. Stay with us right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's true. 21 minutes past the hour. We're back. "22 minutes past the hour. You got the Rick and Bubba Show back from the weekend and continuing to discuss the pandemic, to be a voice of steady, calm, truth, hope, all that, and when we can, a little bit of what's going on and some of the stuff that you can't help but laugh at, life in the pandemic. So all the other guys, other than Speedy and Stretch Armstrong and me, all the others are on location again. And, you know, every time we come back to a different day, you wonder, can everybody get in? I know there's been crazy attempts for everybody to upgrade their audio. I know today we had some issues on joining the meeting and all this, but it appears that everybody is up on location. Everybody, I see Adler has decided to, I don't know what that's a gigantic computer he has there, and I see that he's got that ready to go. Bubba, it looks like you're still in the closet.
I'm in the pen.
So 22 minutes past the hour, we're back talking about the Buffalo Wild Wings Rick and Bubba Charity Charge, updating you on the latest organization, and we had quite a conversation. Chris Brown, David Howard with Operation Healing Forces. They will now benefit from the last Buffalo Wild Wings Charity Charge. So Tim Spencer, we just informed the audience on what they are funding, which was a great celebration, and I think answered the question for a lot of folks, what can we do for these wonderful human beings that are so selfless in their service to all of us, but put themselves in situations that lead to a tremendous amount of pressure, and maybe we can do a little something to help them heal with Operation Healing Forces. So what's the check?
Well, it looks like that a lot of guests come out with Bubba on this round.
Oh, good.
And, we're able to donate $5,000.
$5,000.
$5,000. It's a big number. That's good.
So, yeah, Chris, you were saying you guys kind of fit the mold. There's a lot of great charities and ministries out there, but you know we want to find those like you guys that you know $5,000 is a big deal to you.
It is a big deal, and the publicity is even bigger.
Yeah.
So thank you so
awesome.
much.
Yeah,
well, I didn't do much. I unlocked the doors.
Oh, you
and
did.
then everybody that came in and had some food, they did it.
We were there.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
We were there.
Yeah. So and a lot of you, you know, went out and you know, there's people that go on a routine and you happen to be part of it. But I know a lot of people, they wait on us to say when these days are, and they say, all right, let's get the group together and let's go.
Well, it just reminds you that you can go and eat and help somebody too.
Yeah.
And, you know, what a great combo.
Well, you know, there's so many different skill sets, but the skill set to eat for others
is
Rick, listen, you have to play with the cards you're dealt
right.
with. Okay,
You know,
there's only so much you can do.
This is,
I mean, you can take a hit from the dealer every now and then, but you're going to play with that base hand of cards.
As the prophet Isaiah said, "Lord, send me."
Yep.
You know it. So there you.
Another version of that.
So, Rick Burgess version.
And
Two
actually,
Buffalo
Rick,
Wild Wings.
that is our motto.
Oh, really?
Yes. Well, our motto and Special Forces, that's kind of a commonly quoted thing throughout
Hey, Chris,
the
I don't
whole-
know who is y'all swag director.
Oh, we got swag galore.
You guys we see a lot of stuff come through, and,
Right.
and sometimes you have really good pieces, and you have man, y'all went all out.
Y'all got
Well,
all
that's
One
our
of the nicest bottles I've ever seen.
That's
And
our
that
executive
thing-
director, Carrie.
Yeah, and I don't know who designed y'all's challenge coin, but it must be to intimidate all other challenge coins.
Yeah, I mean that thing. The rest of them
Hey,
are
we go
running.
big. We go
It's
big.
the biggest challenge coin I've ever been. When you shook my hand, I didn't have enough hand for it.
And it started a discussion about what's the best way to display these, because if you put them in like a shadow box or
Right,
something, you
yeah.
don't see both sides. And I was thinking about a treasure chest, because we got several with a gold in it. You know, it looks
That's
like
good.
a
Yeah, I
on
told
your
you.
desk, and then you get them out and play with them and look at them, and touch them and stuff.
I told you I went online and you
Yeah.
can find some of these cases for designed for this to display challenge coins. But then I had somebody contact me and said, "Hey, you probably want to have somebody build it for you for that very reason you're talking about, to kind of design it where you can see both sides of it." But anyway, so we've been given some over the years, none this large though. So thank you for that.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, we could use that as a flying saucer.
we could. So coming up on Monday, Timmy Spencer, we've got another Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge in Alabama, Alabaster, Birmingham on 280, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, downtown Birmingham, Trustful, Pell City, Oxford, Chelsea, and then the Buffalo Wild Wings goes in Vestavia and Northport. So this next one is a foundation called Find You Foundation. They're a nonprofit organization. Their mission is to offer help to the special needs community. Another community that we always say, what can I do to help? Well, here's something. They work to raise money for these families that have members with special needs. If you've never been around families that have members of their family that have special needs, you cannot wrap your mind around, this is something that every single day they wake up in the needs of these wonderful human beings in their life, family. Their needs never go away until their life ends here on earth. So it's every single day, and the therapy that is needed, the equipment, the expenses just seem to mount. So Find You Foundation says, you know what, we'll come alongside these families and we'll help with these expenses. There's equipment, there's treatment, there's care that are unique to all these wonderful individuals. So instead of the cost of everything constantly being a black cloud over their head, adding to the pressure and the work they already have before them every day, let them enjoy the benefits of it by relieving some of that. So anyway, that's what they do. So Find You Foundation will benefit on Monday, March 18th at all the participating Buffalo Wild Wings. You go there, you enjoy the delicious food, the great fellowship, and you're helping out another great cause.
Rick, we live our life daily, and we take so many things for granted.
Yeah.
And this special needs situation, every time you see somebody in that situation, it opens your eyes.
Yeah.
My wife and I, we feed the local hockey team here, the minor league hockey Birmingham Bulls, and we went there the other day to feed them. And we pulled in, and there's school buses in there, and we were like, it's Tuesday, they're practicing. What are we doing?
Right.
And we walk in, and the arena is half full, and the director tells us, this is all special needs kids. They can't come to a regular game.
Right.
So we set up a practice that they come to with their with their teachers and parents.
Sure.
And they make signs, and they treat it just like a game. And it blows your mind when you start thinking about daily what these families have to go through with the special needs kids and how they have to structure things. And it's just, I'm so glad we're doing something for special needs kids.
Oh yeah, what feels better than we're here to alleviate some of the pressure that's already on top of you. The best quote I would say in dealing with this and knowing so many people who this is their life, and it certainly is incredibly rewarding, and these family members are loved, and they also bring so much love back. But the quote is, nothing's easy.
Right.
The things that we take for granted, just simply going somewhere.
Every day.
Nothing's easy. And also it can be incredibly expensive. So this is another great organization. So make plans to be out there on Monday to all the participating Buffalo Wild Wings to help Find You Foundation. And just a big thank you from everybody at Operation Healing Forces for the $5,000 you raised for this wonderful operation. So thank you so much, Chris, David, Carl. Thanks for being with us today. Tim, good to see you again.
Y'all too.
Thanks for the food today for the team and for everything you guys do. Bottom of the hour. Don't forget another Buffalo Wild Wings Rick and Bubba charity charge coming up on Monday. When we come back, Adler had an interesting day yesterday as a daddy, and we'll hear about that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Broadcasting closet.
Yes, Greg, you still got you still represent. I see Greg's not there.
Mulatto.
Yeah, looks like we don't have Greg. So there's no Greg. Do what now?
He must have stepped away.
He cut his video off.
Oh, did he?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. He thinks he's sharp. He's using a mic today.
Oh, okay.
So he's all about it.
Helmsy, I see you got your Rick and Bubba logo up there like we were all requesting.
Yeah, I think that looks good, don't you?
Yeah, it looks fantastic. It really does.
It does. You got a little shine on it, but it's overall it's really good.
I mean, you can't beat that.
I was thinking about who was going to point that out, and I figured it would be.
Sure, absolutely.
I thought no one else will say anything. Bubba will be the one to mention it.
Hey,
I don't know how to fix it. The light, the light situation.
You'll have to tilt the logo a little bit.
Hey,
tilt it from the top out a little bit.
Adler, I know that you talked about this a little bit in the kickoff hour, but how is Erin doing?
She's doing fantastic. Like I said in the kickoff hour, she's got her last doctor's appointment this week. So we are counting down the days. When you can start counting the days on your hands, when it's, it's getting pretty real, guys. But we're excited and trying to enjoy this time. Even though it's a really weird time, we're trying to be thankful for this time and enjoy it.
Oh, of course. Well, it goes back to the things that you're looking at and how in the middle of all kinds of, any kind of concern and despair or whatever, there's always these moments of joy. It's a weird, dichotomy of the fallen creation, but then those little moments of joy, and you guys are about to experience one. And I know you're not alone. So tell me, what is the game plan for those that are with child and need to deliver? And I know that not everybody delivers at home. Matter of fact, hardly anyone anymore. So I know that you guys are not going to go the midwife option, even though in Alabama you can now, thanks to Jenkins. But
Thanks, Jinx.
Yeah, so your wife and you will have to go to a hospital, which that's not preferred these days. So tell me kind of what is the game plan, because I'm sure you represent a lot of folks that have babies that are going to be being born during the pandemic.
Yeah, as of right now at our hospital, our doctor is saying that I will be allowed in. Nobody else will, but one person will be allowed in with a woman that is giving birth. So our families will kind of have to keep their distance. And I'm sure you guys have seen, pictures of people, standing outside hospital windows with holding up signs, welcoming the new baby and stuff like that. But as far as what I'm kind of bummed about and sad about is I don't know how long afterwards, when hopefully things calm down a little bit, is when people can actually meet the baby and that kind of thing. I don't know how long we're gonna have to do socially distance afterwards too. So, it's just a weird time, and we're just taking it day by day, looking at the numbers and looking at what medical people recommend, and then completely ignoring what the WHO says.
Yeah, WHO. We'll talk about that probably next segment now. This update, because it hit me that this is we got somebody within our own show that's going through some of this weird pandemic stuff. You know, like you said, the natural deal is a baby's here, everybody comes, everybody wants to see the baby, everybody comes over, you know, all of that, and you guys are not even going to get to experience that. Everybody helps you a little bit during the first few days. You know, we've been doing the old joke, wait till you see the tail light of the last car that drives away, and you realize, hey, we're the parents now, and here's our baby. You guys are going to be put in that situation immediately because of the pandemic. I've seen things like you were talking about. I've seen people who, you know, they were going to have a wedding and they've been excited about getting married, and some of them are delaying it. Others are saying we're going to get married, but everybody just has to send us a video, or we show it to them on you know, Zoom. Sherry and I were part of a Zoom birthday party yesterday. That was bizarre. I'm sorry, Saturday. And so you know, where the little girl that we knew turned 4, and everybody comes in on Zoom and says hey to her. You can't sing happy birthday together. We tried it. Everybody's off, you know, and she's trying to say hey to everybody. But then, of course, anytime somebody makes a sound, they come on and take the screen over, and nobody knows when they're on and they're not on. So we do that. And then on the saddest of sad, people who have loved ones who have died, whether tied to the coronavirus or just something else, and people have to drive by their house. You know, I saw David Nassar's, you know, brother passed away, and people are having to drive by their house and give their condolences from a distance. I mean, you know, we saw the one where a choir went and, you know, a couple people from different, they did. It is 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Much to do going forward on the program today. Have you checked your home's title lately? I would. Make sure that your name is still on it. Criminals, renters, even a family member can simply forge your signature on a home sale form, and then they refile as if they're the new owner. You can't even have a title. I mean, hey, and when that happens, your home is not your name, and your home is not your home anymore. At that point, here come these wonderful human beings. They drain your equity, and then they're out, and they leave you with all kinds of problems. They'll even sell your home to somebody sometimes, and you have to prove that you did not commit loan fraud. And you have to prove that you didn't sell your home, and you don't know how this happened, but you do not want to be in this situation. And by the way, homeowners insurance in this situation of no use to you. Common identity theft programs, not going to help. Home Title Lock is the premier detection technology that protects your home's title, and the instant they detect activity or something suspicious, they move in to shut it down. Has some criminal already done this to you? Well, find out. Why don't you go for free with the code Bubba to HometitleLock.com. That's the code Bubba, HometitleLock.com. Find out if you're still the person on your home's title. You'll get a comprehensive scan for free, and then they'll give you 30 days of protection as well to let you kind of try it out. So if you want to find the link too, go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Eddie Van Adler, this is kind of how the show works. We have stories that are laid out in front of us. We have a video list every day of things that have happened. And then there's always the members of the show looking at each other going, I got a story for you. And we will now go to Eddie Van Adler, who said to us, got a story for you.
Yeah.
So, Adler, do tell.
Yesterday, I left work and went to jiu-jitsu.
Of course.
Left in his gi, y'all.
Yeah, headed out, said bye to you guys.
This is my gi time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought he had pajamas on.
I'm in pajama pants, but y'all just don't pay attention to that. Just just take me seriously, please. I came back here, got some work done, practiced a little bit of drums.
Yeah,
I'm
as
playing,
we all do.
Playing drums in church on Sunday.
Pretty normal day.
Bit standard day.
Still in your gi?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You don't want to put your pants back on.
No, I'm
after
just trying to
that.
picture it.
Yeah. And went home. Everything's normal. Everything's good. Took a shower real quick. Ate some gumbo. I had some leftover chicken gumbo. That was good.
Good for you.
Yeah, things were going great. It was a good day.
Felt good. Beautiful day yesterday in Sweet Home Alabama.
Oh, great day outside.
Gorgeous.
Yes. Pick up, go and pick up the kids. Got the kids, and it's always a race home because Ezra's nap time and bottle time is always. I'm always pushing it to get home because it's just that's the way his schedule is.
You get a little cranky.
So, but I also have to stop by the grocery store. So I got a 3-year-old and I got a 1-year-old, and I'm trying to get to the grocery store, and I rolled a stop sign.
Okay.
Oh no.
Oh, in the van. You're in the van.
I'm in the van.
It's a bit early, and I'm trying to run and make this happen, and I've only got a small window.
Diapers, milk. I'm thinking about that. That's what I'm thinking
Not
about.
thinking about the stop sign.
Yep. Rolled you one.
I rolled it.
Yep. Where you used to rolling, you were just in a gi.
Yeah, I know. You should go rolling and
Different
rolling.
kind of
Yeah,
rolling.
rolling. What? Yeah, come on. And so, whip, 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 whip.
Tell me about the stop sign. 4-way, 3-way.
It was a 3-way.
Okay.
So
Three-way.
you saw pretty well in advance when you rolled through it.
And
Like,
it's a
you're
V.
good.
It's actually in a V, so you can just go bang bang, no cars,
Okay.
roll.
Needed that. I don't blame you.
And I live in
I say roll
Nobody
on.
in danger.
Roll on, friend.
I didn't see any cars, especially a black cruiser
Oh,
vehicle.
not the black cruiser.
White
Yeah.
lights.
Oh, that one
Yeah.
goes whoop whoop.
So whoop, whoop, whoop. Pull over.
There he is.
This is the first time I've gotten pulled over in a long time.
Big van, probably.
Says person who gets pulled over a lot.
I mean, it's been a while.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of the last time, actually.
They profiled you in that van.
First
They thought
time
you were
with-
up to no
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
First time with the kids, I bet.
Somebody thought.
Very first time with the kids.
Oh yeah.
And Ezra was crying before that, so I'm trying to hurry. He truthfully was. Now he's really crying because we pulled over and stopped on a road, random road.
Now, he's not having a nap or a bottle.
Ruby has so many questions, guys. The amount of questions.
Oh, man.
First, why you stop? Why you window down?
Right. Yeah.
And then the police officer
Why are
comes
you being
up.
handcuffed?
Police officer comes up.
What's that noise? Whoop.
And Ezra is crying while this is happening. He's like, "Whoa, hey, what's going on in there?"
He's crying.
He's
Really?
Stop
That's
me.
what he said?
He's now this is not a medical emergency, is it?
Oh, goodness.
And
Yes.
I'm like,
You thought about
Now
saying
we,
yes.
now we got a smart
It's an
aleck on there.
emergency.
I was like, no, just a crankiness emergency. That's what I said.
That's
yeah,
what
I
you
was trying to be
said?
funny.
That's what you
Yeah,
went with?
or like
Try some humor.
trying to be
here.
cool.
Yeah.
Whatever.
You're killing me, cop.
Cool.
And he goes, all right, you got your license. I give him my license. And he's like, is the van registered to you? I'm like, yeah, this weird van is mine. Yeah,
I know.
Yeah, I love
It's not like a trafficking situation. These are my
Right.
kids. That's Ruby and Ezra.
We travel in it every day.
Yeah.
I
No
haven't-
drugs in the car.
Yeah, I haven't
nothing.
stolen someone's kids.
I
No.
started. Do you
I'm
think
not a
for
mule.
a minute he thought this
Yes.
guy was stealing kids?
Oh
Or
yeah,
they were
yeah.
decoys to hide something else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So much extra room in there.
Yeah, a lot. Yeah. And it's just 2 kids. Everybody's always surprised when it's just 2.
Right.
It's just 2.
Did the guy say I expected to find a women's tennis team in here?
Yes.
But anyway.
It's true.
So he takes my license and he goes back to the vehicle. Ezra's crying. Ruby's asking so many questions. Why his lights on? Why you do that?
Right.
What you give him? What's he doing?
Yeah.
I'm like, he's just checking on the van, babe. Probably making sure I'm not like, an Amazon driver that's gone rogue.
Right. And all you can do is look at the side mirror. When's he coming back?
I know,
Yes.
'cause you need
Watch
to-
this.
So long.
You're praying for a warning.
Oh,
Yes. And
Honey, the policeman's trying to make sure I didn't steal you and your little brother.
what he doing? Well, you got to always listen to police officers.
Be respectful,
we just
baby.
talk to them and we
Be
just do what they
respectful,
say.
baby.
What he doing now? Why he do that?
I want him to hurry, but yeah.
Daddy
Such a
rolled
hurry.
through one.
It was probably 6 minutes, but it felt so much longer.
Sure.
Cars going by, so many cars.
looking.
I'm like, when did this road become a busy road? This is not even a busy road. I'm in a neighborhood.
Right.
So
Why?
he comes back and he's like, "Hey man, I get it. I got kids. I get it."
Oh, good for him.
Then he hands me a orange slip of paper. It says, sign here. Here's your court date.
Doesn't
If
seem
you
like
wanna
he
pay
didn't give you a
before-
warning.
I thought you said you get it. Come on.
I got kids, man. I
He
get it.
didn't
Here's
give you
your
a
ti-
warning.
I got kids, man. I get it. Hands me the ticket. And
get
sign
with
here,
it.
sign here. You can see your fine on the back.
Oh,
And I flip it and I see that it's I'm gonna say 200 because it's 185 and 185 might as well be 90 and 190 might as well be 2. So I'm gonna say 200 bucks.
That's it.
Sure. It feels like 200.
And I
For nothing.
I need to apologize. I need to apologize.
Did you
for
act
something.
up right here?
I hope you did.
You've done well so far.
Because you've already got the ticket. You might as well get your money's worth.
I've already signed,
Don't do this.
and I don't
Seriously.
I don't
What a
know
jerk.
exactly what he said. I don't know exactly what he said, but he ended it with an okay, and I didn't say anything. I said 0 words. I just took the paper.
I don't blame you.
Mm-hmm. Ed's still crying?
Ed's just crying so hard now at this point.
Adler's crying.
What you doing? What's going on back there?
Right. Yeah.
What he do? Why he do that?
Right. Yeah.
So many questions.
Right.
Why are you crying, Daddy?
And
Because Daddy broke the law.
That
baby.
wasn't right. We have to follow the law and do what police officers
Daddy
say.
broke the law,
10 and
kids.
2. Why are you 10 and 2? Why you 10 and 2, Dad?
Right. Yeah.
Why is Adler crying?
I know Spanish, Papa. I know Spanish, Papa. That's her new thing, by the way. She's calling me Papa.
That's funny.
And like I'll give her like a little, applesauce. And she goes, "Thank you, Papa. I know Spanish, Papa. I know Spanish." I'm like, "You know Spanish so good." And you know what? I don't apologize. I have the right to remain silent. Now that I think about it, I do not apologize to that police officer.
You weren't happy about it.
Need to be
have the
respectful.
right
You
to
didn't
remain
endanger
silent.
anybody.
You'll pay that fine.
Yeah, I'll be paying it. Yeah,
you will.
Could you give me the extent of the roll through? Are we creeping or did we roll pretty good?
You know when you can you slow down and then you kind of rock back and go? It's not like a real stop. You can just kind of use your momentum. You're like stop and go. Yeah, that's what I did. And look, there weren't any cars.
You should have stopped, Papa.
Why you no stop, Papa? So, she thinks she knows Spanish and sign language.
How's that sign language going?
Y'all, yesterday she was like, Momo solo lele mine. I know Spanish. I'm like, you're just saying gibberish fake words. That's not Spanish. Papa.
Papa. All right, buddy.
So I exercised my right to stay silent.
How long? You showed him.
I showed that police officer.
Did you still go to the grocery store?
Yeah.
Oh, Ez has had it by this point.
Yeah.
Did you do the mean window roll up, like staring at him?
I'm gonna take my big van and roll out of here.
I peeled out of there and I was like, yeah. Pull me over again. Actually, please don't. Pull
Don't
me
do
over
that.
Again. I'm
Don't
so
do that.
late.
No,
It's
that's not
terrible. You just feel so stupid for the rest of the day.
Well, speaking of that, Adler, I got a story too.
Oh, no! It's a twofer.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Their distance and sang to a woman whose husband had passed and sang a hymn to her, from a distance. I mean, this is all just really, really well. Yeah, and we talk about this. I know we've had plagues and we've had this kind of stuff before, but we've never, as far as with the modern, in modern time, the way that we live now, it's the first time people who live like we live have gone through things like this, and just the things we just described are little things you don't even think about. You don't think about how much of our, we've talked about the economy, which we'll get to today, but just our lives revolve around people gathering. It's really a dominant part of our lives. And so anyway, but here's the good news. You have a joyful new addition coming to your family, and everybody's praying, and we feel confident that everything will go smoothly. The baby will be healthy, and you and Aaron will be fine. And, this too will pass, but don't let it take away, this moment of joy. And I tell you can always, when you tell your daughter or son later in life, we certainly remember what was going on when you were born.
Got a marker.
Yeah. So we'll come back. Bubba, it has resurfaced again. The old leak from a research lab in Wuhan. That has made its way back into the headlines again. Is this what really happened? We'll talk about that when we come back. It's bottom of the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes now past the hour from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. We thank you for being with us. The gang's all here, though we are social distancing and we're spread out all over the place. Speedy and our intern, Stretch Armstrong, we're all here at the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. Then all across our home state of Alabama, you've got the real Greg Burgess, you got Adler, you got Helmsy. And welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussey. Bubba, welcome back.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba Show during our very first pandemic.
We've been so thankful that we have various members of the medical field and are on the front line fighting against this pandemic. And Dr. Jody Dion Odom joins us again today. Dr. Odom, welcome back to Rick and Bubba.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here. How are you doing?
Well, I hope you're resting. I hope you're getting some rest.
Yeah.
Nine minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. We're back. Wednesday Bible study back today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. Archive will be available soon after on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel. So, Bubba, Adler tells his story, of course, you know, being a criminal, rolling through a stop sign.
Endangering the whole community.
Endangering the whole community, and thankfully was held accountable. And then you said, well, that reminds me of a story. Okay, so what's going on here?
Well, yeah, I saw the blue lights yesterday.
No,
too.
you did not.
Something in the water.
Stay in it. Oh no! Oh, did you get a little pullover? What's happened to the show? Everybody's going out there like a bunch of race drivers.
Everybody's a little bit out of
We're
control.
rolling through stop signs. And I guess what were you doing? Did it eat a little?
Apparently so.
Let me guess, through Harpersville.
No.
Harpersville didn't get you.
I was further down. I was way on down between
right.
Sylacauga and Alexander City.
Oh my goodness.
And I saw the officer going the other way.
Oh, must have really been in
And
What
no,
vehi-
I didn't. I
what
really
vehicle?
didn't think anything about it.
What vehicle were you?
Big truck.
Big truck.
Oh, he thought John Dutton was coming.
Maybe it's a Yellowstone fan. That's what it was.
Honestly, I didn't know the truck would go that fast. What he said I was going, but
You don't have that issue I had that time that the speedometer's not off a little
Well,
bit because
yeah,
of the
big old
tires.
tires.
yeah, I think mine is too. a
Them
little
big
bit.
tires will
It's,
do
it may be off 4 or 5
I tried
miles
that
an hour,
argument.
I don't know. And you know,
Turning around, U-turn. Uh-oh.
When did you see him? He went by you going the other way.
Yeah.
Okay. And then did you see him turn through the median to come after you?
I didn't. I didn't pay any attention because I didn't think I was speeding.
Did not think it at all.
No, I mean, if I thought I was, I would have, probably
come off the accelerator.
At least looked
deployed,
up.
Other ways.
Yeah.
And
tap.
And but I really didn't think anything about it. And I looked up and I saw him behind me, and I thought, well, where'd he come from?
I need to move over.
Hey, it must be a fan of the show.
Then you heard.
And then lightning come on.
He thinks I'm Kevin Costner.
No, he was
Hey, it's John.
Big fan.
Can I have an autograph?
He was very professional.
Of course he was. He's a pro.
He asked me if I knew how fast I was going, and I said,
Oh,
no, I
love
really.
that question.
I said,
Yeah.
no,
I
I really didn't.
I never did.
I always know. By
I don't think the correct answer is about like everybody else. But
did you say that?
No, no.
I was going with traffic.
I don't think so.
We talking state? We talking county?
State.
State.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a big
Smokey
one.
Bear hat. Yeah. Pulled down over his forehead. Coming at
They
you.
wish they had better hats.
Did you not
They
say
do. Can we not change the hat?
law enforcement up ahead?
Chin strap.
So I mean, I wasn't monitoring. I didn't think I was speeding.
He did.
It's 4-lane open territory. You can see for many miles. Rolling hills, and you know.
I mean, was
Oh,
that
I know
You get to
65?
enjoy the beauty of the view.
I know exactly where you were.
Boy, it'll go down from 65 quick.
I thought we were at 70 on those roads.
I always think that. I get corrected on that a lot.
It was 65 apparently.
Yeah.
70
And you
on
were
the
doing, and you were doing
80.
82 according to him.
Oh, hey, you know what that'll get you?
Yeah.
So in my mind, I guess I thought it was 70, and I was, probably in the 10.
Yeah, you were probably in that.
Yeah,
But
you was wrong.
But apparently
You'd have
that
been
would
in the
be
12 if you.
apparently that would be incorrect.
Yeah,
according to the officer.
yeah.
Yes.
I'm quoting actually a trooper in Pulaski, Tennessee. He says, "I don't know where y'all got this 10 thing."
I'll tell you, it seems to work though. I pass a lot of
I
cops
do
going
too.
10,
Yeah,
12
yeah,
miles over,
yeah.
and they're perfectly fine with
He
it.
did not like
they
for
see
me
me, and I
saying
think they're about to pull me over, and they're like,
He-
"There's
he-
another guy going 90 behind him."
Yeah, but he didn't like my comment when I said, "I thought
Well,
y'all give
they-
us 10." He's like, "Where did you get that?"
Well, that's Tennessee.
Well, that's what
Rick.
we've always heard.
Yeah, that's
you get 10.
Clearly.
Right.
I mean, that's variance
I needed-
of
I thought
hills
I
and
get 10,
passing.
I'll
and
go
all that.
8.
Bubba, this is where I probably asked too many. I don't need you
11
to
or
leave
12.
anything out. I need the conversation.
Tell us how it went.
Well, no, I
Did he
I
pull his
do,
pistol?
I do what I always tell my kids to do.
Tell you to step out.
I
Show your hands.
Tase you.
I immediately roll the windows down, and I put both hands on the steering wheel so he can see them.
Right.
And he knows where I'm at, what I'm all doing.
Right.
I mean, he was nice. He wasn't.
Don't tase me, bro.
Did you tell him, don't be mad with me, officer?
You know,
I'm going
You
to
know,
my
normally-
house. I got hit
well, he-
by a tornado.
yeah, he
Suddenly
asked
he
me where I
became
was
elderly.
going, and I told him we're going to a house we're rebuilding, and that didn't.
You ever wondered, don't you want to go? It's really none of your business where I'm going.
No, Greg, no, that's not the
But
thing
it's
you
really
say.
not.
You
It's
say
really
this,
not.
Greg.
Listen,
Don't
Really
be
not.
mad with me.
Mr. Officer, that is not me speaking. That is Greg Burgess, and he's on I-20 every day, twice. You can get him if you want him. Okay.
Is it going to change the outcome if I tell you,
Greg, it's-
when you found that
it's
out, you
kind.
told one you were going to the hospital with your mom, and he still wrote you a ticket.
Well, and I just asked him after what answer would have been acceptable.
Yeah.
That's
Is there a
all.
better? Is there a good answer for
Right,
that
yeah.
question?
What about a bathroom emergency? That's on my mind.
So he
Me
comes
too.
up and you said you're going to rebuild the house.
Yeah, I'm going to, and I just,
Somehow I wanted to get there fast.
well,
You need to.
yeah, it's always something.
Did you
And,
try to get the card on the table though?
No. There wasn't any mention of it. So I mean, it's-
Jeff, and if you wanted a hunting hat,
Did you say? Did you say?
Officer, you look like you hunt a lot. How about one of these nice orange hats?
Bubba, look on it. All right, Bubba, this one. Here's my ID. Now it doesn't have Bubba on it.
Don't be mad with me.
I think the last 3 times I've got stopped, I hadn't had any love at all.
No,
You know?
I know.
What?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm
the
Reverend
love's
Buster.
fake.
Show's over. Show's over.
oh, Bubba.
Yeah,
I'll go on it.
Do you think the 80-something got you? If it had been below, you think he might have?
I don't know. I didn't ask
Yeah.
you.
No warning?
If
he
the
came back
speed
with a
limit
ticket?
was 70,
I
it'd be
just
fine.
been on the phone with some of our contractor.
No wonder you're going fast.
And I was trying to in my mind understand what I was being told.
Sure.
And,
Heart rate elevated.
So yeah, I
Cor-
probably was a little
Heart rate
elevated,
up.
and my foot was probably a little tense.
Foot was bearing down.
Accelerator has some weight on it.
Yeah, that's it. So
Wow.
anyway,
Okay.
we'll we'll donate to that. I guess.
No warning.
No warning.
What was the last word he
we
said
got
to
no
you? In the
warnings.
future, slow it down.
Yeah.
Is that what he said?
Just slow it down.
Nice kid. Did you ask him?
He just want to know where you was going.
Could you give? I mean,
And I didn't. My insurance card I usually keep in a pouch I have, and I had the old one. I didn't have the new one, but I thought I just put the new one in there, but I couldn't find it. But he said it's no problem. I get it off your tag. So do you not have to have that anymore?
Oh, really?
yeah, you're supposed to. But I guess
I had
if
the
you don't-
electronic, but I didn't want to have to fumble through all that.
Oh,
too.
sure. He asked you if you were carrying.
No, didn't ask me anything. Except, did I know how fast I was going?
He did ask you.
And I really didn't have a good answer to that. No, not really.
I was going so fast
Sorry.
I didn't know.
No,
I didn't think I was going fast enough to pay attention to it. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, if you're going to get on it,
I've
you'll
done it.
watch
I've
what
looked
you're
down
doing.
and go, "Wow, I'm going fast."
Right.
Yeah.
I admit that
I didn't know I was going
I've
fast.
openly admitted I'm a speeder. I try. I really do. I struggle.
Listen, I use the cruise control.
I'm always trying to-
I
I do
always know
I
how
do
fast
too,
I'm
and it
going.
makes a huge
And they've
difference.
made it easy how you can switch speeds and all that
Oh, yeah,
right
click
there
a
at
little
the
button.
I just got a text, and I've changed something on my phone recently, and so some of these numbers that come in, I don't know who this is. I'm assuming it's a police officer. He says, rule of thumb is 8 you're great, 9 you're mine.
Oh no.
Okay, that's
Which
why
I think's
run
a
8.
dumb rule, by the way, but I needed that.
Thanks for the heads up.
And 10, don't do it again.
I guess.
I always run 7 to 8 over.
Do you?
I'm a 10 to 12.
On a big 4-lane.
Well,
like
so was
Houston-
I if it was 70.
Right.
But,
You'd have been fine, I think.
yeah, oh, yeah.
You'd have been perfectly fine.
Some of these open areas, though, 65 feels very slow.
Yes, it does.
Bubba.
So I tell you what we don't like around here. We don't like hassles. And sometimes, even though you are trying to do the right thing, okay, and that is to be sure, God forbid if we were to pass away before the rest of our family, are they going to be okay financially? We're talking about life insurance. But then when you try to get it done, it can be a hassle. It can be crazy expensive, and you're just like, my goodness. Well, all those problems have been resolved by our friends at ladderlife.com/Bubba. Ladder, just like the ones that Bubba's missing. Ladder, Ladder. So ladderlife.com/Bubba, 100% digital. No doctors, no needles, no paperwork. When you apply for $3 million in coverage or less, all you do is answer a few questions about your health in an application. Customers are rating Ladder 4.8 out of 5 stars on Trustpilot, and they made Forbes' best life insurance list. So all you need is just a few minutes, a phone, a laptop to apply. These algorithms will work in real time to find out if you're instantly approved. No hidden fees. You can cancel anytime you want to. You get a full refund if in 30 days you say, well, I think I changed my mind. The policies are issued by insurers with long proven histories of paying claims, which is why they're rated A and A+ by AM Best. So finally, life insurance costs. Trust your buddies here. It's going to cost more the older you get. Okay, so it's time to get this off your list. Here's the call to action. Ladderlife.com/Bubba. Let's get this done. Get it done today. See if you're instantly approved. That's LADDER life.com/Bubba. He's back. 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show today. If you remember, we were discussing on our program what happened to Richard Simmons. And Bubba, he has come out of the darkness during the pandemic. 6 years since we've all heard from Richard Simmons. He is now 71 years old. And he says that he's been living as a recluse. But if you remember in 2017, and we talked about it on the show, the famous Missing Richard Simmons documentary and podcast
trying to find. Remember all the theories of what was going on with Richard Simmons. One time that he was transitioning, that turned out not to be true.
That made him mad.
Yeah, that he actually got mad about that, didn't he? I said, Greg, you are. Look at you. Hey, I heard you got your little microphone over the weekend.
Well, I'm not using it currently. I ain't got the whole system right.
Okay.
I got to get my headphones with it.
Okay, that's good.
Stand by though, buddy.
Yeah, stand.
If I just had my adapter from a headphone, I'd be in.
You'd be all
Watch
in.
your mouth.
Yeah, watch out now. You don't need to cuss about it.
Yeah.
But all right. So Greg, and you were clarifying when you first heard this story over the weekend, you thought that 71-year-old Richard Simmons. Because if you think about it, if you get into I've seen it with the where I was going to try to do better. You know, now you got to think about all these gyms and all these workout places. They're trying to find a way. Undoubtedly, the thing is now, if your business revolves around people gathering, or you're a church, or you're a small group Bible study, or any kind of meeting, for some reason everybody says the answer is Zoom. Zoom must be the answer. Come on in, Zoom, Zoom. And so you have these people. Think about it. That are now saying to their exercise classes, let's all Zoom and we'll stand here and do the workout and you do it at home. Well, Richard Simmons was he was doing that before that was cool.
Sweating to the oldies.
Yeah, sweating to those. So of course, not a lot of people have VHS players anymore.
No.
But they're saying now there's a resurgence of the Richard Simmons workouts because people are having to work out at home. And it says there has been an overwhelming – I want you to think about this. There's a representative from Richard Simmons, not Richard himself. We have had an overwhelming request for Richard to return in some way as a comfort to all dealing with the pandemic.
There it is.
We thought we would start by re-releasing some workouts and other inspirational content. Now, wait a minute. Tap the brakes just a minute there, Rick and Bubba team. We're not hearing from Richard. We're hearing from a representative that thinks that there is a market for Richard stuff right now. Hey, everybody's saying, somebody's saying, everybody's wanting Richard to come back and comfort them. So we're going to start, meaning we don't have him yet, we're going to start by re-releasing some of his workout videos.
Rick got excited when he heard it. He thought that Rich was going on a media tour and we might have him in studio again.
Here we go.
I was waiting on that. Yeah. I didn't know. I thought it might be you.
Can I tell you, the whole Richard Simmons thing is very bizarre.
Yeah, I mean, it is.
He was Mr., just a little butterfly. And then he becomes a recluse. That didn't even make sense to begin with.
I know. And again, it starts, the story doesn't finish, Speedy, unless you had the other page. There's a sentence here that says Richard is very, and then it stops. I
didn't like how it printed.
But anyway, you see what I'm talking about. There's nowhere in the article that Richard himself is saying anything. It's like he has a representative that is saying there's a demand, because he always prided himself on, and let's be fair, he did make people feel good. I mean, he was full of energy, Bubba.
Well,
6 minutes past the hour, coming to you from the Big Boy studio out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world. We thank you for being with us today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here and in the mix. All right, so a couple things you might want to know about. Wednesday Bible study back today. We told you about that. From themanchurch.com, a couple of man churches coming up tomorrow night. Beautiful Finger, Tennessee, Old Friendship Baptist Church. Brian Dawson from the Rick and Bubba, from the Man Church team will be there speaking at their next Man Church as they continue to roll through the men's discipleship strategy and into the curriculum. On April the 6th, Andy Blanks will be down at West Mobile Baptist Church for their next Man Church. And looking over on the Rick and Bubba upcoming events, Bubba on April the 6th, he'll be part. There's a roast going on in Hoover, Alabama, involving the Hoover police chief. They're going to have a little fun at his expense. And after what Bubba just talked about, I bet he's ready to go. So he'll be there in Hoover, Alabama, 104.7 WZZK. He'll be there part of that roast coming up. So make plans to be with Bubba and the guys, and as they enjoy that time together. I do want to point one thing on April the 20th in Opp, Alabama, at Westview Baptist Church. This is completely free. Sherry and I will be speaking. Sherry will be speaking to the women there. I'll be speaking to the men. And then Sherry and I will come together and answer some questions that you'll turn in as couples as well. You don't have to be married to go to this, but because it'll be a women's side and a men's side, then we'll put the couples together. And if you plan on being married, these will be questions that may help you too. That's at Westview Baptist Church in Opp, Alabama. It's completely free, but you do need to register, and then they'll close registering when they run out of room. So if you want to do that, just go to rickandbubba.com under April 20th, and you'll see that there. All right, so as we start the hour, here comes Your America. All right, so this has been in the emails since we came back on Monday, and we just keep forgetting about it, or maybe we just honestly don't really want to talk about it, but a lot of you are emailing and you keep saying y'all going to discuss this. There's not a whole lot to discuss because to me it's pretty straightforward. I don't understand the lack of logic on something like this, and I want to be sure I get my terms right. We're getting a lot of emails from parents and those that are seeing parents talking about it on social media, that they had their kids signed up for space camp at the Space and Rocket Center. A wonderful, by the way, program. Bubba and I both have had kids go through it, and Bubba and I got to go through it a long time ago, and we did a show from up there, and it's a wonderful, wonderful, camp. But like all of us in the times that we're living in, if you're dealing with the public, then you have to deal with the current state of the public. And one of the things that is pretty prominent now is the whole transgender movement. Now, people who are emailing are referring to this person as a transgender man, but I think what you would actually say is transgender woman. That's what a biological man's called who identifies as a woman, right?
I think.
Yes. Yeah. Bottom line is it's a biological man who is now identifying as a woman.
Right.
Okay. Well, and apparently this person works at Space Camp, and parents are pulling their kids out, not just because this person is there, but apparently they're alleging, and this is just what the emails and social media is saying, is that they've been told that this person will have all the access to all the things female, including dressing rooms, showers, and bathrooms. That's where they're drawing the line, which I understand that. I think I would too. Mm-hmm. I don't understand why we're going this far with it. I don't understand why this person, if we could all just be kind to each other and logical, could say, I understand that you identify as a gender other than your biological gender, and we will accommodate that as best as we can. Nobody will call you by whatever you want to be called by, whatever. And you can live your life out as a female here, but there are some limits because we're dealing with people's children, and we're dealing with biological females that might not be comfortable in a restroom, a dressing room, a shower with you. So there are limits to that. We're going to let you have access to those things, but you're going to have access to a unisex bathroom or an area that you yourself can, I don't know if the volunteer, the counselors, camp counselors need showers or whatever there, I don't know. But whatever you need, you'll go into an area that is just for you, or does not, or no females will be in there with you. And that's because we want to accommodate you, but we must also accommodate them. Yeah. And we think that's a logical compromise. I don't know why that can't take place. Apparently it's not happening. And parents now are saying, which I think is awful, that their kids that were excited about going to space camp, they're going to pull them out. And
don't need that controversy.
Yeah, and I don't. It just. Did you hear what I just said? Did that not sound logical?
Yeah.
See, that's even me bending a little bit on what I may believe, not compromising it, like endorsing it, saying I think that that's God's standard. I'm not saying that, but I understand that we all got to live in a society together. What I don't understand is when we get to these transgender issues, when it comes out to the public, why there's never any compromise on the transgender person's part.
No,
yeah,
right.
It's always
we're expected to
let's
give
work
ground
on this
all the
together.
time,
It's everybody else has to adhere, but if they're asking people to compromise what they may believe, then you yourself might want to compromise something too. No one is taking away what you've decided to do by saying, when we're all together, though, there's some logical things we just have to do for the benefit of everybody.
Right.
That doesn't seem like a huge sacrifice for a transgender woman to say, I understand that, and just give me a place where I can go relieve myself and dress and whatever. I understand that some of these young females and their parents are not comfortable with that since I'm a biological male. I get that. What's wrong with that?
I think it would all be on the term, hey, work with us.
Right. Everybody work together. I don't understand when we draw these lines. And then at some point, I would say to those out there who run things like the Space and Rocket Center, see, you just end up with problems either way.
Yeah.
You're not getting around the problem because you're going to look around and you're going to have a camp that doesn't have any kids in it.
Yeah.
And I have to ask the question, is it worth that? Why not just, everybody be level-headed about it and it can all work together, and this person can still identify however they want to.
Yeah, you'd have as close as you can get to a win-win.
Right, and
but you got to meet us halfway.
Yeah, but this thing of whatever gender they identify as, now all of public has to adhere to that. I just don't understand that.
Yeah.
It seems like an unreasonable request.
Yeah,
and then the pivot back to a reasonable request, that sounds reasonable.
Yeah.
So I don't know what's going to happen there. So a lot of you have been asking us to discuss it. I think that's pretty much where we are, right? I mean,
unless there's details I'm not aware of.
Yeah, I don't know what else to say. Maybe this person and the U.S. Space and Rocket Center will come to this compromise, and these children can still go to the camp, and the parents can feel good about it, and it can be a win-win all the way around. I do believe that if we'll all just be level-headed, we can find ways to live in harmony together and nobody have to compromise anything that is, a no-go for them.
Right.
Right. It seems like it's more of I'm trying to be confrontational for attention as opposed to, that's a reasonable request.
Yeah.
Right?
I would think.
We'll come back. All 10 lines are available. We've covered a lot on the program today. It's our first time to go to the phones. I mean, we've run through quite a bit. And if you've been with us, you know that. So you can comment on those things. You can bring up your own topics, whatever you'd like. All 10 lines are available for you, America, to now speak on the Rick and Bubba Show. And we look forward to talking to you when the show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Can feel good and uncomfortable at the same time.
Right. Well, and Greg, so I can go ahead so you can be sure this is covered. And, of course, according to Speedy, his kissing not too shabby.
Okay. Okay.
We're going to be dealing a meal again? Greg, the first time I saw this, I thought, I wonder if Speedy's ready to be kissed by a 71-year-old man.
Yeah.
Not too Instead of sweating to the oldies, it would be sweating by an oldie.
Yeah, I wonder what an old
Buddy by Jake. He wants everybody to know he's back in it.
Oh, is he back? Yeah,
right.
that's right.
Okay. All right.
But guys, are y'all with me? I just gave you the article. Y'all may not have it there where you are, but doesn't that sound like that people that own the rights to his videos are just saying, "Hey, man, everybody wants Richard back, so we're going to y'all working out at home? Wait a minute, that was our market."
Yeah. All right. So let me ask you this. I can't imagine what an older Richard Simmons sounds like, but I can only imagine him trying to whoop everybody into shape.
Live like you were dying.
It's not like that for sure.
Hey, live like you were dying.
Do you think maybe, I don't know, and if you covered this, I apologize because I was looking down here. Could they replay some of his originals?
Well, that's what they're doing.
I mean, he's not updating at all.
No.
He's not coming in at all to say, hey, everybody, enjoy my old stuff.
Hey, this is Richard Simmons, and now I am living like I'm dying.
Yeah.
No, but
not at all. So he's not going to be involved at all. I mean, he's not going to say.
It just, I don't get any
Well,
more.
We haven't heard from him, right? I mean, it's just his representative. We still don't know if Richard's alive.
The representative says this phrase: "We are re-releasing some workouts and other inspirational content on his YouTube channel." So this is just old stuff.
Look,
I don't think we count this as his
Richard
back.
Simmons stuff out there is when he was on the air with us and when he was on the air with David Letterman.
I agree. But wait a minute, guys. Do y'all not agree? This is not the return of Richard Simmons. This is his. This is the people that own his content saying he's got a YouTube channel. We're putting stuff on it.
That's it.
So it stopped with Richard. Richard is very.
Yeah.
He said Richard is very touched by the outreach. That's the end of the story.
Okay, so right now
that's it.
I'm speaking on behalf of Richard.
Yeah, that's the end. That's the end of the story.
I don't count this as he's back. Does anybody else count this?
No,
he's not back.
He's even still alive.
No way.
No, he's not back.
Okay.
His videos are back.
Right.
It's re-release.
Okay. Yeah. That's the same thing. Okay. Well, all this is. Hey, I hear everybody's working out at home. We got a lot of cool stuff y'all might be interested in.
Look, they could re-release Tom Petty records, but he ain't back.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Boy, there you go.
Golly.
There it is. Just stand down.
Yeah.
Bubba. I mean, hey, that's right. That's right out of the closet right there. There you go. He's gone.
There you go.
Yeah. That's all this is.
Yeah.
But look, let's give them props. We're in marketing. Hey, people are demanding to hear from Richard Simmons right now. I mean, people are saying they need his comfort, they need his workouts, and they need him. And so
that just means all the board games are tired of him.
Right. Oh my
Rick,
goodness.
what if you got on the Peloton?
And good news, only 3 more weeks after this week.
Well, let me tell you this. Yeah, what if I get on Peloton? There's Richard. Hey, Rick.
How is the Peloton working out for being quarantined, Rick?
You know, it really for quarantine, it's great. I mean, I would rather be going to, doing a little better. I liked what I was doing before better because there's more to it than just riding a bike. And now where I was working out, they're doing the thing where you go on there and you can watch it on Zoom, and I just don't know if that's me. I just. And you're in there in your room and you're doing all the. I don't know. It just.
Oh, give it a shot.
I realize the Peloton is basically the same thing. By the way, I can't make good choices. And somebody sent me some teachers to go with. So let me tell you what happened to me the last time I get on it. So you remember I had these beginner workouts. Then I was going to go to the next click, which by the way is a huge jump, much bigger than I thought, to beginner advanced. That's not even to the regular classes yet. That's supposed to be the intermediate stop, okay? So anyway, I get the one guy that cussed me the whole time and told me to get up off my blank, all that. So then I said, I got to go another way. So then I pick another guy. Now, let me tell you when you know you're in trouble here and you just start hitting pause. He comes on, he goes, I look at him, I say, okay, this guy looks pretty normal. And he's going, hey, welcome to my workout. He goes, now I want you to know, when I'm doing my workout, I'm going to start with some Britney Spears. And I thought, I've got a gay guy. Now I've got a gay guy. I mean, it's just like I can't pick a when a man says we're going to start with some Britney Spears. If you do my workouts, we're going to hear some Britney. And I thought, I got a gay guy now. Right. So I've got to find some happy medium.
Sometimes that'll dupe you though. I mean, was he tough though? I mean, did he push you?
Well, I mean, it didn't take for me long to realize inside the workout that
Rick, you need that guy that cussed you. That's it.
20 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba show. We're back. Phone calls coming in, 866-WE-BE-BIG. The real Greg Burgess got those for you. Let's get started with Kyle. Kyle is out of Birmingham, Alabama, listening on 104.7 WZZK. Hey, Kyle, go ahead.
Hey, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
So, 2 things real quick. First one is, did y'all see the story where PETA wants the Biden administration to hunt potatoes and stuff Easter eggs this year?
Yes.
I just saw that in email, and just when PETA couldn't get wackier, we stand corrected.
They
now,
have to come up with some kind of headline every 3-4 months anyway.
Good gracious.
What about the potato, Rick? You pulling it out of the ground?
Right. No one cares about the potato. Yeah. I'm sure that'll go a long way. And who knows? I mean, the Biden administration, if we leave them in for another round, we may get to the White House potato hunt. Let's go to Brent out of the great state of Michigan. Brent, go ahead.
Yeah. Are you guys keeping tabs with Adler? There's a guy in Green Bay, Wisconsin, who got arrested for battery, and he looks exactly like Adler. And I think he's using a different alias.
Adler, have you gone to Michigan and beat somebody up?
No, but that's not that unusual for somebody that gets arrested to look like me. So that happens a lot.
A lot of truth to that. Lines are available, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Lefty out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Lefty, welcome. Go ahead.
Hey, boys, how y'all doing this morning?
We're good, Lefty. Hope you're all right.
Good. I just want to add a little context to this situation involving the individual at Space Camp.
Okay.
Now, an article put out by AL.com a day or so ago said that the counselors have separate dorms, separate facilities, bathrooms, whatever. So at no point is this individual in any compromising position with children.
Yeah, so
so far, no allegations have been laid out. No coworkers have said that she is the immovable object. It's all the concerned parent.
Yeah,
making these waves.
Well, but I mean, do you have any children, Lefty?
I do not.
Yeah. Okay. Well, appreciate you calling. Yeah, I think for some reason on all the, and again, that's what we're trying to say on the clarity. Now, if parents are saying we just want to pull our kids out because we just don't like this setup, period, then they certainly have the right to do that. But there seems to be some concern that at some point in the camp, when everybody's not in the dorms, that the facilities that are available to everybody there during the camp, that the counselors have access to that, and this person wants access to the female side. Now, Lefty, that may not be right, and I certainly don't want there to be misinformation. I'm just telling you that's what some of the parents are concerned about. But I appreciate you bringing that to the table. And it could be simply, no matter what the setup is, parents do not want there to be anything, any situation where this person would be allowed to live as a female with their daughters, when everybody's all using the same facilities.
Mm-hmm.
And that seems to be the issue. We continue. Let's go to Craig in Gardendale listening to ZZK. Craig, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear from PETA on the eggs, but I'd really like for them to go up to Michigan and stop the Muslims from sacrificing the animals. That should be a good stand.
Not going to happen. We all know that. That's not going to happen.
No, they're going to pick easy battles where they're not afraid they'll get car bombed.
Right. We continue. Devin in Birmingham, listen to ZZK. Devin, go ahead.
Hey, Rick, I appreciate y'all's show.
Thank you.
Appreciate what you do.
Thank you, Devin.
The guy was talking about it's Bevan, by the way. But anyway.
All right, Bevan. Go ahead, Bevan.
The guy talking about the Easter potatoes at White House, might as well. We've already got Mr. Potato Head running the country.
Okay, Bevan. True. 866 We Be Big Charity. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
It's Speedy right now.
Yeah, so I got pulled over when I was pregnant with my first child with a restroom emergency.
Oh, boy.
And I ended up not getting a ticket, but he took long enough to run my license and insurance that I didn't make it, and I was only 3 minutes from my house.
Yeah, when you're that deep into the pregnancy, you've only got so long.
Yeah, you do. Then you
hate
got
to
another
have to-
problem
You
now.
hate to have to drive with depends on.
Oh, you
Right.
really do.
It's a terrible feeling.
Dan in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Dan, go ahead.
Yeah, Dan.
Hey, the problem with that the space camp is the little girl actually didn't like the situation of the male being her counselor too, and being inside of her room at night.
Are you saying that these counselors can go into the females' rooms if they declare themselves as women? That now means that I can
Yes, sir.
access the dorm room of a female to counsel them, to talk to them, and this person says I'm female, so I can come in your room. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Well, see,
Yes, sir.
those details are important to document. There's some lines that some of these parents are not comfortable with, and I think that some of these lines we can draw without really, as we said earlier, upsetting anyone.
If you'll work with us.
Yeah, but as Adler says, I think sometimes, and I don't know this person, so I could be completely wrong, but I have seen others that they really don't want to do anything reasonable. What they're really doing is saying, watch me be an advocate for the transgender community, and I'm going to go find out where all the boundaries are, and I'm going to push the limits of this. And I'm doing this just to be controversial and bring attention to it. I really am not in need of these things.
Right.
I just want to I want to take this to a level and put people on defense because I enjoy doing that.
As far as the camp has rules about physical contact between staff and students, nothing beyond a fist bump or a high five is allowed. They cannot exchange personal details like phone numbers, social media information. They're not allowed to discuss religion or anything like that. But the transgender person would be allowed on the female dorm halls, and the dorm rooms are not locked.
Yeah, that's kind of what the caller said. He said that's where some of them are concerned.
They're not allowed to be in a room alone with a kid, but like I just said, females, and that person is being treated like a female. Females are allowed on the dorm halls.
Donna, welcome to the show. I-92, go ahead, out of Montgomery.
Hi. I just wanted to state that in the Bible it says that God is the only one who can judge. So I think we need to quit judging each other and live together.
Donna, I have to just humbly correct you. The Bible does not say that. It does not say that God is the only one who can judge. It actually says that we are supposed to judge correctly, because if you said that that's true, there are going to be so many Old Testament prophets that you're going to be thrown out. You're also going to be, when Paul says that the Word of God is to be used to rebuke and to correct. And what Jesus actually said is don't be a hypocrite. If you're going to stand up for God's standard, be sure you also live by God's standard, and so you can then judge correctly. So actually what you said about the Bible just isn't correct, because if you took that, then that would mean that no human being can ever point out that something is wrong or violates God's standard, and human beings do that throughout Scripture.
And if you,
that's just not a true statement.
If you walk out what she says, there's nothing ever wrong.
Right? Yeah, that's just not true.
There will be no problem until you get to heaven.
One of the things God uses throughout Scripture to tell people how He judges things is through human beings. Yeah. That He inspires to say, "Tell them what I said and tell them who I am." But you be sure you're living it. Now, that part you're right about, but your statement just isn't biblically sound. The Bible does not say that. As a matter of fact, in Corinthians, Paul says God has given the authority to judge the church to the members of the church. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's the only way
go
you're
back to
get
him.
Better.
That's
all you understand.
And he bangs on the bicycle. Get up! Yeah, that's my blank there. Yeah,
That's who you need.
well, he's very mean. That's what he'll play a song. He'll start banging up. Hey, that's my right there. Come on, get up off. Let's go. And I'm just like,
come on, that's it.
But I got to say, you're right, Greg. He motivated me more than the guy that said, if you're doing my workouts, I'm going to be doing some Britney. And then he would do some dances on his bike, and I was like, oh my
dances,
gosh.
not the dances.
Look,
not dancing.
Yeah, but no, it does work good because it's in, you can stay inside. It pushes you really hard. You get what you need out of it. And remember, we're old now, so nobody expects us. I mean, if people say you did 20 to 30 minutes and your heart's beating, they're happy for you. You got your heart rate up.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So, all right, we'll come back. We'll talk about life in quarantine. Is it just you guys? I've never had so much time.
I know.
I mean, I
can't. I'm busy. I can't get caught up.
We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
– 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. Thank you for being with us today. Trying to keep you updated, trying to give you the facts, trying to be a calm, reassuring voice as we all push our way through these unprecedented times as far as our modern society, dealing with a pandemic, and we're trying to keep you updated at the same time, maybe learn some things along the way. So, Bubba, and guys, I was going to tell you this, and I've been watching this trend, but these press conferences reminded me of it. I have a couple things I can update you on, one from the weekend. But this one, now that everything is going online, including church, I think it's a good time to maybe address this. I've been trying to pick this, my perfect time. because, we're all at home now, and, we've got, right now, this is the most important week in history, and this is Holy Week, the Passion Week. Crucifixion is remembered on Friday, and, of course, the resurrection on Sunday. And churches are having to, it's all going to be, there may be some of these bizarre guys out there gathering, but for the most part, it'll all be online. Well, that's also, means that if you got small groups and stuff like that, all that, and everybody's trying to do the best they can do with that. But this just reminded me, and this is just, look, I'm just trying to help here. I don't want this to be taken the wrong way. Because that's not my, how concerned I usually am about whether people, this show's just trying to help. And I'm just trying to help here, okay? Huh. I think that the beautiful thing about getting together in small groups, and sometimes a small group might be 30 people, 40 people at some of the churches, and, certainly 20. And we certainly don't do it on the Wednesday Bible study, for the same reasons. I think you got to be careful when you just open the floor to even things important like prayer requests.
Wow.
Look, prayer requests are important, and we need to pray together. I certainly think we need to reserve the in the room for here's John, and John's got some bad news. Let's put him in the middle of the room, and let's pray over him. Could be a job situation, could be a sickness. Mm-hmm. And then all other prayer requests, be sure and hit our email, and we'll send it out to everybody, or we'll write them down on a legal pad, pass them around the room, and then we'll send them out this week for everybody to pray. That is a good format, just like we were talking about with the press conference. The reason why the president keeps getting in this situation, you got to be careful when you just open the floor, okay? And you remember, Bubba, our dear friend James Spann learned this the hard way on the first time he did his weather tour, and some person, certainly well-meaning, thought it was a good idea to put microphones on the floor and people could just get up and ask James anything they wanted to.
Without screening them ahead of time.
Yeah, that lasted one stop, right? Then they stopped him, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
But anyway, because it's like people don't seem to have the ability when it comes to things real important and sensitive like prayer requests. It's almost like, I don't know if they're practicing what they want to ask and they didn't hear the prayer request before them.
Right.
But and first of all, you can't, and the teacher, we're all kind of here for the teaching, and he can't get it back once it goes out to the floor. Again, I would just suggest everybody write them down. We send them out in the mass email. If somebody's in a major situation, we lift them up in the room. That also run by the teacher or the person in leadership in the room who says, we're going to pray over so-and-so here. Yeah. When you open the floor for never-ending prayer requests, 5 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We are working our way back, and we thank you for being with us today. Fieldofgreens.com. Boy, let me tell you, this product has become all the rage in the Rick and Bubba audience. Mike, big fan of the show. He said, I just got my doctor's annual lab results, and all of my numbers are outstanding. I started over a year ago drinking Field of Greens every day, and I feel better than ever. My cholesterol has dropped from 200 down to 138. My wife was skeptical at first, but not anymore. She's already asked for the promo code to order her own. Ha, ha. Ha, ha. Let me tell you, most people that we hear from and who have joined us making Field of Greens part of their daily habits are a lot like Mike. And you've heard the term, let's be like Mike. Here's another opportunity. Get your Field of Greens. Love this product. Sherry's now on board. She's all in love with it, too. Each organic fruit and vegetable was medically chosen to support heart and vital organ health. See, not all the other competing products that are similar, they don't make that commitment to you. I think what you love about this product, keeping you healthy, if you don't like it for any reason or you don't see the results, it's a 100% money-back guarantee. So you got nothing to lose. So get 15% off your first order and get free shipping at fieldofgreens.com using the promo code Bubba. Join the Field of Greens movement today, and let me tell you, all you're going to do is feel better. All right, so a couple of things to talk about. Bubba, today in space history, Greg, you're going to love this in space exploration. I think you'll like this one. I think.
Oh, I bet.
Greg, you're going to like 1781 William Herschel.
1781.
Yep.
What'd he do?
Bubba, would you like to tell Greg what William Herschel's done?
No, I'm not going to.
You're not going to open this door?
Well, he discovered a planet, Uranus.
What'd he call it?
Uranus.
I beg to differ.
Greg, how many cups of coffee?
So wait a
do you
minute.
have?
So we're worried about it.
How many cups of coffee is that?
No, it's not that many.
Okay.
Uranus.
I can tell you this: you hadn't set this straight up all day.
So in the 1700s,
Yep,
we
German
discovered
born
Uranus.
Yeah, German-born English astronomer William Herschel discovers Uranus, as Bubba says.
Why you reckon you named it Uranus?
I do not know.
It is named, like the other planets, after mythological gods and things.
Mm-hmm. And there's one, Greg, that there's one that
body
everybody's
parts.
really annoyed by in Greek mythology. It's this idiot called Uranus.
Yes, Uranus. Not sure what he did.
Uranus is the Greek deity of the heavens. It was the predecessor of the Olympian gods by the mid-19th century. It was also the generally accepted name of the seventh planet from the sun.
So you're saying Uranus, but every time I've heard it mentioned, like in
Greg,
documentaries and all this, they say Uranus.
They do.
That's fine.
Uranus.
Listen, time out. I just want to know how you saw it. But it's the way you say it.
Well, look at that telescope he had.
Yeah, here he is
Greg.
looking at Uranus right here.
See? Okay, I'm done.
Hey,
I'm not
time
even
out. I
trying.
see Uranus.
Yeah.
Hold it.
What was I
I
thinking?
see Uranus.
There it is. It's Uranus.
It's the pause between the two words.
buddy,
He's saying it as two words, not one.
It could be Uranus. It could be Uranus. It could be
Uranus.
It could be Uranus. I've just always heard it as Uranus. I always have, and we always laughed.
Right. Yeah,
Always.
there you go. So really, if you think about it, when we look into our galaxy, all we do is worship pagan gods.
Yeah.
But anyway,
think about finding it though.
Yeah.
Wow, look what I found.
Somebody said,
Look at all they
somebody
went through.
said you don't know yours from a hole in the ground. but
Look at what all they had to go through to find
that's a
Uranus.
lot. That's a big one there.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
So,
You can't stop.
Bubba, he said,
Did you see it?
he said Herschel, because of this telescope they keep showing that we can't seem to acknowledge, that telescope helped him distinguish it as a planet, not a star.
Yes.
And before that, astronomers thought it was just a star.
So he said, I see Uranus, but I don't know if it's a star.
Somebody
or a
said,
planet.
I don't think that Uranus right there is a planet. And Herschel said, oh, I beg to differ. Look, and I'm toting the big telescope to prove it.
That's right.
So get this. Do you realize how long it takes for this planet to circle the sun? 84 years.
Hey,
good.
So it hasn't even kind of got around one time yet.
Right.
Since
And it's
we
the
were
third
born.
largest, right? In diameter.
Did
It's
you read
pretty
that?
big. I
Who,
don't know.
who told you that? Where'd you get that?
It's also a gaseous.
Uranus is large.
It's a gaseous planet.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It's a gaseous ice giant.
That's why they called it that.
Yep.
Oh, now
That's it.
No, we told you where the name
No,
came
that's
from.
just stuff.
Yeah.
That's it.
Rumors.
Right. It's not. It has nothing to do with that.
Well, I'm glad we're celebrating Uranus today.
Thank you, Greg.
And I understand.
Big day for you.
I understand it has a ring system too, right?
Oh.
By the way,
It does have a ring
It
system.
does have faint rings on it. That was discovered by Voyager 2 that went by it in
know that.
1986.
Who do you think he is, Saturn?
They discovered 10 additional moons in orbit to the
8
5
moons, right.
that was already known. So it has 15 moons.
Uranus is visible to the naked eye.
I've
And
never.
it's also the only planet that spins different than the orbital plane. It
How
spins
about
over
that?
the poles.
Well, there you go.
How
Mind
about
of
that?
its own. Got a mind of its own.
There you go. So big day today for Herschel.
Yep.
We wish him,
Herschel.
those of you that are descendants of Herschel, big day for you.
Celebrate.
So on we continue.
Speaking of,
I'm going to divert Greg to a different topic if possible. So
See, we have an arrest here.
right. Well, you know when you had do you remember the time, and we've talked about this, when Greg appeared somewhere and the person introduced him as, I'm on the show as Speedy.
Yes, yes.
Y'all remember that?
Yeah.
And it was actually
at
Greg.
Chakalaka Park.
It has happened again.
No.
It has happened again.
What?
So yesterday,
Oh, really?
met with the team to recap the conference, and from the Man Church, and we're always thinking about 2025. Let's look at what we thought went good. Let's look at what we thought went bad. What could we do better? What are some markets we're thinking about for next year? What's the current state of the churches and the strategy? Blah blah blah. Just to kind of let's get together, celebrate, but then let's talk about let's keep getting better. And we had a lot to discuss, and so Andy Blanks was there, so Andy Blank's wife kind of is in charge of hospitality. So she and the people that she goes out and gets her team together, they come in and set up the green room, okay, and they do the gift bags for all the speakers, and here's all the stuff and whatever.
Coffee.
My wife loves following her on stuff.
Right, and she's an influencer on social media and all that. So anyway, Andy just starts laughing. He said, "You're gonna love this." And I said, "What?" He goes, "So we're recapping. I'm talking to my wife about the weekend." She goes, "You know what? Let me tell you who was so nice, Speedy." She said, "I had such a good time getting to know Speedy, and he was so pleasant to be around."
Well,
and
thank you.
And I'm just a big Speedy fan.
Well, you were in Starkville.
And then Andy said, "Well, there's only one problem. Speedy wasn't there."
But he is nice.
And so as we began to investigate, she thought Greg was Speedy. So
happened again.
It's happened again.
Happened again.
Welcome to the green room. You know him better as Speedy.
Well, the fact that
I'm glad I wasn't a jerk.
But she talked about how nice he was, and I thought, well, that can't be right.
Well, clearly she doesn't have a limp or anything.
Or a slight speech impediment.
Right, one eye bigger than the other. It would have been a different story.
It would have been. Hey,
So-
can't get you like a hair.
So, honey,
Slur, something.
honey, so how did you like meeting her? But I tell you, I really like you know him on the show as Speedy.
I like that.
Oh no, he loved every minute of it. Of course, he said it embarrassed him.
Yeah,
but
it embarrassed him.
I said, well, I cannot wait to get back to the show and tell that.
Oh, it was good meeting her.
So it's happened again. Yeah, I mean,
she's
it's
quite the
Well, at least
influence.
she said I was nice, even though.
Right. Thank
She
you
did.
for being nice.
Yeah.
If you're going to be me.
You almost look at that and think, you know what she was thinking? He is a little bit of an overgreeter.
Right.
But keep in mind, I mean, no offense, but when you're in charge of the food, Greg
He'll be nice.
He's going to be your best friend.
You see when they bring the wings in. He's back there. I mean, they're buddy.
Did she think I was Speedy last year at Oxford too? I wonder.
You know what? I didn't think about it. I think so.
Yeah.
I forgot. That's right, because she was in charge of it there too.
Yeah, I think. Right.
Maybe you weren't nice at that one. Maybe you didn't leave an impact.
I don't know.
Yeah. So
I've aged since then.
That's a good point though about food. That's
Yeah.
what it is.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
what
I thought
it
he
is.
worked
I
for
may be
Operation
the most-
Healing Forces this morning.
That's so good. That's so good.
Tim Spencer was like, "Get off me!"
No, I'm basically the nicest one here.
It's just Asians.
Greg, and you know what she said? She said, "Well, he's not completely bald."
He's working on it.
Right.
He's close.
His legs aren't skinny.
Honey, who you talking about? I can't remember his name, but you know him on the show as Speedy.
I tell you, that Speedy was just so nice.
Well, I'll tell you.
Well,
Andy,
that's-
thank you.
And that's what you wanted.
Thank
wasn't
your wife for me.
There
It's
you
good
go.
meeting her.
it? So it's happened again. Somebody thought Greg was Speedy.
Well, we're interchangeable, I guess.
Mr. Biden, Bubba, we haven't looked at this stuff today. You know
Well,
him as Speedy.
Special prosecutor went to Capitol Hill to testify, and it got exciting.
All right, we'll talk about that when we come back, when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
First of all, there's the uncomfortable. I'm giving this room too many details about the situation with my wife or husband, and it involves the lower track. Okay.
Okay.
You ever been sitting in there? Well, now you know, and it's always the other gender who tells you. The husband tells you about the lower track of his wife, or the wife tells you about the lower track problems of her husband. It's never. It's all, which makes it for some reason more awkward because the other person's just sitting there going, "Wow, you're telling them a lot about this." And this one I know for a fact happened. The person before gave a terrible, terrible update, horrible situation. I'm talking about edge of death, sickness kind of stuff, okay? Heartbreaking stuff. Do you know what the next person said? Look, I just want y'all to pray about something. We're having this armadillo problem at our house.
Okay.
And I mean, we can't seem to get this thing. And I'm like, did this guy just go armadillo after the cancer prayer request? Yeah. I mean, it's like no one has the ability to say, the person before me just told us they may be terminally ill. I can't follow that with the armadillo. I mean, that shouldn't make the room discussion. That Greg, I see you laughing. That happened. Hey, look, y'all got to pray about this armadillo. Yeah, but I mean, I understand that, but maybe we see that one on the mass email.
Right.
Pray for Carl and Louis and Louise's armadillo problem.
Yeah.
They want some help with it. They got to have supernatural intervention on the armadillo.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say that to presidents and to Sunday school teachers or to anyone, never give it to the floor. Never ever give it to the floor. I also had one that I won't mention that somebody started talking about an incident involving a strip club.
Wow!
And all of this
okay.
No, I'm sorry. Let me take that back. It was one of these restaurants like a Hooters kind of thing, and wanted to know why somebody was seeing one of the waitresses there. When did they not know that? It was just you just don't want to kick it to the floor. You know how we say, Bubba, in our business, don't ever give the mic up.
Yeah.
I mean, you keep it running. You decide because the teacher usually or the leader can decide the intensity level of the prayer request, and there might be one.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, we need so and so to stand up and right now. We got to pray over them. They're going through this. Let them do that. That's awesome. Do not kick it to the floor for anybody to give any prayer requests that they possibly can. I've always hated that. It's terribly uncomfortable. I've made the mistake of doing it once. I won't ever do it again. You just don't kick it to the room.
Rick, I'd like for you to add to the list.
Guys, I know this coronavirus thing is pretty serious, but one of my bunions is starting to flare up. So if we can pray about that.
Yeah. Okay, right. I would like for you to add to the list of people not opening up to the floor are coaches at parent meetings.
Correct.
Just
never
add
ever.
that too.
No, the coach needs to tell everybody that's why we did the rules that we all did. You know, when we all coach, we learned this. You're given a handout. Everything you need to know is in it. There's no going to the floor. You know what I mean?
That's
it.
That's it. Inside joke here. Also, look out. Someone may have had their tape stolen. And they won't know who got them.
You know what, Greg? In that one, we learned don't open the floor to want to know how everybody's doing through a difficult time. That's a legendary story. I just don't think people have the ability to call themselves. We know that.
Okay. Yeah.
And,
this is good.
Yeah, because if I had the armadillo trouble, once I heard cancer, I would have taken that and marked through my armadillo. I'll get back to that. I might just send a text out to some people to help pray about that. I don't think I would have followed that. And these lower track problems with married couples, good night. You're just sitting there going, wow, that's a lot of detail. That is a lot of detail. I mean, so it's just like.
Well, and you have other ones that could be even worse.
Oh, well, I know. No, you're right. You're right. So just a little something I've been wanting to address for several weeks, and I thought I would wait till our class isn't meeting together. You know what I mean? So I'll just address it now.
Oh, they're not watching. Yeah,
bottom of the hour. Just there's a way to handle it. I'm not saying no prayer request. There's just a way to do it. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The gravy, please.
Okay, here we go. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Biden clips today, Bubba, you may have to set them up a little bit. Some we're talking about. Yeah, Biden clip. Biden go. Whoop, whoop. Hey. Everybody. I say a basement Joe. So, Bubba, what's going on in our clips today?
Rick, we have Robert Hur. He is a special prosecutor that was looking into Joe Biden's mishandling of documents. Mm-hmm. He's testifying before Congress yesterday. Of course, there is around trying to discredit him. Then they're trying to put words in his mouth that he exonerated the president, and he is having none of it.
Okay, so you just want to go in order here, Adler?
Just run the list.
This is the lie.
All right.
This is when he, in public, said he did not share any information.
All right, so here we go.
Thank you, everyone. I did not share classified information. I did not share it. With your ghostwriter? With my ghostwriter, I did not. Guarantee you did not.
We also identified other recorded conversations during which Mr. Biden read classified information aloud to his ghostwriter.
Hur says, "It wasn't. That's a lie." So here he comes talking even more about the evidence that they found on Biden that even says this is a lie even more clearly. Here we go.
My team and I conducted a thorough, independent investigation. We identified evidence that the president willfully retained classified materials after the end of his vice presidency when he was a private citizen. This evidence included an audio-recorded conversation during which Mr. Biden told his ghostwriter that he had, quote, just found all the classified stuff downstairs, end quote. When Mr. Biden said this, he was a private citizen speaking to his ghostwriter in his private rental home in Virginia.
So why don't you? I thought nobody was above the law.
That's what I thought.
I thought if you're guilty, charge him.
That's what I
and
thought.
We've got a president who has broken the law, and why are we not charging him?
And that's kind of where we're going to hear more about the attempt to destroy the audio. And Jim,
this is tampering with evidence.
And Jim Jordan's going to ask for clarification on that. Here we go.
Biden, this is a quote, Joe Biden risked serious damage to America's national security when he shared information with his ghostwriter. Shared it with his ghostwriter, the guy who was helping Joe Biden get $8 million. That
was his book deal.
And oh, by the way, Mr. Hur, what did that ghostwriter do with the information Joe Biden shared with him on his laptop? What did he do after you were named special counsel?
Chairman, if you're referring to the audio recordings that Mr. Zwanitzer created of his conversations with
Exactly
Mr. Biden,
what I'm referring to.
He slid, if I remember correctly, he slid those files into his recycle bin on his computer.
Tried to destroy the evidence, didn't he?
Correct.
The very guy who was helping Joe Biden get the $8 million, Joe Biden used the motive for Joe Biden to disclose classified information, to retain classified information, which he definitely knew was against the law. When you get...
Wow. So he tried to destroy evidence. So first of all, he did share the documents when he said he didn't with his ghostwriter. There's an audio recording of him talking about it to the ghostwriter, and the ghostwriter tried to destroy the audio evidence. Right?
Keep going.
Yeah, that's that. But, so is that where we are so far?
So far.
Yep.
All right. So
More coming.
Now here's how many places Biden had illegal classified documents. Here we go.
Mr. Hur, classified documents were found at the Penn Biden Center?
That's correct.
They were found in President Biden's garage?
In Wilmington, Delaware, yes.
And in his basement den?
Also in the same home, yes.
In his main floor office?
Correct.
And his third floor den?
Correct.
At the University of Delaware?
Correct.
And at the Biden Institute?
Correct.
That's
seven locations.
Next, we're going to have him ask, did the Biden White House attempt to have your report changed before it was publicly released? Here we go.
And did the White House get the report before the report was made public?
We did provide a draft of the report to the White House counsel's office and members of the president's personal counsel team for their review.
No, I understand. And did the White House then, once they got the report before it went public, did the White House try to weigh in with your investigation on elements of that report and, frankly, get the report changed?
They did request certain edits and changes to the draft report.
So here you have interference all over the place here. What's the name? Something of justice. What do they call it in legal terms? When you're tampering with a case.
Yeah,
I can't think of the name
when you're trying to be, you're putting obstacles in front of it.
Yeah, obstruction of justice.
Obstruction. There it is. There's the word, buddy.
Tampering with evidence. Yeah. He broke classified document rules numbers of times in numbers of places. He perjured himself about it and lied about it.
Yep.
And it just keeps going on.
Adler will ask her if he has any reason to believe that he was lied to by the president. Here we go.
At any point in your investigation, did you have any reason to believe that President Biden lied to you?
I do address in my report one response the president gave to a question that we had posed to him that we deemed to be not credible.
Okay,
Yes.
that means
That means lie.
That means
a
yes.
lie. Yeah.
This, Bubba, you'll enjoy this one. Here's Adam Schiff trying so hard to save his beloved president, but Hur will have none of it. Here we go.
His attorney falsely represented to the FBI and grand jury that he did not have documents called for by the grand jury's subpoena. You didn't find anything like that with respect to Mr. Biden, did you?
Congressman, I do not have the Trump indictment in front of me, but I need to address something that you said in your prior question. What you are suggesting is that I needed to provide a different version of my report that would be fit for public release. That is nowhere in the rules. I was to prepare a confidential report that was comprehensive and thorough of an
What is in the rules?
You're trying to get me to say I need to tamper with
Do
it.
you find this strange that to begin with, they gave a draft to the president's counsel and the White House counsel? I mean, if he's doing an investigation, I mean, it would be like the police officers that stopped me and Adler yesterday asking us to review the ticket before they wrote it up.
Correct.
I mean, that doesn't make any sense at all, does it?
For
Because
time,
if I would have reviewed it, I'd have tore it up.
Sure.
For time's sake, let's jump down to 9 because I think this is the thing that Bubba said earlier that I really think we got to get in. And here is her clarifying because the Democrats are going to try to insinuate that Hur has exonerated Biden. And he's going to clarify that. So here's cut 9. Let's do that one, Adler.
So this lengthy, expensive, and independent investigation resulted in a complete exoneration of President Joe Biden.
No.
For every document you discussed in your report, you found insufficient evidence that the president violated any laws about possession or retention of classified materials. The primary law that you analyzed for potential prosecution was part of the Espionage Act, 18 U.S.C. 793E, which criminalizes willful retention or disclosure of national defense information. Is that correct?
Congresswoman, that is one statute that we analyzed. I need to go back and make sure that I take note of the word that you used, exoneration. That is not a word that
I'm
appears
going
in
to
the
continue
report, and
with
that's
my
not part of my
questions.
task as a
I'm going to
prosecutor.
continue with my questions.
The
I know
judgment
that the
received,
term.
that I ultimately reached
I know
related
that
to whether
the term.
sufficient evidence existed such that the likely
You didn't-
outcome
you
would be
exonerated
a
him.
conviction.
I know
did
that the
not
term
exonerate him.
willful
That word does not appear in
retention
the
has a.
report,
Mr. Hur, it's my time.
No.
Thank you.
Yeah, try to talk over.
No, you can't do that. You're saying he exonerated the president and he didn't.
What she's trying to do is change what he said,
Right.
get it read into the congressional record.
Right.
And he's saying, no, that's not the case. And she's trying to tell him what he said, and he's saying, I didn't say that.
He said, you're trying to use the word exonerate, and I did not exonerate the president.
He did say he didn't think they could get a conviction because he would look like a dawdling old man.
Right.
But he did mishandle it. He is guilty. And look, I don't know where we got to this point that we get people get a pass because they look like they're old and can't. I mean, if you're guilty, charge them. If not, let it go.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I've been doing a little bit of that myself. So we'll talk to them about that if we can get them on coming up. Mike Lindell will also join us later in the program, but let's get in the other half of the two sexiest fat men alive. Most of you know him best as the Silver. So don't be shooting Bubba. He's got enough trouble. The Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, professional and cheaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and a master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Oh! Hey, come on. I know. saw you trying to make a call, and I thought, I bet he's on the pontoon boat trying to see if this is going to work out.
Yeah, I did. It's there's complications. We did a pontoon broadcast many years ago. I know you remember that.
Cellcast, baby.
Want to go back and do it again, but doing it separately may even be more complicated. There's a lot of bridges to cross.
Well, I wonder.
We'll get it.
And for those of you that wondered, there was a time. Of course, now if you did this, you'd hear the boo birds and everybody. We can't see them. Where are they? There was something that came into our world that really Bubba and I, for the longest, we did a lot of things with it. And it was called a cellcast, and it enabled you to have headphones and microphones, and it had this little, basically a giant cell phone, but we would dial into the station's given hotline, and then we would just be on the air, each with headsets via cell service. Did I explain that?
Oh, you're dead on it. You're dead on it.
And so that was pretty mobile and pretty easy. If you had cell service, you were in. But now we got to have video, we got to have audio, and we got to have all this. So it's a little more complicated to do that kind of stuff now.
Yeah, it gets real complicated. But here in the broadcast closet, Rick, I've been having light trouble. I can't get the light like I like it because I'm in a closet. But does it look better today? I feel like it looks better.
It does. It looks fantastic today. I kind of liked you struggling with it, especially during Holy Week, because I kept telling everybody you were praying.
Yeah, it had that look to it. Well, you will laugh when you see this, and we'll talk about it later in the show. I literally have battery-powered lights with paper towels taped over them with duct tape. I mean, it's the craziest setup just to try to get on the air. But anyway, we're here, and we've got a lot to cover today, a lot going on, and man, I just appreciate everybody's patience with us. This is our first pandemic to broadcast.
You know what? I think it's been. I really do. I think as far as the audience experience, considering the situation that we're in, I think it's been fine. I think it's been fun. I think it's been interesting, and it adds an element because, like we're saying, we're trying to balance all this is not. I mean, we've done it before, but it's one day like you and I were talking about. It's one thing to be on the air. And for, say, I remember when we were on there during 9/11, well, obviously, everything changed and everybody wanted to know what was going on with 9/11. That went on for a few days. And then you kind of settled into, what's our response going to be and all that. But I don't know in our history of broadcasting, have we been put in such a long period of time of uncertainty and such a long period of time of the main story of the day is so what's our game plan? Because like we said, we got three different elements going here. We've got the disease itself, we've got the concern of being around other people, and then the concern of losing the country completely. And all those three things are having to be balanced. So guess what? That's what dominates. If you say, give me a stack of stories around the world, guess what that stack has in it? Well, it certainly doesn't have the latest sports scores. It doesn't have that.
No. We have a sports story today, but
right.
All they're doing is talking about what they would like to do.
Right. It all revolves around what are we going to do because our way of life has been completely turned upside down, and there's certainly some good with that too, and we've talked about that too. But so really, if this topic lends itself to really only a couple of things to continue to update and discuss. So today we'll try our best to. I think you guys being on location, to my greater point, I think has given us a little more to talk about and have fun with anyway.
Yeah, well, we certainly have a lot to work through, but we got a lot going on today. We're going to have Dan Moultrie and Chuck checking in with us here in a minute. Rick, we've got a lot of national stories going on.
6 minutes past the hour. Here comes another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We thank you for being with us. To join us this hour, it's 866-WE-BE-BIG. Opportunities will present themselves before we're done. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here for another hour. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. Rick and Bubba, 30 plus.
How about this, Bubba? A couple of spillovers from last hour. This is from Ryan. I told everyone that Greg was the nicest one in the whole group when we came to the golden ticket seats last Friday. I now realize it's because we had food.
That's not exactly true.
Oh, there we go.
Greg, it's
not exactly.
It's a gift you have around
it
food.
is. It is.
Well, I mean, I appreciate people going the extra mile.
Thank you, Greg. And also spill over from last hour. We just heard the alarming truth about Biden and the classified documents, how he illegally shared those with all sorts of people, including a ghostwriter that he said he didn't do. And you even heard the special counsel, Hur, not allowing the Democrats, I think it was Jay Powell, to get on the record that he exonerated Biden. He did not. As a matter of fact, the one clip we couldn't ran out of time for is Matt Gaetz, right?
Gaetz.
It's Gaetz. Matt Gaetz comes back and says, as a matter of fact, there's a reason why that you didn't think that we could get any real case against the president, but it had nothing to do with whether he was guilty or not, or that you exonerated him. What you actually said should trouble us all, and here it is.
February 8th, the White House question, Mr. President, why did you share classified information with your ghostwriter? The President, I did not share classified information. I did not share it. I guarantee I did not. That's not true, is it, Mr. Hur?
That is inconsistent with the findings based on the evidence in my report.
Yes, it's a lie. It's just what regular people would say, right? Yeah, all right. So the next one. And all the stuff that was in my home was in filing cabinets that were either locked or able to be locked. That wasn't true either, was it?
That was inconsistent with the findings of our investigation.
Another lie, people might say, right? Because what you put in your report was among the places Mr. Biden's lawyers found classified documents in the garage was a damaged open box. So here's what I'm understanding, right? As Mr. Armstrong laid out, you find in your report that the elements of a federal criminal violation are met, but then you apply this senile cooperator theory that because Joe Biden cooperated and the elevator doesn't go to the top floor, you don't think you can get a conviction.
And he agreed with that. He said, "You're right." And he also went on to say, "This ghostwriter that destroyed evidence. What does it take to get prosecuted around here?"
Yeah.
I mean, that person willfully sent things to his recycle bin once he knew what was going on.
Well, I don't know, and I think all of us, no matter what party you may vote for or what your ideology may or may not be, I think we all should probably be concerned that a special counsel said everything the president said about the documents he lied about. However, his inability to cognitively go through this process is the only reason we will not pursue it, is that he's in no mental condition to be pursued. Now, if that doesn't concern everybody, I mean, for many reasons.
How can we have a special prosecutor say that? You either got to do one or two things. You have to remove Joe Biden from office because he's unfit, or charge him.
Thank you. It's one of the
And I
others.
think if they charged him, he probably would resign then, saying I'm not fit to go through it. But you can't have it both ways. Mm-hmm. So you're going to get that both ways. You don't get prosecuted, but you don't get removed from office. But yet you'll prosecute Trump to the fullest of the law for something less than what Joe Biden did.
Mm-hmm.
Exact same thing.
Yeah. It would be like you hiring me to, say, be your driver, okay? And somebody found out that I lied about some stuff I'd done as a driver in my personal life. But my responsibility is to drive you.
Yeah.
And the guy comes back and says, well, we're not going to prosecute Rick, mainly because he's cannot mentally drive a car. And then he says, well, since we're not going to do that, he can just go back to being your driver. You'd be like, well, you just said he can't do that job. I mean, what?
Yeah, this
well,
is bizarre.
but I mean, we're saying that he cannot cognitively be prosecuted, but he can run the free world. To Bubba's point,
this is where common sense has just run aground. We need to do away with Congress and hearings and investigations if nothing ever comes out of it.
And it seems
we're
like nothing
paying
does.
for a bunch of paper pushing that nothing ever happens. So if he's not going to get convicted, then don't charge him, don't investigate him. He's got a free pass. Give Trump one too. That's how it works. Both sides gets the same treatment.
Wouldn't that be
Or
great?
prosecute them both. If they're guilty,
whatever,
prosecute them.
Whatever. I mean, I don't know. And again, I can't.
That's why people are losing confidence in their government, in their elections, because they see this chicanery going on all the time.
Mm-hmm. can't be prosecuted for the mishandling of illegal documents because there's no way that he can remember these things. Can he still be president of the United States of America? Sure, no problem.
Yeah. Commander in chief.
Yeah. And the transcript was released yesterday too about you remember all of the I guess stories of he couldn't remember when his son passed away and all this.
Yeah.
And then he was like, how dare y'all bring that up? He's the one that brought it up in the transcript.
Right.
And he couldn't also remember the year that Trump ran. It was, and that was in the transcript that was released yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, again, I would like for someone, and he may answer it correctly, and then I'll move on because I know the questions they ask because we've been through it. I would like for the Democrats to agree that we let some time pass, and y'all don't know when it's going to happen because then you would try to see if you could memorize it.
Right.
You have no idea when it's going to happen. At any point, sometime over the next 4 weeks, somebody's going to ask the president, without him knowing it, and y'all have to allow it, what season are we currently in? Is it spring, summer, winter, or fall? And I want to see if he can answer it. Now, that's not going to happen, but I sure would like to see it.
Simple, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to see him take a stab at it.
Did y'all want? Here's a little bit more of Gates and Hur clarifying.
Gates is a weird looking dude.
And Gates makes some points about his mental abilities, and Hur clarifies as well. If you guys want that.
Okay.
One of the elements of the relevant mishandling statute is the intent element, and what my report reflects is my judgment that based on the evidence, I would not be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt to a jury that intent element had been
Right,
met.
but the reason you have that doubt is the senile cooperator theory. The fact that Joe Biden is so inept in responding that you can't prove the intent, which again, I don't quibble with that conclusion, but it's frustrating to be like, oh, well, this guy's not getting treated the same way as Trump because the elevator's not going to the top floor, so we can't prove intent. While at the same time, Biden goes out there at the White House and says, well, he just blatantly lies. And what I'm trying to figure out is whether or not Biden's lying because he's still so senile, he hasn't read your report, or whether it's a little craftier and a little more devious and perhaps a little more intentional.
What's going on with his eyebrows?
That's how they are.
That's where they are.
I have that sometimes too.
He looks like
we're not proud.
a cartoon character.
We're not proud of it.
You don't have that.
I got a little bit of the crazy eyebrows going on, but it's hard. It's hard.
He's got a pointed head and the eyebrow.
Yeah, he's got a lot going.
But he
on.
makes some great points.
I was going to say he also had a good point.
Right, and hopefully, Greg, if he's in charge of the food, you can get past it.
Yeah.
I'll give him a pass.
If he's at the table, y'all would be just hamming it
He
up.
bothers me, just something about him.
Oh no, he's an odd-looking character. All right, so
he or Elon more odd-looking?
I say him.
Ooh. Well, Elon's like some kind of lizard person, so probably him.
That's a tough, yeah.
It's very kind
But I don't know that
there is something.
He's got
that
skin
overhang there. Something about it.
There's skin.
He's got a 5 head.
I tell you what it looks like. It looks like he's on a movie set, and they put a prosthetic on him to be some kind of character.
Yeah.
You're
in
right.
the
Above
show.
the eyes.
I'm kind of jealous because the sun never
You know what?
gets
He
in
may
his
be in
eyes.
there with
I'm
him.
telling you, Greg.
I
You're
think
getting
he's
to
with
study
him.
him a little bit.
They're both from the same species.
I bet you he doesn't own one ball cap.
No. He couldn't hide either. Couldn't join the army. He couldn't hide. His face too wide.
When we come back,
It is. Wide face.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr., have you seen who he's considering to be his vice president? Couple of interesting choices. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We've got to talk about it.
Yeah.
Of course, there's a lot of CV-19 stuff going on too.
Right, and
so.
you know what? And we need to keep people updated on that too, because you know what? That's what they're thinking about. I don't apologize for updating people on the biggest story at the center of everybody's life. I'm just not going to apologize for that. But there's a way to balance it, and we'll do the best
and
we
Rick,
can.
for the techies out there today, you know Tesla changed over and they are making ventilators now instead of cars.
Yeah.
We've got about a 3-minute video that shows how they're doing that.
Yeah.
And it's a little tech heavy, but I tell you, it is very interesting. I just didn't think you could build a ventilator out of car parts.
Yeah, and you know that'll be fun.
But you can.
Yeah, we'll watch that. And the other thing is, and we'll come back and talk hunting and fishing, the ultimate way to social distance. But I was, I think yesterday too. I always, you and I both, we kind of are drawn to good news. I mean, yesterday they came out and they're adjusting numbers. You're not going to hear this, on some of the mainstream media that seems to want this to be the most. They want it to get worse. I think I'm figuring out why, which concerns me a little bit. But the numbers were adjusted yesterday. The cases, the numbers been adjusted down by about 11,000, and the death rate in America dropped by like 100,000.
We certainly hope that's the case. I mean, we're right now, Rick, we're over 300,000 that are infected, which is a tenth of the country, which is just unbelievable as far as numbers.
Yeah. And but then again, you also have to realize that means that 90% of the country doesn't have it.
That's right.
I mean, you got to look at both sides. So we'll be back 16 minutes past. We'll jump into the great outdoors. We'll jump in with Dan Moultrie. Chuck Sykes will join us. Will we attempt to match Moultrie via Zoom? You better believe it. I need to pray to that. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is our number. Right out of the gate to stop the emails and the phone calls. It was going to be a surprise today. Bubba has actually taken a job with MSNBC. Right. And so he was kind of practicing by getting percentages and numbers wrong. 300.
1%. It's 1%, not 10.
Yeah. So 99% of the country is not infected. Right. And it was like I was running the numbers, like I say, over the weekend, even in my own state and everything. And I mean, the numbers are less than 1%. And so, you got to remember that in the middle of all this, too. But does that mean that I know people found out yesterday? Another friend of ours, and Bubba that you know too, that has been diagnosed as it being positive. Now, he said he has not been very sick. Charles Billingsley told us that he's had a rough time with it. This person said he just had fever for about 24 hours, but went and got checked and said they even think that it's possible what some of the people have been talking about is that a member of their house may have had this back as much as January. And I remember some of you talking about these, hey, my kid, somebody in my house was sick. Nobody could figure out what was wrong with them. And so,
tested negative for flu, those kind
and all that. So anyway, but anyway, so I'm not saying it's not serious, and I'm not saying we need to change what we're doing, but we do have to keep this in proper perspective, especially when you got that really big decision coming up on May 1st, and it is a biggie. Yeah. But right now, let's talk about ways to social distance.
1%. Let me say again, 1%. Yeah. I'm in a closet, for God's sake.
Well, I told some people, I said, look, he wasn't going to talk about going to MSNBC, but Bubba took a job with them, and he's practicing on exaggerating numbers.
That's right.
You know what I mean? And in a minute, he'll say that Bloomberg could give everybody in our country $1 million. All right, so
I never really was good at math anyway.
Well, math on the fly is the worst. But the only thing better than 90% of the country not having is 99% of it. So let's talk. We have Chuck Sykes here with us today, and Dan, welcome back. How are you doing, buddy?
Hey guys, I'm doing great this morning. Y'all got me zooming now. Who's zooming who?
I didn't see that one coming, Moultrie, from you. A little Aretha Franklin shout out there. And also we have Chuck Sykes with us, Director of Wildlife and Freshwater Fisheries at Alabama Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. His title is a mouthful, but he's an all-around good fellow. Chuck, welcome back.
Thanks for having me. Good to be here this morning.
Okay,
Thank you, Chuck.
So let's jump right in, and this applies to a lot of states across the country. And this is the famous. And there was a little bit of confusion about it. I even had people going, "Hey, man, in our Alabama, hey, shelter at home. It's about to be handed down. The governor's about to speak on it." And then it comes out, and I look and I go, "Well, this is exactly like I've been living my life already." 21 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today as we roar through another one. And in the southern wind. All right, so, I thought this was odd. First of all, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is not going to be president. Okay, so all this is it feels a bit like a waste of time. But anyway, it looks...
unless, Rick,
unless
the election, we don't have a clear winner, and it's thrown into the House of Representatives.
Okay. Then
it could. You could have something weird.
Couldy. So Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Greg says he hopes he picks a running mate that maybe could speak on his behalf. Let me tell you what Robert.
right.
Let me tell you what Robert wants y'all to know, because he has sometimes some good ideas. I wouldn't agree with everything, obviously, but
I think he asked a good question about why we're doing things certain ways. But now he's a little out there.
He is. Yes, he is. Aaron Rodgers may be running for vice president with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. or maybe Jesse Ventura.
Well, Jesse Ventura at least was a governor.
Yeah, he's had some experience.
Aaron
I
Rodgers.
think Aaron is committed to the Jets, right?
Supposedly.
Now he got 3 whole plays in this year.
Yeah.
Now,
now
I don't know
granted,
about next year.
we've taken the bar for vice president and moved it in a really low place at this moment. I
Yes,
get that.
yes, we have.
It's hard to say anything about whether he's qualified or not when you look who's sitting there.
Right.
But
So,
maybe a stretch.
New York Times reported that he, along with Jesse, were on the short list for the vice presidency, and then I guess his camp confirmed that they were correct.
Right.
Like Rick said, that he can have his list as long as he wants to. It's not going to be a factor. I don't think he's going to have to worry about that.
He can put whatever he wants.
But if he's going to run,
if he runs and gets 2% of the vote, it's not going to be an issue.
To your point, New York Jets fans are confused.
I thought you were rehab.
They're like,
you and Kirk Cousins both.
We're a little baffled about that. So I don't know, but we will see. But
when I saw that notification come through yesterday, I was like, "Am I reading this right?" They're about to say,
"Yeah." I mean, at least Jesse Ventura did actually run a state.
Speaking of teaming up, and you mentioned this earlier. Derrick Henry going to the Ravens.
Man.
The most productive running back over the past 10 years in the NFL.
Yeah.
Going to the number 1 rushing attack. That's a match made in heaven, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the first thing I said when they said, "Did you hear the Ravens got Derrick Henry?" I said, "Well, that's all they need is a better running game." Oh, wait, theirs was fantastic. So now they have him.
2-year, $16 million deal could be worth up to 20 with incentives.
18.
So,
18 million.
Speedy, I know probably of all of us that at one time, and Greg, I know your son, my nephew,
$9 million guaranteed first year.
big Titans fan.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Is anybody? Does this feel like?
I don't like it.
Does it hurt?
I don't like it. I don't like it.
I talked to a Titans fan yesterday that said a little piece of them died.
Yeah, I don't like it.
When Derrick Henry left.
Yeah, well, I mean, he was so good at running the ball. You wish you could have got a little more, a little more out of that.
But it's something about the fact he left. I got because you were expecting it. But going to the Ravens, if you're a Titans fan, that does hurt.
Yeah. So
If you're just being honest.
I saw where Deshaun Watson got a new backup.
Yeah,
Jameis Winston.
Jameis Winston.
Jameis just
he'll be doing it big then. And
he just keeps bouncing
for the
around.
Browns.
He just keeps bouncing
Well,
around.
that's
doesn't
what
he?
you got to do. You got
Did you see what I sent you with him, Jameis Winston? In church?
No.
Preaching?
I did not see that.
Did he eat a W?
No.
He said if God's going to do it, then he's going to do it big. Then
Did he eat a J for Jesus?
Well, what I've seen it and went, wow, that's really good, or what I've seen that and said, wow,
Thank
that's
you, Rick.
He was
concerning.
fired up. I sent it to Adler too. Sometimes we'll send things to crazy things
Well,
to each other.
okay.
Hey, look at here.
Tell me, how do you think I'll feel about it? Do you think I'll be okay?
That's
I
why
hope
I
it's
sent
better
it
than
to
that
you, get
speech
your
about
reaction.
eating that W.
Huh?
Hope it's better than the eat the W speech.
Well,
Where'd you send it to me, Speed?
I just direct message on Instagram.
did.
Yeah, I think
Instagram.
You want me to, I think you can maybe see it first. I mean,
I did see it.
I'm talking about, should we play?
Oh yeah. I was just asking
If we're
going
to play this, I need to eat the W as well.
No, don't worry about all that. We ain't got to play all that. But
I want his Heisman speech. Do it big, then.
Yeah. But look, Deshaun Watson. You don't know how long he's going to be on the field. Good night.
I know it. He may get another massage.
you might
get
need
suspended.
Jameis.
Greg.
You know,
Greg's called the Browns deal with Deshaun Watson one of the worst he's ever seen.
I've never seen anything like it.
Right.
it's
First
crazy.
of all, it's too much money. Second of all, he was on suspension. Then he gets banged up, and then didn't he get another suspension added that they didn't even know he was going to get.
Yeah.
But even just none of that. I mean, I don't understand. He's on the field. Why anybody would pay him what they're paying him?
Right.
All right, so Adler's pulled it up.
Yeah,
Well, no, we don't have to watch. I just was
yes, we
asking if
do.
you had seen what I sent you.
It's probably pretty
You
good.
don't have to play this.
I want
Here
to
it
see
is.
it. It's
Probably pretty good.
You got
Probably
it,
pretty
Speedy.
good.
I want
It
everybody
is.
to know
Yeah.
if you're direct messaging me, I don't see any of that. My wife told me the other day she saw some place. She goes, "Do you not look at direct messages?" I said, "I don't know where they are."
Do you see the big red numbers?
I don't know. She showed me. She showed me. She said, "You're not checking your direct messages." I said, "I never do."
Makes a lot of sense. I've sent a lot of stuff.
I don't know.
There's too many things to check.
Many.
Greg doesn't look at his either.
Too many.
I sent you another brilliantly done.
Yeah, we don't have to play this. I want to be on record.
On Instagram.
Well, you brought it up.
You got it.
Okay.
Don't throw a rock and hide your hand.
I eat the W.
He was bringing it while I think holding one of his sons.
I can't wait.
Has he lifted you off your feet when you didn't ask him to? That's how you know you deserve it. That's how you know that you are worthy. That's how you know that Jesus died on the cross for our sins and gave us the victory. He already gave it to you, so receive it. Pastor already gave it to us, but you gotta receive it. Pastor already did an amazing job with discernment, but you have to take it upon yourself and chew on it. You have to eat it. Okay, we are called not to be lukewarm. Let's be hot. Let's be on fire for Jesus.
Okay.
Wow.
All right.
He's bringing it.
Good for him.
Can we get eat the W?
By the way, there was a lot of talk about eating in there.
Have you never seen the W?
He likes to eat it.
I have
Eat
seen
it
it.
up.
Okay.
Yeah, I have.
Eat it up.
You got to eat that victory.
Well, you know what? That's good. Good for him. I mean, I think
It does show he's in good cardio health to hold a child and be moving around and not be out of breath.
And talking.
He's got a lot of energy. Ate the W.
Yeah,
here it
is. Yeah. So that's
That's a W. Let's eat one. Let's eat one. That's a W. How many people want to eat a W tonight?
Look at the other guys don't know what to do.
Adler wasn't ready for that.
They don't know what to do.
I've never seen an offensive line look so confused. They're like, did he say we're eating?
That's a W. Eat it.
Greg, do that and eat it.
What do we do?
No, you gotta do that. Do that and eat it.
Greg, watch those middle fingers.
Yeah, watch out. Watch out.
That one just won't. That one just goes straight up, doesn't it?
No, you can have a buddy running with it.
Oh man. And then I saw, I don't know the kid's name. Who's the big running back at the Jets that's so good, 26, and he's now going to the Eagles. What I don't know his name.
Oh, no, for the Giants. Not the
Giants.
Saquon Barkley.
What's his name?
Saquon Barkley.
I saw where somebody put out yesterday, New York Giants offensive line last, Eagles offensive line first.
Yeah.
And they said he's about to take a big step.
Yeah, it's not good news if you're a Cowboys fan.
He's leaving the worst offensive line and going now run behind the best.
Yeah.
That will help his career.
He may eat a W.
Yeah, he might eat a W. Of course, all I could think about is the Eagles were ranked number 1 offensive line before Kelsey retired.
That's all right. They'll find somebody for that job.
Yeah, they will.
He was funny talking about the tush push play when he was talking about how he hated every time they called it.
Yeah, it's
because for a
unpleasant.
center,
Yeah.
that means you're going to be laying under about 1,000 pounds of people.
It's no good for him. Phone calls are next. We haven't done a phone troll all day. We've had phone segments.
I've got to ask you about this iron lung guy.
Yeah, I was gonna have him
Paul
there.
Alexander.
Yeah, we'll talk about him before we wrap up this hour.
Yeah.
Phone
Gotta
calls
eat it.
are next. We'll go phone trolling
Greg,
at
do it.
866-WE-BE-BIG. And we'll talk to you when we come back. Hang in there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Is it just official that I continue to live the way I've been living? It didn't really impact anything, but a lot of people wonder, Chuck, when it comes to hunting and fishing, are we directed to stay home or are we allowed to go?
Yeah, I received a bunch of phone calls Friday afternoon and Saturday from turkey hunting buddies, and our email and Facebook was lighting up. What the order says, if people will read down, I think it's on page 3, letter F, it says, for outdoor activities, these are exempt from the stay-at-home order if there are less than 10 people and you can maintain the 6 feet social distancing guidelines. So the outdoors are open as long as people, and I know you're going to love this, as long as they have a little common sense and stay 6 feet apart. So you can go fishing, you can go hunting, just don't congregate.
Yeah, it goes back to this again. That one with hunting, fishing too, if you think about it. Hunting, I always want people further away because last time I checked, they had a gun. And I don't really want them up close to me. And if I'm on the fish, I don't want nobody fishing on top of me either.
That's right.
So you can't ride together. You need to meet there in different vehicles.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Well,
but if you
go ahead, Chuck.
If you got 2 or 3 people in a bass boat, you can maintain the 6 foot distancing during turkey season. Right now, you're typically not right up under somebody. Our shooting ranges are open if people will abide by it. Most of the state park lakes are open, our public lakes. The outdoors is wide open for you if you will just use some common sense.
Look,
Chuck,
go
Chuck,
ahead. Go ahead, Dan.
Hey, Chuck, explain on a national basis, because the listening audience all over, like, I called you, we were striper fishing and I was asking you about Georgia being open. Are most of the states open? I know Georgia's open also that borders us.
It is, y'all. It's a hodgepodge. There are different governors that have given different mandates that allow for things. I know I bought a non-resident turkey permit in Nebraska last year, and I got a text sent the other day that said, "Thank you for your purchase last year. I'm sorry, but you can't come this year." So there are some states that are closed to non-residents. Illinois closed their public hunting. So if you were an Alabama resident and you drew an Illinois turkey tag, unless you've got a buddy up there with property, you can't go. You can't go hunt public land. We're trying to stay open, but the public needs to understand we had to shut down a couple of our manned shooting ranges last week because people would not abide by the 6-foot guideline. So as long as they do that, we are going to stay open. If they don't, then we'll be forced to start closing things, and we don't want to do that.
You know what Chuck just said? Don't make me pull this car over.
That's exactly what he said.
That's what just happened. That is what just happened. And but yeah, if people would just, in so much of this, if everybody would just act right, it just, my goodness, just everybody calm down.
Everybody.
Well, and so we'll come back and we'll talk a little bit now. Once again, too, the country, and Bubba talked about Tesla. We got Mike Lindell coming up later in the program, and all these different companies that are stepping up during this time, as our country has always done in times of war and pestilence. When we come back, Pradco is stepping up as well, and we'll talk a little bit about that with Dan Moultrie. Your chance to match Moultrie coming up today, so your chance to win something. Look, there's no greater way to social distance than to get into the great outdoors, follow just common sense. Every time I go into the outdoors, it is such a refreshing experience and much needed to keep you from going stir crazy. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
$35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show lines are available. Phone troll is upon us. This means we got a lot of action going, but no long-winded speeches. 30 seconds, bam. Your time on the program comes to a close. We move to the next caller. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. All those will get an instant buzzer. This is designed for content, questions, and comments only. And to get a lot of people on the show, because sometimes people call and go, well, I was on hold, but by the time everybody got through their points, y'all ran out of time. I have a hard time getting on. That's when the troll was invented, to try to give more people more opportunity. We expanded our lines to 10 so we can have a bigger sample. So if you move right now, Speedy is ready to take your phone calls and get you lined up ready to go. But while you're calling, and those of you that are on hold, we're coming, here we go, preparewithbubba.com. Now, My Patriot Supply put together this URL for us, preparewithbubba.com. And they've been doing this since 2008, helping millions of American families prepare for the uncertainties of life. They've got 3-month emergency food kits, 22 food and drink varieties. No more boredom there. 2,000 calories per day. No starvation there. Sealed inside ultra-durable 4-layer packaging. So these ready-hour meals last up to 25 years in storage. So you're ready. If, God forbid, there's a weather event that you can't get to the store, you can't get supplies, you'll have them. Maybe you're, it's something bigger than that. Maybe we have a complete collapse of the economy and you need to be self-sufficient. You will be. Maybe it's something as fun and simple as camping, backpacking, hunting, or boating. All of this, it works for any of it. So go right now. We'll save you $200. $200. So follow the 5 Ps. Prior planning prevents poor performance, and preparewithbubba.com. $200 off a 3-month food kit. Also, that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Let's get started. Susan out of Huntsville, Alabama. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Susan, go right ahead. You're on the Rick and Bubba Show.
Hey, guys, you were talking about Matt Gaetz.
Mm-hmm.
He is the real-life version of Butthead from Beavis and Butthead.
Wow.
The hair, the big forehead, the small eyes, and the little gap between his nose and his upper lip.
That's who he looks like. That's who he looks like.
I will say this:
Butthead.
he asked some very good questions, but it is a strange presentation.
He's a weirdo.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things he says and that I would agree with. Some things I don't. But that look, I kept thinking, who does he look like? And that's it.
Yeah.
We continue. Look, Greg, lines are, Bubba, please look.
Oh, yeah, that's him.
Lines are available if you want to try to get in. Let's go to Tom, Greenville, Alabama. Tom, 30 seconds, go.
Monkey grass.
Thanks for the call. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. So Mr. Hur, the special prosecutor, I think that he's looking at the idea that you can't indict a sitting president.
Mm-hmm.
And as such, he has set the table for either impeachment or removal by the 25th Amendment.
Well,
And
you would think that, but there really hasn't been anything done about it.
Yeah, Tom, what you're saying, we certainly agree with, but I would like to say that I think everybody in this room, and I think I can speak on behalf of them here, we've heard those two things, but none of us believe either one of those will ever happen.
Yeah.
Now, do I think he's met the criteria? I do, but do I think it's going to happen? I don't. So I don't spend a lot of time on that. If you want to join us, there's a line available. You can. Speedy is ready. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Anonymous out of Prattville, Alabama, listening to us on I-92 WLWI. Anonymous, go ahead.
Okay, guys, y'all aren't going to believe this, and you're going to want to give me a bye. I had a funny thing come up on Facebook today on funny signs. One of them is Uranus, exit 163, Fudge Factory. There are 2 cities that really have a fudge factory, and the cities are called, the fudge company name is Uranus Fudge Factory.
That's not true. There's no way that's true.
Yes.
No way that's true.
She called that.
No, what? Somebody.
She's going to get a buy
It's
for
real.
No, it's not.
It's real.
No.
It's real.
Do y'all think that Greg is the first person that acts like he does?
Yes.
There's been other people before
Exactly.
him, and these are the people that founded these towns.
All right, somebody said right outside of Fort Leonard Wood, there's a place called Uranus, Missouri, it looks like.
Yep,
Please look at their tagline on this.
Best fudge comes from Uranus.
Hey, Greg.
That can't be real.
Hey, Greg,
That's
you
not
didn't have
real.
to read it.
That's a sign.
I understand, but me pointing everyone to the sign doesn't
That's
mean you have to read it.
Do y'all think that's bogus?
I think it's real.
No, it says here. Here's what it says.
But we get a lot of these signs.
Rick,
supposed
if
to
I
be
was
real
you,
or
I'd
not.
bump my insurance up for next year.
Yeah, I'm going to. Thank you. It says this. The owner, it said, finally, after years of the guy who lived there, he oh my goodness, he actually used to be a guy who ran a strip club.
Oh my God.
And he changed his life, shut it down, and opened Uranus. They sell shirts and all sorts of things Uranus related, including fudge, and I won't say the other one.
What?
Because it'll get everybody going.
No, it'll get one person going.
Say it.
Well,
And
they
maybe
also
who's
sell what
drafting
Don
with it.
Day's probably bringing today.
Oh.
I got it.
All right.
You might as well have
Some of
said it, Rick.
those.
Casey in Alabama. Casey, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yes. So did Bubba actually get a ticket when he got pulled over?
Yes, that is correct.
Open container.
Okay. Isn't it kind of ironic how y'all get phone calls about the listeners getting pulled over and they get out of ticket because they know y'all, but then y'all get the ticket to you when you get pulled over?
Yes.
That is ironic.
Somebody's either lying.
Right. So our name gets you out of tickets unless it's actually us.
Yeah. Yeah. We used to, occasionally get a warning before we hit the rough patch.
Right. Yeah.
Everything's been downhill since then.
Let's go to
I feel
Becky.
like the Brady kids when they went to Hawaii and dug up that little,
the idol.
and everything bad happened.
Oh,
to
yeah,
them.
it was
And
terrible.
they got to go throw it in the ocean or something. to get
Greg
out.
got hurt on his surfboard.
Yeah.
Becky
I forgot about that one.
in Helena. Becky, welcome to the show. Go right ahead. 30 seconds.
Thank you, and thank you for everything that you do, and congratulations on completing 30 years.
Thank you.
and
Yeah,
working
don't
on
say 31 yet. We haven't done it yet. Yeah.
Right. My question is, if you were president of the United States and Bubba was vice president, who would your Secretary of State and Attorney General be for your cabinet?
Well, who should we get, Bubba?
Well, there's RFK Jr.
Wow, that's.
I probably would keep it here in the show. I'd probably hand it out to some of the guys. I mean, so Secretary of State.
Secretary of State, I think Speedy would handle that well because he overgreets the entire world.
Absolutely.
Attorney General, we need somebody that's legal. So I don't know that anybody here would be qualified for that.
Maybe Helms. Could you see him doing kind of a lawyer? Adler thinks he's.
He watches that West Wing a lot.
Yeah,
so
he
probably
does.
not.
That's
Greg
true.
would definitely be the spokesperson, press secretary.
Oh yeah.
My parents told me I should be a lawyer a bunch when I was growing up.
I bet.
Yeah.
I bet.
So
you can certainly belabor a point, can't you,
sure,
little friend?
sure.
I mean, wear the rug.
NBA, not
Red
so
Bear.
much.
DJ, Clanton, Alabama. DJ, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yeah, I may be just a dumb American peon, but my concern is as close as we get to the election and the more it looks like Trump, are we not worried that they're going to sneak somebody in on a medical emergency at the last minute so nobody has a chance to bet or pick apart the opponent? So, it's pretty much a vote against Trump deal again.
Yes, I think that's a real strategy.
Yep. Yeah, I agree with you.
Now, can they get Biden and the people who are actually running the country to go along with it? Because usually the people who are in charge are not really big on stepping down voluntarily.
No, they're not.
They usually are carried out kicking and screaming.
Yeah. Mary in Tennessee. Mary, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yes, the Uranus, Missouri is a new place. I have been there. It is outside of Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri. It's on the historic Route 66, and there's also a marker there that says it's the exact spot that a husband won a marital argument with his wife. So
that's funny.
Somebody's put up a monument. This is a spot where a husband once won an argument with his wife. That is hilarious.
See, I would get a picture by that.
Yeah.
So she's been to Uranus?
Yeah, she has.
Okay.
She has.
I was checking.
Yep. We continue. Jason in Alabama.
I heard that right.
Jason, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
So I definitely want to see Rick and Bubba in the White House, but I think it's a really bad idea to put Greg as the spokesperson.
Oh yeah.
I think he would be much better suited as the Secretary of Defense.
Yeah, I thought about that for a minute because let's face it, if Bubba and I were running the free world, we wouldn't tolerate stuff. I mean, you would there would be peace through strength and fear. And
somebody would have to be made an example of early on.
Early on,
there, get everybody's attention.
We'll be back.
Look at this,
Bubba. You mentioned it. Paul Alexander,
the Iron Lung.
The Iron Lung.
Polio Paul
has gone on in. Greg, that's
not
his
nickname. I've got more questions and answers about that whole deal.
Yeah,
that's his nickname.
Unfortunately, I think Greg's willing to answer them. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, another Blaze TV original. It's coming up Thursday, releasing the third installment in the Blaze Originals series, available only to Blaze TV Plus subscribers. So if you're a Blaze TV Plus subscriber, you got it. The next installment, Texas versus the Feds, how the elites use the border crisis against us. So whatever happened with that Texas border standoff, remember we talked about it on the show and it kind of went away. Jason Buttrill and the Blaze Originals team went on the road with the Take Our Border Back convoy to the front line of the border crisis as they uncover what was really happening during Governor Greg Abbott's fight against federal agents. The team at Blaze reveals the story that mainstream media does not want you to know. Jason and the Blaze Original team found an alarming way around the Texas National Guard border blockade to show viewers just how easy this is and what's really going on. 85% of people reaching the border are coming into America, highest percentage ever. This is a conservative estimate, Bubba. You've hit these numbers too. They think 5.5 million have illegally crossed into the U.S. in the last 36 months, and that is an all-time high. So if you'd like to see this latest installment as we educate ourselves on what's really going on at the border, go to blazeoriginals.com and use the code BORDERCRISIS. That'll get you $30 off your Blaze TV Plus subscription. Now, if you're already a subscriber, you got it. But if not, go to blazeoriginals.com, use that code BORDERCRISIS to get $30 off, and then you'll become a Blaze TV Plus subscriber. Nine minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We are back. We thank you for being with us. Speedy and I here in the studio, along with our friend Stretch Armstrong, intern earning his degree in common sense. We got Adler, we've got Greg, we've got Helmsy, and we got the one and only Bill Bubba Bussey, all at various locations as we continue our social distancing during pandemic 2020. All right, Bubba, sometimes you have to just keep re-emphasizing a point over and over and over again. Number one, we got our percentages. We got that done. No need to keep emailing about that.
I retracted all statements dealing with numbers today.
That's right. No more attempts at percentages. Yep. And we emphasize, and see, some of y'all think it, because it's been a while since we called, the incident of Moultrie in the 410. So when it's been a while, you hear us say it's called Match Moultrie because you need to give us the answer that Dan Moultrie is looking for. Right. And we were taught how to word that properly from all of our legal teams. And so I understand that many of you now are emailing me with tremendous amount of words for flocks of turkeys. Right. Okay, guys, I don't know where Dan got that. I know that a person's called gregarious. I got that. That I've heard, for most of my life. But if you look at the word gregarious in the doggone dictionary, but again, it doesn't matter because it's Match Moultrie. I shouldn't even have to defend this because it's Match Moultrie. It ends right there.
That's why we call it that.
But if you look at in the dictionary, the word gregarious says fond of company, sociable. He was a popular and gregarious man. Then the second definition of animals living in flocks or loosely organized communities. Gregarious species forage in flocks from colonies or roost. It is the second definition of gregarious as well. So the way he worded the question, not only was it a Match Moultrie, it appears it might have even been factually correct, okay, which is not always the case. So because we're looking for Match Moultrie. That's all.
Here on the show, Rick, we tell everybody, hey, we're trying.
Doggone it. If this show doesn't teach you anything else, it should teach you this. Just keep trying.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Just hang in there, man. Put your head down and just plow ahead.
Bubba, it's funny you said that. I gave this speech to the boys. I guess it was probably the last week that everybody was there before Big Love went back to Starkville. And I literally gave this speech because they were talking about, all the different things they were going to try to do vocationally. And I just said, look, guys, and Boomer was over there too. I was telling him too. He was there too. And I was just saying, it really is. Look, the talent thing, all that, certainly, I guess that's of some value. I said, but let me tell you why the show is still churning, is that we just keep trying. I mean, we just keep coming back. We kept coming to work when people they just couldn't keep coming back and saying there's another show to do tomorrow. Right. And I said, the ability to persevere may be the most important thing that will set you apart from the rest of the people that are. Thank you, Jason. 10 minutes to the top. Wrapping up another hour on the Rick and Bubba Show. Got some breaking news, and then we'll get into the death of the man known as the Iron Lung Man. So, Bubba, first, an update on the various Trump attempts. People attempting to indict Trump.
Yeah, a judge in Georgia has dismissed 3 charges against Trump in the Georgia election interference case as pressure grows on the DA. The ruling comes as the DA, Fani Willis, awaits a separate decision on if she is going to be disqualified from the case. The former president has had the 3 charges dropped. The Fulton County judge said that the 6 of the charges in the indictment must be squashed, including 3 against Trump himself, but the order leaves intact 10 other charges. The judge wrote that prosecutors could seek new indictments on the charges that are dismissed. But he basically said in this, he said that the 3 of the charges against Trump are generic in nature and provide no detail as to actually why he's being charged, so he threw them out.
Yeah, wasn't the judge saying it doesn't even appear y'all even know what you're charging him with?
Yeah, they said you're going
to have to get
basically
more
just
specific.
Just tried to throw some paperwork on the stack here, and there's nothing to him, so he threw them out. But he left the door open. If you do have something of merit, you can bring it back. But what I've seen so far does not justify a case.
Oh, Fannie, you think she's going to give up?
There's no way she gets to continue to prosecute this. If she does, it's immediate grounds for appeal.
Yeah.
And again, we're into the time now that they're not going to be able to get any kind of ruling against Trump before the election. If he is elected, at least on the federal charges, his new Department of Justice will dismiss all of these immediately.
Right.
So I would say this is a victory for Trump.
Yep, and a complete waste of time.
Yep.
By the way, if you're in Selma, Alabama, and you listen to us on Alex FM, Paul Alexander, the pride of Selma, Alabama, is fine.
Yes. This is another one.
This is another Paul Alexander. This is the Iron Lung Man. He has gone on in at 78.
Yes.
And,
Rick, he's historic. I mean, we've seen stories about him in the past.
Yes, the Iron Lung Man.
He has lived in an iron lung since he was 6 years old.
Which is basically a big tank with your head sticking out of it.
And it breathes for you.
What?
He had an unbelievable lifetime in the iron lung machine after contracting polio in 1952 when he was 6 years old. It left him paralyzed from the neck down. Unable to breathe by himself, he relied on the machine to breathe for him more than 7 decades, even after new technologies became available. But in spite of his physical constraints, he achieved much as a published author, lawyer, and avid traveler, remembered worldwide for his enduring positive attitude and smile.
Now,
how do you get the iron lung machine on an airplane? Would you like to get through security in that baby?
Well, what about even in the courtroom? If he's your lawyer, do you just
not every lawyer goes in the courtroom.
Do you see?
It said he could live outside of it for extended periods of time.
How long?
But he never really left it.
Let's see that picture again.
That's what it said.
How long, Greg, can he get out from?
I don't know. It just said extended period of times, but he didn't really like doing that, I don't guess.
Adler, can we see that picture again? I saw it on the big screen, but I missed it. I want to see a little more detail.
Yeah, it's like a submarine or something.
His head sticking out of it.
They're feeding him.
Rick, he represented clients in court in a three-piece suit and a modified wheelchair.
Wow.
That held his body upright.
So he was a court.
Yeah, so he would go. He'd run back to the iron lung.
How much for you to feed him some bread, Rick?
Rick,
I'm out.
He also staged a sit-in for disability rights.
Man, straight up, bless him to have a positive outlook. Every picture he's in, he's smiling.
Oh, it seems like a wonderful.
He referred to himself as Polio Paul.
I loved when Bubba read that piece. He glared over at Greg about being so.
He did.
Yeah,
good attitude.
Sure did.
And happy.
And what about when Greg couldn't wait to call him Polio Paul?
No,
I don't care whether he called himself that or not. I mean,
he had a bunch of followers on.
It looks like
YouTube.
he's living in a water heater.
It does.
Is what it looks like.
No,
that's what it looks like.
Bubba, you're right. With windows. Are those doors to open up to like maybe bathe him?
Or access, I guess.
Probably so.
Yeah, but he can get out of it, Rick, but he didn't like to.
It squeezes him and lets him go.
Because you can't be a lawyer from that tank. You gotta.
No, I'm like Bubba. You can't get on the plane.
Three-piece suit. They strap him in that wheelchair.
Picture him screaming, "I object!" from then there.
From the iron lung. But I always heard of iron lungs. I never knew what I knew they helped you breathe.
Are there other iron lung people?
Sure they are.
Wow, look at that.
But like I say, he could get out of it.
I can't breathe.
Look at that. So there's a diaphragm or a bellow at the bottom that moves back and forth, in and out, and the bellow causes the air pressure in the lung to rise and fall, and the patient's lungs are aided in drawing in air.
70 years. Wow, man. 70 years.
Just as tight.
He lived to be 78. I mean, there's a lot of people that never have this, never make it that far. You know?
Did you see when he
It's
was
amazing.
just a little fella that he was painting with just his mouth,
Yes.
like pictures of Indians and stuff? Did you see that?
Rick, he wrote a 155-page memoir, and he wrote each word with a pen attached to a stick in his mouth.
Wow,
That is unbelievable.
155 words. I mean, page. Excuse me.
Amazing.
Because 155 words is not that many.
It's not.
No.
But that's why I corrected myself.
Okay, that's good.
Sounds like a lot. but
Hey,
it's
if I
really
wrote
not.
4 words with a pen in my mouth, y'all better be impressed.
That's true. 155 words.
If I
with
could
a
write
pen
my
is-
name-
Adler ain't impressed by it.
I was impressed.
Yeah.
Try to write your name with your pen right now.
Hey, Greg, give it a shot.
Do it.
I can't write with my hand.
Give it a shot.
You're a nasty hand, but on that
Yeah.
pen.
Greg, you got 2 minutes.
like
Go.
that
My favorite part is Speedy didn't realize he left the word out. Try to write with a pen right now.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, you mean in your mouth, yeah, right? Yeah,
Go,
correct,
Speedy.
correct,
There you
correct.
go, Speedy. You're doing it.
Picture him in an
Wow.
iron lung right now.
Yeah, you know what? You're getting to you get your head over there. He was laying on his back.
Polio Calvin.
He had to come
You
to
want
the
to lay on
side.
your back and me hold the paper and you try to do it?
He had to right to looking to the sideways from his back.
I know.
That ain't what you just did.
No.
Wow.
I don't know how to do that. I could try it.
What'd you write? Did you get it done?
No, it didn't look good.
He outlived both his parents.
It's tough to get
his
the pen
brother.
to stay on there.
Wow.
He even outlived his original iron lung. It began leaking in 2015.
Uh-oh.
But was repaired by a mechanic.
A mechanic?
Oh, I wonder if you're in there doing that.
He was on YouTube saying he needed help, and this mechanic went and fixed it.
What about when you're like a member of his family and you feel yourself realize you're not going to live through the week and you're like, is Paul still alive?
Right, you still going?
Yeah.
Wow, look at this. There's a whole room full of iron lung people.
Really?
What?
Yes,
Where?
yeah,
I thought,
yeah.
I thought the iron lung technology, we had surpassed it now. I thought
This is old.
It's an old picture, but wow, that's a lot of people with
Oh, my
polio.
gracious.
No, those people aren't all in iron.
Oh.
They are. Yep.
Oh, my goodness.
You
Well,
got
they
to
might
remember
not be
this,
permanent. They may
this
just
was,
been getting treatments.
Now, remember, before polio, we had a vaccine. It was, very deadly in our country.
Mm-hmm. Was polio the one that they put the little drops under our
Yeah,
tongue?
it was some
I think it's the one they put it in the cube of sugar.
Oh,
Did y'all
yeah.
get that?
I think we just had a little vial.
We had a
to
little
drink
drop.
out
They
of.
had to.
little-
Seemed like they put something
They
under
did-
our tongue.
I think
or something.
ours was they put drops in a cube of sugar. I
Maybe
think.
I
That was Jackson.
That's over 65 people in there.
Y'all had a university. We didn't have.
Well,
anything.
I went to Anston to the doctor.
We had to wing it.
Yeah.
Man.
I thought that was over the line that they were listening to "We All Live in a Yellow Submarine."
All right, you're awful. Terrible person.
Buddy, you need to pray about it.
Terrible person.
Don't you know he had? Don't
If
you
I
know
were to
he had
use-
some good jokes?
Some people are going, I'm glad I got a
Bubba
ticket.
stays living in a hot water heater.
Well, that's what it looked like.
I guess it may be something. Could they
Trying
not
to
sit
paint
it?
a
Could they
picture
not
here.
sit it up right? We
No,
got laid
it
out
wasn't-
like this.
it don't work
It
right
wouldn't work.
like
But I'm
that.
saying, surely
It would
a
not
mechanic
work.
can get in there and
It
do
would
that.
not
You can't
work.
tilt it erect up. Put it
How
up.
about this? If I
Right.
keep somebody alive for 70 years, that iron lung was quite an invention.
Yeah, it really
He needs
was.
a straw that bends.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.